C4 for Summer.
Swing and oh, great hold. Just when it looked like mid was compromised, we get this tethering from MongolZ onto Blitz. Ooh, that's an entry and a half out of Maka. Hopper down, Pit player holds on for the ace as MongolZ holds on to the half wall. And that is the perfect distraction, all five.
He got spotted as a shoulder.
Then all of a sudden, Arch still maintains some control. Lucky trying to do it. No way.
Oh my god, it actually worked.
Oh no, not ideal. They come charging past him. They would have all slipped right by him. MongolZ denied it.
And it feels like it's only a matter of time before 3, 2, 1 that he gets
Oh,
killed.
Looking like he wants to stay committed, but the utility's putting him under pressure. He still peeks. Ultimate staying forward on it, gets away with a pick on the scout. Fantastic headshot down into the bomb site. It's still a player advantage, but Sadson is dragging his team back into this. Twist to walk the smoke. Sadson's got the shot, and suddenly a 1v1. And in one of his first clutch situations, he could pull it off versus Liquid. Naf coming down into the bomb site. Sadson's got the shot, and he's got the clutch. Here we go. They're trying to get a boost on the one side now. They're trying to get a boost again.
Oh my god! What are you doing?
Lato 1v3 this time. And he's got that first pick out on Ultimate. Is there anything else up for grabs here for Lato? But couldn't get to Shui. No way! No way! He's got this into a situation where he closes it!
Kind of the defining character in this G2 squad. But it's different circumstances to when he joined this roster. Yeah. This is great for MongolZ, farming on that AWP. One man made it past him. PR got out over the walls of the truck, but this has been heard. And MongolZ, that laser cuts through GamerLegion on the B hit. MongolZ has landed in Bucharest. If you can get past PR, there's still more layers to this apartments hole. Good timing on the molly deploy. There's no way to chase that down now for G2. They won't even get a chance to trade this. He's even fake smoked the apartments hanging around. Knows they're low on health. He's dealt with Heavy God. That was the one guy with any HP.
Oh
and
my
PR
God.
putting on a clinic, traps them in the apartments, and then collects the red.
G2 try and force it in Banana this time for once, and they might just get it. That grenade does touch down.
Still a little pillar of safety found for Hunter. Regardless, his teammates are iced out in the meantime. Malbs with the transfer down. And Hunter teed up. Makes life real easy for him, does Malbs MD.
If this team is losing to the likes of Complexity, on up close, no way!
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, great trade potential, but Magus denies it. Two players inside of the site. Magus with the triple kill. Nyx not able to find anything as his teammates fall all around him. Quad kill. Just looks to keep the costs high. Go! Okay.
It's Device just waiting in behind the smoke. Rain looking for his revenge, but he can't stop Device. And is it another 1v2 for Deve? He's got the bomb down, he's committed to it, and now he's got the right read. Device! Back-to-back clutches. Doors and Yabby melts them, shreds them, and nearly gets the window pick. But Elijah's left in a 1v2. No health. Low HP, 18 to be exact, and he's just waiting out behind the smoke. Smoke fades now. Gap and a fight. Headshot in. Elige predicting the move to come through window, but Device was a little bit further back. But he's got the health advantage, and Device just goes into the fight, and Elige wins.
Fallen could have got taken down, but again, clock's running low. Keserato holding the smoke, and he gets the bomb delivered. He actually finds the headshot through.
PGL Bucharest, day 2, Hugo, day 2. You know what that means?
You're throwing at me, Harry?
No, day 2. What's up? How you doing?
Thanks, I feel very welcome.
You doing good this morning, Hugo?
Yes, I'm doing great, Harry. How about you?
I'm good, man.
Fantastic.
I'm good. I'm wearing a chain. That's how you know I'm good.
Let's get a real look
Check
at that.
that, bro.
Is that
I'm
real
dripped out.
silver?
Yeah, bro. That's why it's so heavy. Whew.
Yeah, that is quite heavy, actually, yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. No jewelry on me. Obviously.
How were the games yesterday, in your opinion?
I enjoyed FaZe Astralis. I think that was surprising upset for Astralis. I think FaZe have really not found their form yet. A couple teams looked cold. I think that's my takeaway. MongolZ looked cold. GamerLegion looked cold. They're our first game of the day. And we end with actually probably the most impressive win being G2 in terms of, sure, Astralis took down FaZe, that's super legit, but G2 looked really clean while doing it. Actually, I take it all back, sorry.
Yeah,
the most
wait,
impressive win was Complexity.
Yeah.
For me, 2-0 over Falcons, absolutely stomped them into the ground, Harry.
I think, Hugo, you picked an unimpressive win originally. Let me tell you, there were a couple of cool ones.
There were a few impressive ones.
Rare Atom, I also think deserve an honourable mention.
Yeah. Look, a lot of it was an upset day.
It was an upset day.
So many upsetting and surprising wins.
Yeah, some folks left yesterday upset, and that's just a fact. When you think about it, there was some wild ones. Complexity Falcons,
yeah, that was cool.
Was arguably the wildest.
6E just out-dueling Nico, on Dust 2. Like, what? I'm going to be real with you. When I first watched 6E at the top of the year, we casted him at Blast. He looks so out of his depth.
Yeah,
I know.
You were sending him all that hate mail.
I was on like 3 burners. I'd sent like messages. I sent emails. No, don't do that, guys. But he looked really out of his depth. But Cole have been grinding.
Yeah.
They've been playing a lot of online tournaments. They've won some qualifiers in NA and in Europe. They won an EU qualifier, and now they're here and they're actually proving themselves. So I think that's really cool. I want to see more Complexity moving forward. Here's our games for the day on this Beast stream. It's Falcons GamerLegion to kick off. Battle of the bottom. Both these teams extremely underwhelming. For GamerLegion, I'm going to give them more of an edge in the sense of I think they were rusty. I don't think that was the GamerLegion we come to expect. I think PR had some good rounds. I think otherwise that team was pretty quiet. Then Liquid VP, both teams disappointing on the first day. Liquid for the Legacy, who, don't get me wrong, have definitely been, the next on the next Brazilian team coming up, winning qualifiers domestically, looking really good. And VP, who are just a shell. Anything to say about the second game, Harry?
God.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah,
that's
it's
all you can give me.
Look, I don't know. Both teams underwhelming thus far. For Liquid, it's the new change, having Shui in, and we were expecting some good things. He actually played well in their games, but it was just a bit rough across the board.
What surprised me about that is they've played 10 days of practice with Shui.
Yeah, it's not like,
I thought this was like they came in, this was their first 3 days.
No, it's not a 24-hour turnaround type
10
deal.
days. That was kind of underwhelming for 10 days. So.
No, so Liquid in a weird spot, but then VP also left us bitterly disappointed yesterday. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that second game. We're going to get some answers, that much is for sure. But let's start homing in on our first one. Damn, look at this.
It's a sick.
Like we're in the future.
But it's right now, Harry.
Hang on, this is bad. I'm getting drawn into the cool video. It's too eye-catching.
Careful, you'll scroll on to the next one.
Yeah.
That Zoomer brain rot mentality.
Dude, okay, so Falcons. These guys, they were one of the folks that left yesterday upset after getting upset.
Yeah.
They got wrecked by Complexity.
True.
A team that hadn't even won their first series till a couple of 3-4 weeks ago.
Is that their first LAN win? Actually, I think it should be because Complexity specifically.
Didn't they? No, they won one in EPL. I thought.
No, sorry, they won a LAN match in Cluj over Imperial.
Yes, that was it. In Cluj.
They got that Imperial game. and then they played a bunch of online in NA in Europe, and they did really well. And that was a second LAN match win.
Second LAN victory, and it's over the Falcons.
Let's go.
GamerLegion, though, let's talk about these guys because they were, I don't know, yesterday was a weird one. I think the problem for GamerLegion is it felt like they were actually playing a good game for the most part, but so often it took them a while to get going, and then as the kind of series continued, finally they actually found themselves in a pole position, and that was where the individuals of G2 kind of leveled up and helped take things over the line, right? There was some huge moments in that game. MongolZ coming alive, if you remember, on the AWP, it was wild. So now, taking a look at this GamerLegion team here, I'm hoping that ring rust is a little bit gone. I think they were calling a good game, they were playing a good game, but just not everything was connecting, and the individuals made the difference in that matchup.
This is a nice match. This is a nice head-to-head because I think both these teams, like yesterday was maybe a wake-up call to a degree. For GamerLegion, it's like, okay, we've been out of officials for a month, maybe we're not feeling it too well. For Falcons, it's kind of the opposite. It's like they've been grinding. They made the final of the last PGL event. Like, this is a team we still have decent expectation of. Sure, they've lost some awkward games here and there. They fell to VP back in Lisbon and didn't even make playoffs in that event, but I still think we obviously have high expectations for the Falcons, even with this roster, even with the rumors on the horizon. I think when you're someone like Dexter and you're hearing like MongolZ's coming in, which obviously means you're getting replaced, presuming that's true. I think we all think it is, because it probably is. I think if you're Dexter, that should make you level up your game. That should make you try and advertise yourself before you go out, because there's almost nothing you can do when the upgrade is so clear with a player like MongolZ. So I want to see him performing today. Obviously, you need Nico to have a good game in order for Falcons to come out with a clean win. And we got Inferno, we got Mirage, we got Train to decide. GamerLegion on Inferno yesterday started strong, but they fell off, Harry.
Yeah, they did. They were 5-1 down and then ended up 10-5 up or something like that.
Exactly
and
what
then
happened.
and then obviously it didn't work out. But I think GamerLegion yesterday, the way I kind of felt about their game was, sure, they didn't win. I still think they played good, and I think they're gonna keep getting better, because as we said, it's been a month since their last official. The VRS forecast. There it is.
Why did you draw attention?
I don't know.
Yeah, let it play. I mean, obviously, we had the MRQ invites out today.
Yes.
Going out today. So the games here, even yesterday's games, didn't count because of the latest Valve ruling, meaning the event has to end in order for the VRS to be counted into the global ranking. So, or even the regional ranking. So either way,
which VP are like fist pumping the
dude,
air about,
I'll just say they're
because
very lucky.
they would have dropped down.
Did Astralis beat FaZe? VP lost a rare atom, so that would have been double whammy. They would have swapped spots and further. But Zonic handing out the daps, Harry, and I think we're hopefully getting ready for this game. I don't know who's going to win. I'm like edging on both sides because Falcons played horribly yesterday.
Well, I think there are a couple of players in Falcons who, this is going to sound so dumb, but just hear me out. Like, if they start strong, I think you're going to win hard.
Not dumb.
But like, whenever I think of Magisk, actually, I think he's quite guilty with this, right? If he comes into this game and 3 rounds in, he got like 2K in the pistol, farms some anti-ecos, he's going to be feeling it. He's going to be feeling so good, going to be unstoppable. If he starts slow, you get like an 0-5 start, he's gone. There's no there's no coming back, really.
Are you calling him a tilter, or are you just saying, what are you saying?
No, I think he's someone who is dictated to a lot by the early successes of the game, and that like reflects in how he plays and his confidence.
Dupree even talked about that.
Yeah, actually he did.
Yeah.
Dupree did talk about that. Like a blast bounty, you remember?
Yeah, I remember. I was there. That's why I brought it up. So a couple of Dupree's former teammates in the server and behind the server.
That's that guy.
That's that guy, yeah.
Look at him. There's a little smile creeping in, and he's tried to get rid of it.
People really,
game faces on.
People really overdoing the fraud watch angle on Zonic. Sorry, I think that's just my opinion.
Go on then, state your claim.
I think like.
Does.
Okay. Results carry a lot of weight, and so Zonic has got a lot of results, Harry, to be frank. Like, people take the out of context clip, for sure, it didn't look good. It didn't look good. There's no one defending that, right? Like, Sonic didn't have a cool... But also, you're not on every day. Like, we give players bad days. Players are going to have bad days.
Okay.
Coach is going to have bad days.
I think one of the issues there, and I think Zonic's done a good job of answering this, is like, he places a lot of the responsibility for these teams' failures on himself.
Sure.
And I think that's good. Like...
I think he's just got the combination of in and outside the game that's a really value. Like, you look at Blade and you go like, he's an in-game guy, he's a strategist, and then you look at someone like Taz, you think, okay, maybe he's more.
All right, look,
let's hold this.
Let's catch this pistol round, and then we'll get back to the big Zonic debate. Oh, a couple of kills coming through. GamerLegion get out through short.
Oh, yes, they do, Harry, and they get popped like bubbles, those heads exploding. Look at the low health, 3 players on 20 as the bomb gets planted. Usually you'd say the GamerLegion are favored, but I'm not even sure. Falcons just need a single bullet per player to get themselves back in this round.
Low HP. Kicksang gonna try and lead this charge. Oh, that's clean stuff on a ZTR. But these crossfires were ready, and Slend might be low, but you wouldn't know it. Look at that, a whirlwind from Slend. 3 kills in a second.
They really weren't ready for him backside. They cleared the first player, and then Kickson looks away to pit. He's got the cover of the pit smoke. He needs to clear that position fully, and Sang gets away with murder. Let me finish my Sonic thing. I think not only the results speak for themselves, but also every single player speaks highly of this guy. Even Flames recently said on Talking Counter how valuable Zonic was when he was in Vitality, when they were in the team for the same time a few months, and how much he helped him in and out of the server. And he put one-on-one prep with him to help him more comfortable in certain positions on certain maps. The point being, not only does he understand the game, obviously played at the top level, but also won at the top level in CSGO, he also knows how to work with people, and I think that that's underrated, having both of those factors.
One of my favorite responses to that whole thing was from Zonic, where he actually said, like, he realized in hindsight how fortunate he was in previous teams with like Astralis and Vitality, and how it's harder to build the project up from kind of the ground up, right? And I think in a way, you know, that's almost something that he's had to learn. And I think the other thing, why people say the whole fraud watch angle is, sure, he didn't have the best team ever in this Falcon squad, but he also didn't have the worst, right?
No.
And their results have been pretty rough.
I'll say this, everyone has to do media and interviews and stuff, and sometimes you wish some people would stop talking, right? Like you definitely, it doesn't help when you dig yourself holes in these interviews, you know, like the whole previous Falcons roster and stuff like that. But that was always going to, we all knew that was going to happen, and yet we still laughed when it did. So I think those factors don't help. People love to hate, and you know, bit of hate, bit of banter, bit of rivalry is fun. But he's still the most accomplished coach in Counter-Strike. Is he the best tactician? No. But I think he has a nice mix of factors. But also, I'll say this. We're watching. What's going to happen? If MongolZ joins this team, expectations going to be even higher, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, well, at that point, if they don't, that's like the best indication, the fraud watch, right? Like,
True.
If they still keep losing,
Let's talk in 6 months.
It's like, okay.
But they just came off the back of a grand final in Cluj. Sure, team list wasn't as impressive as it is even here. We've got Spirits missing. Same for Vitality. Solid start to this game for GamerLegion though, getting the anti-eco out of the way.
PR might be the GOAT.
He's got to be.
He's playing really well.
Yeah, he is.
And like, I don't know, I very much enjoyed watching him because he's not super resource intensive. Like, the amount of times I've seen him actually just run, no util, no nothing, one-man army type 5. Thinking back to yesterday out towards, you know, like the A site on Mirage, where he would just kind of jaunt out ramp like it was casual. Even now, left to his own devices over in the apartments, and it's a good clear on Magisk. But look, this is the eco round. Falcons were never going to win this, guys. Leave Zonic alone. He couldn't have come up with a round-winning play in this, Hugo. So stop judging him. They only had USPs.
Yeah. I'll give you. You've got me. You've cornered me there. You can't win every round.
No. That's Nico.
Heard of this guy? Who's that? You're trolling.
I'm trying to remember his real name. No, like his actual. Oh, what is?
You're trolling.
What is ETL's real name?
Frederick.
Is it? No. I was gonna say it didn't sound right.
That's Rez's.
Yeah, Mr. Sterner.
Eric. Eric is CTR's real name. Regardless, we're in.
What's his surname? I want to know if I'm getting it right. No, come on, bring it back up. Kixan with the spray. Gonna tag up the man whose last name I'm waiting for.
Do you know it?
I think
Say
it's... Is it Olofsson? No?
Gustafsson.
Gustafsson, that's it. Damn. I knew it had a sun in it. Just like a solar system.
Yep. It's good.
They've been smoked at Banana, Hugo.
Yes, they have.
And there's been some earlier damage done by Kixan on this smoke spam.
Dude, that smoke was very important. If he didn't get that down in time, GamerLegion was just about to explode.
Yeah, they were coming through.
He was alone. He's committed, and he would have been dead, and that would have been the round. So he's got a lot of nades. He's figuring out what he wants. Gonna get him in. Ollie comes a bit early, but better safe than sorry. Still got a re-smoke here. At least I thought he did. Holding only a flash. Nico picks up the nades and brings himself around. We've got 3 CTs in positions. GamerLegion, get ready to go. That molly's a big problem. They can't smoke it. They've just got to wait till the final few seconds.
Yeah, this is really late now for GamerLegion. Ollie slowed their roll into the triple stack. They go. And with Tessa's doubling up, they still don't even know about this player in a backside. Kixan gonna spring out later and put a stop to this round. There's no winning it for Slend. It's a battle for survival now as he's boxed out. Falcons take that one convincingly. Good prioritization on the util. I love that Kixan doesn't swing out. He lets everyone else take the contact. There are 3 players there. He knows there isn't time left. He knows the pacing is going to be very, very quick at a GamerLegion. The clears, the checks, they're going to be lazy because they're rushing the site for that plant. And so Kixan gets away with murder.
And you fall into autopilot a bit there if you're GamerLegion. You get 2 kills on the B bomb site as a player comes through the smoke and you think, hey, B's clear, we've done it, we need to get this plant in now. They obviously don't have time to clear every position, but you know, that just reinforces them sticking in the open. Really nice idea from Falcons, who pulled that B rotation in the final few seconds of when it was going to be allowed. So first round of the board here for the Falcons. GamerLegion still in control, still got money. Still looking to reset this economy. That's the riskiest nade drop
most insane. Oh my god.
Yeah. Why would you do that?
Someone's saying, like, anyone got a nade? And PR's like, yeah, I do. And just runs out boiler, bro. Sure. It's all good.
Sure. Hey, got away with it. Are they going to just go off? This is very early. You know you're running into 3 at minimum. So they go a bit quiet first. Torsten in Banana. But not for long. Going to come back and assist on this A commit. Dexter, long side, AWP. He is the guy. He has to be the guy in this round. Smokes do not stop him.
Oh no. Rez nails that opening. Perfect placement. And then they follow up on a Tess's Magis, though. That's a good bit of resistance from down in the pit. Still, 2 kills from the man might not be enough. kind of already locked out of this round on position and numbers alone. Sadly, Matt just needed 3 there for his team to even entertain the idea. And even then, they still would have been out of position. That's rough for Magis, does all he can. But in the end, it's in vain. Hell of an opening, though, onto Degster, right? Finally gets to bring out the AWP. Looks to get it on the board early. They win their first rifle round, so that AWP comes out. And he gets deleted.
Clean execute for GamerLegion, keeping it tight, right? They get the mid control. They force Falcons into a safe setup. Then they throw a second volley with those long smokes, leaving really only one position open. And Rez just pre-aims it. I wouldn't call it a pre-fire, he goes wide, but he pre-aims it, hits the shot perfectly on Degster, and they're able to just collapse upon A. So it's a very reassuring round. Those are the rounds where we weren't really seeing them yesterday for GamerLegion. They were keeping it super basic. They were really B-focused against G2. That was in a game that they lost on the T side. Seeing a far better look from GamerLegion this morning. No AWP now for Falcons. Slant's taking it. The nade ready on Banana for the AWP peak. Oh, that could have been a collapse.
Yeah, that was real close.
Woo.
Kickstand and Nico both like to be pretty active in fighting for Banana, and I want to know how GamerLegion plan on using this. If they want to go looking for those fights, or if they're more than willing to give up the space.
Dude, the call this round was, let's use 3 nades on the Banana smoke to get a pick, and it hasn't worked. They still have more nades. Oh, but the AWP tags. Re-smoke, they're going to go through that, surely. It's a close player. Rez backs up. Kicks in. Still in this tight cubby. Will he remain? Molly definitely won't clear both sides anymore. Kicks and gets out. Dude, I'll say this. Nico is the only guy that makes this setup work. I don't see anyone else ever get value from this setup but Nico. So let's see.
Oh, there it is! Nico doubles up. Will he go fish for a little bit more? Low on health is Nico. Finally dealt with as Slend rounds the corner, but still, he's done his part in the round. Will it be enough for Falcons to hold on to this one?
Still
bringing everyone around, but Plant's going down regardless. GamerLegion will have a bomb to play around here. Smoke spam, but it goes back the other way. Slend with a vengeance. This is some important trades now to Slend, and he even manages to stay alive there. They spam him right back, but Slend is still in the picture. Low on health, short. But the numbers alone are a problem for the Falcons. They've got a lot of angles to clear here, so they pick up the pace.
Done.
But Molly in on that bomb, and no util to extinguish. That's a done deal. Hell of a turnaround from GamerLegion as they answer the call. A 2v4 from the GamerLegion squad, and it starts with Slend out through top Banana.
And to be honest, that's why, like, don't get me wrong, Nico kicks in, they get 3 kills from this setup. Please don't try that at home. I promise it won't work for you, but Nico always gets value from that angle. But it does feel like the top Banana is getting less and less valuable because it just gives T so much time to get into the bomb site, to get control. You almost would rather you always end in the bomb site and use your utility, you know, to buy as much time as possible, because then you have quicker rotates and you have players to assist. You can call for a flash from your arch player. That third guy, that rotation player, is never going to be able to help you in this kind of setup. And even despite the criticism there, they still get 3 kills, but it's not enough. Feels like it should be, but that's just the way Inferno's playing. Nice post-plant pickup for GamerLegion. They just keep the good times rolling.
It's starting to feel like Slend might be having a bit of a tournament as well. Yeah, he looked great yesterday.
Oh, there he is. Abs kill.
And now he's finding his impact even when he's donning the T side AWP.
I mean, GamerLegion believe in it. They spent that 2 rounds ago. Oh, sorry, last round, in fact.
Yeah, nading the smokes open for him.
Triple nades on smokes. I think Astralis were doing that as well in a recent event. It might have been Cluj. But they had, like, really cool lineups for it from T-Ramp. So, yeah, knowing that not only, especially in this game where you're going to get banana fights from Nico and Kixon, it's a great concept for GamerLegion to play utility and try and set Slend up for picks. He's going for more right now, but passive setup. We're going to see GamerLegion run into this sort of stack. 3 players. Nico in the pit might be uncleared. Nice.
How many more can Dexter get? He's done after one, but they haven't cleared Nico, who is behind enemy lines. He's going for the gun. No, takes the shot with the deagle. Nico only good for 1.
Yeah, Nico with backs turned with the deagle. We've been here, even in this tournament. But that's a really rough situation. How are you going to get more than a kill? GamerLegion swivel back and remove him after 1. I actually don't mind going for the gun there, I think. When you realize you're not being cleared, maybe you can get a multi-kill with a gun.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he was gonna grab it, but
just took the shot.
Yeah.
Got 1. Not enough. I feel like I'm gonna say that a lot this game. I feel like it's gonna be like a 2v5 kind of match, where it's Nico and one other guy just giving us multi-kills and losing rounds. I don't know, man. Looking cold out of the Falcons right now. 6-1 lead for GamerLegion, controlling this T side like a dog on a leash, Harry.
What type of leash?
I don't know the types of leashes. I thought you'd go, what type of dog?
Oh yeah, what type of dog?
Right now, looking like a poodle, Harry.
All right.
All bark, no bite. The types of leashes? Yeah. I don't know what you're into. Well, this is a pace change. GamerLegion, they eat the nades when they get up top banana. Nico stops Torsen in that attack. It's a set call for GamerLegion that gets denied. There's no flash behind that. GamerLegion, that's the one thing that felt lacking. They're going to go flash middle instead, but look at the crossfire. 3 CTs here. Backstab for PR. He just comes out of apps and he absolutely eviscerates them. My God. Knowing that GamerLegion were putting so much pressure on middle that Falcons dedicated all 3 A players to mid, and the orb gets shot in the back of the head. That is sickening if you're Falcons. You start the round 5v4, you end it a second later.
This is why, dude, watching PR has felt like such a delight. I feel like his plays are so often these sort of aggressive, timing-based moves. And that one there through the apartments was just fantastic, right? Like double porch setup. It's always vulnerable to apps. If you're the CTs, you're kind of hoping that there's a bit more presence, a bit more, you know, telegraphing on a player in the apartments, but PR snuck all the way up, gets in behind them.
And the thing that's cool about that is that's a set call from Spawn, right? Because GamerLegion went for something B, but PR was already set up. So regardless, I think they were going back to A anyway, and they know that because they've shown B, then they show A 5 seconds later. Falcons aren't even thinking about apps. They think it's, oh, they failed at B, now they're panic rushing A. That's what it looks like. And yeah, they're just not even considering that a player's just going to walk out apps. So it's, you know, you're a bit lucky in the sense that no one's watching you, but that's also the cool. That's also what you set up to do.
I just love it because I think PR's like a very active, like, lurk in those moments, right? It's not like he's waiting and trying to catch re-aggression as they're making noise at Banana, as, you know, his team is still maneuvering around the map. He's not like catching someone coming to him. He still is the one roaming and looking for the fights. I can imagine for ZTR, he's a bit of like a captain's dream because this guy doesn't ask for a lot, you know? When was the last time you saw PR like teed up with a flashbang for crying out loud? He takes all of his fights on his own, on his terms. and often does it with no support. And I feel like his output is phenomenal when you think about that.
Super sharp. T-sided player for sure. Can Falcons find any sanctuary on this CT side? Dexter 1 and 6. Parman's line. We got a setup with Magisk. They're going for
Nico
the
says, "Can we have MongolZ?" Zonic says, "We have MongolZ at home." MongolZ at home, 1 and 6.
Nice.
But I think he's getting a kill here.
Unless Rez just entries Magisk.
Although it is Dry Swing Goat PR up against him. Oh, run away! Get out of the apartments! Go, 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 go. Rez, you'll take that. Magisk gets the opener. Rez out of the round. And actually, already from that one kill, there's a fair bit of info. Like, PR's been solo lurking through the apartments. So the fact that it's Rez you find jumping up bedroom, you know there was a heavier A presence now. That emboldens Kicksan a little bit to believe in this solo B hold.
Yeah, careful.
Bomb's now been picked up, gonna start traversing its way back down through mid, link up with the rest of GamerLegion as they meet in the middle. Looks like they will set their sights back towards A.
Interesting. They had top B, they could have just executed, but now they're going into the stack. They're going to meet GamerLegion and Falcons in the middle. They trade out 2 for 1. It's looking good. Slen follows up. He's having a game. He's having a tournament, Harry. You called it, but are they ready for Dexter inside of the site? Needs to hit this one. Jiggle forces the shot. Slen follows up. 3 kills for Slend. That's all it takes.
Calling the Slend hot tournament is like calling the cello MVP, okay? Like, it's... you you don't expect it. But my God, is he playing good?
Hey, Josh tried it at EPL. It didn't work for him.
Yeah. No, he's having a fantastic game. Also, I love that we're talking about PR as the dry fight god, as Falcons are crunching mid, no util from GamerLegion. PR just wide swings, deletes the first guy, traded instantly by Slend.
That's so awkward because the clear is, as a call, is good for Falcons. If they're going to play 4A, they have to get info.
Yeah.
They're scared of B. Kicksan has no nades on B. The whole map is quiet. There's 30 seconds. The smoke's running out. Falcons need info. They need to crunch mid and fight as a pack or flank that banana hit. So they go 4 mid to fight, 3 mid to fight, and GamerLegion swing them while they're pressing W. So it's like, if GamerLegion are a few seconds later, I think Falcons probably win that round. But the timing is so good. GamerLegion, get it done. Business in middle. Slend playing monstrous. That wide banana.
Dude, the other thing that feels awkward... Oh, wait, hang on. They're coming through, playing through that banana smoke. It's another one of these double setups over towards the sandbags. Nico and Kicksan will open, even follow-up damage done through the banana as Rez.
GamerLegion been winning this smoke span every single time, dude. In middle and in B, they've been winning it. Falcons start it, GamerLegion finish it, every time.
Mate, you know that horrible feeling where you're playing an Inferno Pug and you and your boy are holding the B site down well, but your teammates just, it is like a sieve. The opponents keep getting through. Now you have no trust in the A players. You're jittery on the rotates. You're nervous. You're twitchy.
Feel like you
I think that's where, yeah, I think that's where Falcons are at right now. They're feeling like they have to try and force these banana fights because the 2 guys over at B, Nico and Kicksan, have been the 2 players with output here.
This is risky. Didn't work out. Nico catches him jumping up. Slend in the corner.
This is Nico almost admitting, like, look, I got to do this all alone. I got to win this round on my own, and so that's what he's going to do.
Took the AWP, Harry. Dry swing king. 20 seconds he's saving.
Good, honestly, because Nico on the AWP, he's dead for sure.
For the best. Oh, he could peek here. I would. Yeah,
dude, the dry fight. God, why would you want them?
That's insane. This guy's a freak.
I love watching him, but I also hate watching him.
You know what I feel bad for? I feel bad.
He's so good. I hate watching him.
Yeah, true. It's a good one. I feel bad for his team because he's going to get poached. If we know GamerLegion, they're going to sell him. G2 are probably watching right now. Like, he's going to get bought because Mal's already sold him. Now GamerLegion, they're going to drop him next. Not drop him. They're going to make that money. This guy is insanely good.
I think it does a lot for GamerLegion tactically as well, because like, I know in pro meta, like it's so standard for plays to be telegraphed, even if it's with a pop flash, right? Like you give your opponent the lowest possible time to react with a pop flash, but that's still a form of telegraphing that the peak is coming, right? Even though it gives you an advantage. Whereas with a guy like PR, homie just shifts into gunfights and makes it look like he was the favorite all along.
I wouldn't call that a shift peak.
No.
I would call that a hard peak. That's a hard clear. It's just like his visualization of angles. Like, ooh, that's not a normal fight to take.
Toggled on now, of course. Wall bang, and then the smoke shot on Magisk.
Yeah.
This is where you're throwing the report in just to be safe if you're Magisk. You're looking at his HLTV stats page, and then you're looking at what he's doing to you now in the server, and you're thinking, something don't add up.
Nah, it's not. Yeah, life gamer. That's what we call him.
Electrical interference.
Check him PC. Well, your game gets a lot easier when your entries are coming from
this is why they're going B into like the 2 best Falcons players. Meanwhile, PR is saying, boys, I've shifted all the way out through A.
They can still go B, they just need to wait. The issue is Falcons 3B might continue to fight.
Dude, this is mad. Yeah, but I'm assuming they do just go A.
Okay. But now they've killed him. Oh, tempting.
But PR...
They want both. They want... Okay, they're faking mid. They're going back.
This is insane, dude. PR.
Yeah.
In the back line. That was a golden chance.
Oh, what? What?
Oh,
He can't
man.
see him. He can't see him. He literally... He's not on his screen.
It looked like he completely flubbed his lines on that flank. And then... Oh, and then Dexter.
Still happens on land, I see. Because, like, that's just... He just shoots him through the wall. Dude, yeah, show me this. Len double, by the way. That round has no business.
Also, what the hell? This T-side AWP is like hitting better than any AWP ever.
I want to see that shot from PR again, though. What? That doesn't make sense.
It's so messed up.
Dude, this guy's the GOAT. You said it earlier.
Yeah, bro, he's been playing out of his mind, and like...
Oh, this is where we're at, huh?
With the way that he plays and where he's left, there's no room for someone who isn't like confident or decisive and has the ability to win those fights. Like PR would have to be a very different type of player if he didn't have these crazy mechanics to back it up.
Unreal.
And I like what you said earlier about his kind of visualization of angles and positions. I feel like he's got that down pat so often. Bro, like, it's not like Falcons are leaving these huge gaps over towards A. They've been starting 3-2 more often than not. It's not like they've been opening triple B in many of these rounds.
Never.
But he's always finding the gap, it feels like.
It's awkward. It's crazy nade.
It's fine, bro. He doesn't need
I don't
nades.
blame
He
him.
just gets the whole belt out at the start of the round and then goes back to doing what he does best.
That's a good strat. Never, your teammate can never go, hey, drop me a smoke, and then you get caught.
Yeah, exactly.
Always have your gun out. Here we go, B execute. One guy here. The guy, the shotgun, against everything. After these messages. Flank, 4 players flanking. And we are just gonna feast. Just gonna eat them all up. How does he do it? He's got the AWP now. He can do it all. Kickson could win this round. No cap. Bit of cap. 10-2. What the bloody hell was that from PR, Harry? What the bloody hell is going on?
Like,
A rambunctious half.
Oh, I imagine that to the tune of The Big Apple. But it's like the most British version of it. What the bloody hell was that from Snacks?
Unbelievable.
No, but actually, like, dude, we caught, like, where I think one of the deaths from, I don't remember whose perspective, but PR deleted them, right? Like, he was the main character there.
Why are we looking at notes, boys? PR go kill. That's the only note I've got. Dude, I don't know. Like, I can't even talk about Falcons. I think it's a waste of time. I think he's live gaming. It's over.
I mean, like, it would already be bad enough for Falcons if PR was playing this well, but then you factor in that Slend is having, like, the renaissance of a lifetime.
Dude, that's one spray. Two headshots, another spray, a third headshot. Bah, 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 bah.
Like, make no mistake, this guy's the real deal.
Dude.
I actually forgot he got given the AWP at the end, so when the AWP kill came in, I'm like, oh, that was Slend. No, it was PR.
PR 16-4. Slend 13-4. Falcons 2-10. Torsen's meant to be like the banana goat as well. We always talk about it. Not actually, obviously, but really solid T-side banana entry player. Didn't even see them go B. Didn't even need that to happen. He's going to do a CT side instead with a flash play. CTR. It's tucked in backside.
I'm actually looking for, yeah, like, I thought one of the fights that would be cool here is I think Torsen kind of emulates Nico's approach to Banana on Inferno. Slend tucked in though, and this guy is having a great game. The bait is here to set him up. The trigger discipline for Slend. That is brutal. Oh, a perfect, cold, calculated plan.
But again, that's all planned, right? Like, he hits his shots, but they set him up because he's the A player. He's down hiding in the B bomb site. Who's making noise for him? It's not just the two guys who die in B. PR is spamming. He's shooting nothing. He's spamming from Coffin. He's baiting them in. I'm the third player. No, you're not. The third player's in the site, and I love that he doesn't kill the planter either. He kills the cover. The plant comes last. Beautiful combo.
Yeah, it was perfect target prioritization. The fact that, dude, I think so many players would have fired the first, you know, like where you got kind of spooked as, I don't remember who it was, got close to him, right? I think so many people would have shot there, but Slend holds his nerve.
Dude.
And chooses his targets perfectly. Well, you know, you thought losing a call in a pretty dominant fashion was, you know, maybe just a slow start from Falcons, but maybe this is as good as it gets because they're getting steamrolled here. GamerLegion.
MongolZ's like, do you do refunds? Here we go, Slend in the corner. CTR gonna peek off him. They've got cover and P9 farms. And I think,
you know, on the flip side, would this game have been more competitive if MongolZ was in here with 38 kills at this point? Probably.
Maybe still be losing.
I think it's what would have been required.
Yeah, Dexa 2-10 has not had fun. Just got his second kill.
Honestly, though, the whole A bomb site got like bullied in that first half. And then GamerLegion just kind of stopped going A, not because it wasn't working anymore. I don't know, because they wanted a challenge, I guess. Like some kind of anime villain. Dexter.
Dead.
Pretending he's going to do something here in this 1v3. And it's convincing. We all believe him. We all believe him. Oh, they're kind of playing this really scared.
No time.
But it's all good. Because Rez is here.
I think we will. The next development, the next evolution of CS, Harry. Some have talked about it last year. They've stopped talking about it because it hasn't happened. But it will happen. Positionless CS. It's got to happen. To a degree, it won't start as everyone just play where you want, but it will start with, all right, I can play these two positions depending on the game. I'm going to go here or there, because teams rely so much on kill feed reading, that you clear out a bomb site, you go, oh, B players are dead, and then you get killed by the A player who's in B off spawn. It happens to every team. Top teams are abusing it. Every good team right now is prep heavy. They have analysts. They're looking through the demos. They're watching the heat maps. Positionless CS, it has to happen. We'll see who gets there first. That comes with its own set of problems, don't get me wrong, but it stops this just abuse of teams playing you know, out of the expectations, playing the wrong quote-unquote positions to catch people off guard, because everyone's doing that right now. And Falcons have been the victim of that in this game numerous times. (12-2) and silence on the map as it likely dawns on Falcons where this one's going. They might have this round, though. It's low health Slend in the pit with the orb. A well-placed nade wins the round for Falcons. You can throw the nade safely from apps now. But they're just going to go contact. Give Slend a chance. Oh, God.
Oh, dear.
There's the nade.
Oh,
Wait,
one more with
what?
him and he gets out.
Where did the nade go?
No health for Slend, but he keeps on going. Second nade required, still 2 to the grave with Slend. He's done his part in the round.
And they're so scared of the site, they're buying time for GamerLegion to rotate in. Everyone is close.
Boom. Oh, quick flick back round, and there's ZTR to close it all out. GamerLegion and the runaway train that was Inferno, not even close, as Falcons lag behind. That beautiful game put forth from PR and Slend.
Yes.
That was wild, man. They were both feeling it. No denying that, Hugo.
Unbelievable pop-off match for PR. The T-side impact, the entry work, the lurks out of apps. I just want a full PR Slend highlight reel. Maybe that's what we've
good
got.
news. That's what we've got.
Fantastic, because they just went absolutely crazy. I can't believe Slend in that last round gets 2 kills off the orb. He doesn't have the right to get 1, really. Once they spot him, you think the nade is going to end his round, but he's able to get multiple kills before all is said and done.
I mean,
and you can't really flame Nico or Kickson in this game too much, because they held B. They did their part of the bargain. The A site was a mess.
I think that's the worst part, right? Like, you leave this knowing that one half of the map was all right for the Falcons, you know? Like, Kicksan and Nico certainly were feeling a lot of pressure to have to fight Banana, but honestly, I think that's how they like to play anyways, so I don't know if that's the end of the world. And sure, they didn't win every B round, but they were able to repel those B takes a hell of a lot in the first half of the game.
The Falcons didn't win any A round.
Not a single one, you know, and that was brutal. GamerLegion, whenever they wanted to go A, and you think about some of the ideas that Falcons tried. They did the short boost, right, where you have a player up on top of porch, you're doubled up with a guy playing under, you have a crossfire with long. They would try rounds where they're quad over towards A with like late mid clears. Everything they did, GamerLegion had the answer for. I think a huge part of that was PR, right? The guy kind of up at the top of the charts alongside Slend. Slend was far more rolling with the pack. PR left to his own devices, and he was turning that A bomb site to mincemeat. It was wild. He would always find the gap. He'd always find the hole. He'd be getting advantages. He'd be scaring the aggression out of Falcons.
Oh, I love that.
Look at the
He was
the
everywhere.
heat map for him.
He was
This guy was mad.
Yeah.
So much attention over towards that A side, just constantly harassing a site that never got going for the Falcons. The other thing that was wild as well was Falcons, you could kind of feel the desperation. There were a fair few rounds where they like double fought from top mid, which Dara, you know, it's something you might try once in a game, but they did it a handful of times, and every single time it felt like Slend would nail them from ramp on that AWP. So even in the rounds where you tried to dodge PR, where like you're playing ahead of him and you're trying to take the first fight, well, that's where there were more problems than just one guy. Slend having a great game only made matters worse for the Falcons. Now we go to Mirage, Hugo.
That I want to go back to it, because
Okay.
that heat map was sick, because it also showed he got like minimum 3 kills on balcony on apps. It's like the fact that you're getting away with that much value in that position, Falcons should be aware of it, but they're just giving you the kills. That's just a crazy game. Slend overtakes him in kills by the end of the map. It doesn't seem to matter, right? Like, they're both 110 ADR plus, but both those guys just had a crazy game. I don't know how Falcons save this.
I don't think they do.
I don't think they do. It's got to be on Mirage. That's up next. Good luck.
Falcons are flying on into Bucharest to see if they can have some more success at PGL events. Obviously, last time around it was pretty good for you guys, but I need to cast your mind back to the last couple of events you guys have had. It didn't kind of trigger onwards from where you were at Cluj to the follow-up events. I want to just first get a feeling of how it feels for you guys in the team right now. If we look at EPL, if we look at Blast Open Lisbon, like, was this kind of feel like you're going backwards a bit, or was there still some positives you're taking away from it?
Well, obviously the last two events, Blast and EPL, were not the best. Like, we had higher expectations, especially after the result in Cluj. So, yeah, I mean, there were still some positives. I guess there were more bad things than good things, and obviously we expected more. But yeah, it's been rough recently. I think mostly because we are going from event to event mostly, and the practice is limited. So we're trying to do our best with the practice we get.
Can you feel like you've had time to develop what you wanted to do and make some changes that you wanted?
Yeah, obviously. I think we had a lot of time to change some things on almost all the maps, and I think we're coming confident into this event, because last time we had a lot of time to practice was actually PGL Cluj, and we played really good there. So yeah, hopefully we can repeat the way we played from last time here, and maybe make one more step and win it this time.
Looking at the team list we have here and what's expected of Falcons, do you feel like you're coming in as one of the potential favourites, or are you still outside of the favourites for the whole event? How do you see it?
Well, if you look at our last two events, we are obviously not the favorites, I think. But if you look at the general picture and let's say the whole year, I think we're one of the top teams here. So I think we try not to think too much about this and just try to focus on the next game, because we don't want to put additional pressure on us by thinking in advance if we should win this event or if we should get to the playoffs. So yeah, we are just going to take it game by game and see how it goes.
Obviously, there were some things that came out in media in terms of rumours of what changes could come. Is there anything that maybe disrupts the team, though, in terms of this event because of that, or are you not worried about it? Is this something you've discussed to focus in for Bucharest?
No, I don't think anyone is worried inside the team. Yeah, there's not much to say about it. As I said, there's a lot of comments from the community about everything, so we just try to focus on ourselves and do our job.
Overall, what do you think is maybe the biggest struggle or the biggest challenge you guys have as a team right now? Because I think like there's some games where we see the A game from you, and then there's other games where it's like, for example, the Huns game that you played, it got maybe scarily too close in a game like that where I wouldn't expect it to be. Is that a worrying sign for you guys? Like, can you kind of characterize it for me?
Yeah, I think it happened actually a few times during the last months where we play good, we have a decent start of the game, maybe we are really close to finishing the game, and then suddenly we lose maybe one round that we shouldn't lose, and it somehow affects the other rounds, next rounds. So yeah, it's something that we've been struggling with, and but we are aware of this problem, and we have been talking and working on it. So yeah, sometimes we just, maybe without noticing it, we change our play style when we are about to finish the game, so we don't do the things we usually do. So yeah, but I think recently it has been getting better, especially also in practice. So yeah, I think it will be good.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it all. Best of luck going throughout the whole tournament, man. And we'll see you on the server real soon.
Thank you.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Oh, the flight of the Falcons isn't going well, Hugo. But the Legion of Gamers in full strength, bro. They're looking great. PR and Slend, most notably, having a phenomenal tournament. Is Slend PR keeping up appearances?
I love how you're saying tournament. It's map 3.
Map 3 of the tournament.
Map 1 and 2 didn't go so hot. Map 3
he
of the
still
tournament.
played well.
Sure, presumably.
He had to out-AWP Moneshi.
Moneshi, he did.
And now he is to out-AWP Degster.
It's kind of easier in a way. There's a whole link in there. Falcons trying to get reactivated, amped back up for this game. Magisk and Tesses.
Well, if you remember what I said if Magisk starts well, he's on to a winner.
Well, he went 0-4, then he got a nice 2K in pit, then I don't think he got a kill for the rest of the half.
Yeah, so it's not going swimmingly.
It's those first 4 deaths, I guess. Mirage, Falcons pick in this series. GamerLegion, their second most played map.
Yeah, I don't, the map has a give. I think this is a 2-0 for GamerLegion.
Yeah.
Because of the map and because of the form from Falcons and GamerLegion. GamerLegion playing really well. Falcons playing pretty bad. There's kind of the boiled down essence of everything I would have said.
That's some high level
I could have said it way more flowery and been like, I don't think their communication, maybe they're lacking in the trades right now. The ideas just aren't flowing, Hugo. They're not in that flow state. But no,
You're saying it how it is.
They're just looking a little rough around the edges right now. Falcons pretty damn rough around the edges. And GamerLegion are kind of leveling up as the games have gone on.
It felt like Falcons were on the up and up. That's why I think it's more surprising. It's
no,
like
it is.
They started
That fall
this
off
year
needs
pretty
to be
well.
studied.
Well, yeah, it's a bit short now to know for sure, but I think if there were a game to talk about it, it would be this game. The inevitable, what's coming, the rumors.
What's coming?
Moneshi. Shine him.
Yeah, allegedly.
And the rumors, again, I'm only speaking from very limited information. The rumors are it's after this event. That's what the men are saying. We'll find out if that's true. But so this could be the last outing with Dexter. It's showing, I'll say that. He's had 3 poor maps. And he might have a 4th here, which would put Falcons down 0-2.
If you go on a low, the only way's up.
It's true. Unless you hit the floor.
No, then you're at the lowest of the lows.
Exactly. Got to pick yourself back up, Falcons. Map 2. GamerLegion's pick. And T-side looking for the A execute here. Magisk jiggling on the ramp with Julies. If he went, he would have killed the guy throwing nades, but there was cover available. It just goes back to Palace instead, trying a different route. They drop in. He takes 1. He can't take 2.
Yeah, deep control taken over towards spawn. Dexter trying to pick this up, but Rez and Torsen both hit their mark. They spot both remaining players now as well, so no need to keep fighting for CT. You've got time to set up in the site itself. And they're ready to triple swing this. Contact taken by PR. No help needed. PR is the one-man army after all.
Dude, just the realization, they're playing such team CS as well. They go for the control, they hold, they let Falcons initiate, they win the fight, they re-flash CT on the second timing, get the info, and they don't overcommit. They all pull back. Like the call comes in, everyone pulls back at the same time. There's no wavering away from the call, and they set up together. 1 guy backside, 2 guys triple. It's just trades, easy game. Like the individuals are what draws you in with this GamerLegion team, but the protocols and the synergy and the calling, it's really, really good.
I mean, when the squad was kind of first assembled, the names didn't draw you in at all, right? Like, and if anything, it was how they played that made them compelling. And then as time's gone on, and you've got more to grips with this squad, now you put some stock in the names in the roster as well. The other thing as well, I think this is a far better map for Torsen. I fully understand why you didn't see much of him on Inferno. Hang on, Nico.
It's gone back to that view model. Every event, different view model. He had it, he removed it, he has it again.
Who, Nico?
Nico.
Yeah. You know, I mean, a lot of people are tinkering with their view models right now. I've seen Carrigan changed his.
Yeah.
Can Magisk win this? Hang on. 1v2, it's not impossible. They're both low, but it's PR and Torsen. You were never going to win. Not versus PR anyway. But yeah, I think this is a better map for Torsen. I think Inferno, it's understandable why you didn't see much from him. Him and Nico actually play Banana very, very similarly. And with B being the one site that was able to withstand any of the hits, GamerLegion were very A-focused. And so as a result, the game was a lot more about PR because he's the one responsible for that side of the map. But don't forget what Torsen brings to the table. Ooh.
Like that.
I like that too.
A execute on the anti-eco. It is stacked by Falcons. Maybe some hope, but not a lot of upgrades here. Just pistols. And PR getting to farm.
I mean, this has gone way closer than you expected.
Yeah. The reset's nice for Nico, but with that smoke down, he can't stop him. Fading now, Nico with a chance on the Deagle. It's a default plant, but you're not calling double ramp, and Torsen's reset.
It does mean Slend is feeling a bit of pressure to try and play first, but he's missed that window. Still, there's no time on this for Nico to win it. So instead, just going to go looking for an upgrade that won't be found.
Oh, that's rough. Cleared every position so carefully, and none of them occupy GamerLegion. And by the time the penny drops, you know you can't win.
Yes, so the thing that's interesting as well about this Mirage pick from Falcons is that, like, this was the map GamerLegion yesterday tried to bring out to beat G2. As you said coming in, this is their, like, what, second most played map?
Yeah.
One that GamerLegion do have a lot of ideas on, one that they do frequent. So the fact that, you know, you got kind of bodied on the GamerLegion pick to open, and now you go to another map that's good for them, it doesn't give me a tremendous amount of faith in the Falcons here.
And worth noting, the GamerLegion picked T-side in this map as well. They wanted to be on the offense, make their moves, make their calls. I actually like that a lot, especially for a strategical team. Oh, Tessa's beating out.
That's a real rarity, right? Another one of these solo players out of PR. This time he was backed up, though. Slend there for a trade at least, or an attempt at thinning the herd. Gets her to Kicksan, and they know that Nico's low, so this round is still on for GamerLegion. Been sitting at 1 HP for a while.
I like the gamble for Nico, that hoping no one will clear his position, but it looks like they want to boost up. They're very wary about the window. On low health, Nico
the thing
knows
that's
he can't
mad
play
is
typical.
like if they decided to go up con, they might be tempted to molly window, and if they do, Nico dies. Instead, though, they're just going contact.
Yeah, it's the gamble you have to make on 1 health as you go into a position that they 50-50 clear the wrong angle. Clear in middle is good. Magis dropping one more, seeing the bomb and connector as well. Nico still in a prime position. Gives it away though. Dropping middle, there's 3 CTs here, should just be fine. Slime doesn't want to recommit to that. Grenade could be a problem. Tries to cross with it and it gets a kill.
I can't believe that got Nico.
Yeah, it's unlucky.
And now a 2v2. As GamerLegion might have started this one off on the back foot, they've grinded their way back in. Tesses and Magisk are both tagged up as well. 3v5 for GamerLegion. And they're still in a position to win this thing. Slend with one more. And it's going to come down to this 1v1. Tesses goes looking, is aware of the ramp fight, but misses that opportunity. And so 3v5 for GamerLegion looking to come through. Kit picked up for Tesses, but needs the kill, needs it instantly, and he's just getting toyed with. ZTR handles that with perfection. Never gives him that required fight to win the round. Yes. And that is so frustrating if you're Falcons. You find PR in the apartments. You pick up a kill early on over towards middle. You feel like you've done enough.
3v5 like that really hurts. They had all eyes on mid. They had 3 players fighting connector. How does Slend... How is he allowed to get through Con like that and jump across jungle?
That round hurts even more because it's not like a scrappy 3v5 either, right? Like it's a slow burning one, and
Falcons are like in position to trade. They're just unable to get the kills. Oh, PR. Did he go out Palace? Or was that before the smoke bloomed? I guess. Magic smokes, he peeks, and then it pops. So another entry for GamerLegion, if it wasn't easy already.
PR's got to be one of those guys where, like, he'll offer to throw util, and ZTR will just say, no, bro, you just go gun out. Like, it's fine, you know?
They don't let him learn nades. I don't want him.
And he does, like, very earnestly try and dump his util belt as fast as he can, it feels like.
It does feel like that. Setting him up for Cat. Double con. They push, or are they just waiting in the fade? Contact made. Out they go. Tessus gets his. CTR is a bit trapped here, but they're out B, so it's no worry right now for GamerLegion. They've essentially already won the round. Oh. The bloodlust in this game is crazy for GamerLegion. They are letting them know. 5-0.
I think it's sick. They make sure every round is super punishing and that you feel like you're losing hard, right?
Oh, yeah.
and they are really making Falcons feel that way right now. You're not getting this save. You're not getting, like, consolation kills at the ends of rounds. No, you're getting steamrolled. Falcons with a timeout. But I don't know what advice you could give here. When one of the biggest problems is there's this guy on the other team who doesn't throw util and just dry swings you and kills you. I don't know what the protocol is to deal with that.
You're really hamming up the dry aspect of it, and the more I watch, the more I agree with you. Like, he's almost never being set up.
No, he doesn't. And, you know, even in the rounds where he does have teammates nearby, it's not like he asks for anything. He just kind of fights. All right. Mid-control taken.
Oh, insta-boost, bro. You're in their head already. Look at this. Falcons double con. No one window. Oh, it's cooked. Oh, Rez has 2 kills.
This is where if you spend too much time marveling at the individuals on GamerLegion, you forget that this is a tactically sound team as well. That is a great adjustment on the back of the tac timeout from Falcons.
Last thing you're ready for.
Wait, Kicksan.
That's bomb.
That's the bomb dropped over in apartments. Has the captain of Falcons just carved a path for them to try and find their first round? Dexter's orb still here and waiting, but the bomb makes it out of there. And a slow-burning 2v2 starts now with Rez already out in the window. Still here from earlier on. Torsen might look to link back up with him. Instead, Rez being very, very loud about his presence. Oh, well, bye, Magisk!
And now they're going B anyway.
And he's going to get the info. Yeah. Dexter's here, but the B play not needed. Rez too hot.
Dude, that's unbelievable. We've been talking about PR and Slen, the young guns, all day long. Who knew it was the ex-ninja to come through with a big 4-piece? Boost window, they're both holding con. He just clotheslines them. And even though Kickson makes it interesting, it matters not. Flushed out of B. Rez, clinical precision on every kill. Could not ask for more.
Something I think that's cool about Rez in this team, and this being the squad that he goes to after his departure from NIP, the longest standing NIP member, it's like, you know, this is a bit of a rebuild from the ground up if you're someone like Rez. You know, you've been in One of Counter-Strike's biggest orgs, sure, they fell off hard, and no one's defending Nip. But, you know, he was there for a very long time. And it's not like he went and joined some super established squad where he kind of goes and plays like more supportive roles of like an experienced player. No, he comes into a very young and hungry team, one where he still gets to share his experience. They make keen use of that. And he brings a bit of composure to the table, but Rez still gets a lot of room to flex those muscles and play like a star.
Yeah, and I also think the environment of being around a young, hungry team that want to improve and want to get better and want to make majors, I think that's probably going to re-inspire Rez in a way to want to play better himself, and he's certainly shown that. Torsen one-tap Tesses, by the way, in case you're wondering. Fired one bullet. Okay, bomb first. Spacing not great, but Rez gets the trade, and then they activate. GamerLegion slaughter Falcons.
I think, you know, in a few of these moments, you see some sloppiness from GamerLegion, but I think that's from confidence, not, you know, gaps in their protocol or errors.
Are you ready for this angle, do you think?
Nico is.
No. Oh, he's not, but he flicks in time. Bit of a whiff for Rez. Bomb is B, by the way, and Slend is AWP connector. GamerLegion feel like they can do no wrong. And Nico now has to wait for Slend. He knows where he's going. He's going to check this in a second. Oh, but he missed the timing. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Like, Nico knew what was going on there, but he had to get that kill. He can't go for the retake until he's gotten rid of the guy lurking. Dude, 7 rounds in a row. Those Falcons fans, wherever they are, avert your eyes. It's a nice dig. I don't know, it's just, I don't know what to make of it. It's not the Falcons we've been seeing.
Well, on the upside, Monacy knows how to beat this team.
True, he did yesterday.
And that's why they're bringing him in.
Just for GamerLegion.
The fact that Torsen was so ready for the smoke break. That shot was close.
Bombs in.
5v5. 5v5 retake.
Yeah, arguably Falcons' best position in a minute, but that smoke's a big problem. They've got to flash through.
Yeah, there's re-smokes available as well. ZTR waiting with one of them, but Torsen and Rez will get run through. ZTR hangs around up close, but a nade on the smoke blows this open. ZTR and PR combine. They lock out this CT push. 2-on-3 now for the Falcons, and they seriously giving this up. 5v5 retake falls on deaf ears as Falcons head for the hills. They'll migrate out of this round. GamerLegion 8-0, still flawless.
I like the util combo for Falcons, right? The nade and the flash timed well to break both smokes, but I think Nico on the second time missed his jump on Ticket. I don't know if he was jump spotting. Looked like he just missed the jump up there, and that's a big problem. It lets that close CT player just get 2 more kills and stop that retake entirely. Falcons brawl in a 5v5, but GamerLegion, they're throwing hands right now. Knockout blows, certainly on that first map, and looking to do it all over again.
Looking like they just want to slow walk out Palace. PR likes this. And Bomb's still over in the apartment, so GamerLegion with room to reconsider based on where they find their successes. And yeah, they are just going to leave. I'm guessing they do want to link up. Like, when you have 2 players over in Palace, your mind's made up a bit that this was going to be the A play. Falcons actually have mid. They took it with 3 players here. They're playing the top and bottom setup with Nico actually getting aggressive now in the mid round and taking away. That smoke doesn't do anything to kind of pull the wall over Falcons' eyes and make them think it's mid. Nico's already pieced this together. But now there needs to be the reactions to this info. You need more bodies over towards the A site because Magisk was left alone there for an uncomfortable length of time, even while Nico had confirmed that mid wasn't the objective for GamerLegion. It's Nico's flank or it's nothing, because his teammates have been melted in mid in the connector, and so now this becomes a mission for Nico and Nico alone. All the way through Palace on this backstab. But he won't find a single kill, won't find anything. He's even been spotted now. Rez. All right, these are nice for Nico, but he can't win this. There's no win in this round. He just got to run away.
His team just all get eviscerated again. Magis stuck behind triple. Torsen jumps out Palace and kills him. 2 players smoked out in con, and then they... Oh, he died to bomb. Oh, it just gets worse, Harry.
Oh, it's like...
It just gets worse.
Everything that could go wrong is going wrong.
Yeah, they need the smoke, but then the T-flash comes through, and so Kixon can't see. Dex is up close. He gets jumped on over stairs. And at this point in the game, GamerLegion played with so much confidence that they're just running at you, man. Like, don't get me wrong, there's strategy behind it, there's good util, they're trading, the comms are going well, but they are just pushing. They are just going for it. And so Falcons can't stop the roll of GamerLegion. Well, confidence fueling this T side.
Something else I kind of hated about that round, though, was Falcons. I like how they started. Their setup in the start of the round was good. It was 1-1 between A and B, and then 3 guys in mid in a triple mid setup, planning for action there. But then, like, you're at the 40-second mark, smoke's gone in window, and Nico is top mid at the boxes, going further forward. He's no longer open to lower tunnels, but they keep the double mid setup. And we didn't see actually like what angles they were watching, but it looked like they were holding on to lower. And I'm thinking, like, with Nico in top middle, lower can be a one-man job. Really, I don't even think anyone should still be watching it at that point in the round. I wanted to see more adjustment from Falcons, like someone actually reacting to Nico saying, guys, it's not mid. Well, then why are you still 3 mid?
It's a good point. Magic's got hung out to dry there.
Yeah, he died, and then that's it. The round was over.
I thought it was because the con smoke came in, but they didn't need to respect it. Like, they could have came out left, right, and fought together, but I guess there's also an angle where it's like you're waiting for the flank. So they were just stuck on the other side.
Well, yeah, then at that point, it felt like they were stuck between 2 equally awkward options of committing or giving time to Nico, and they kind of did both, but as a result, it didn't work.
See you, Nico.
Torsen aggro, but bailed out by Magisk. Falcons looking to break through and round. Oh, PR.
Oh, don't win this.
Oh, you horrible, horrible man.
You can't 2v4 for 10-0. You're not allowed.
No,
it's actually not allowed. Good move for Nico, top mid push. Very good move. Has great timing. They recommit to A. Falcons stay to A. They know Nico's hit the timing that the bomb can't leave. So this is okay. It was a 2v4. But it's now looking pretty good.
Yeah, but it's a 2v2 for the site control.
Yeah, but they don't need to fight necessarily. They just need to be on the same page. Tessus has info on the cross. Boost is really good, though.
You just don't want the limbs to get cut off one by one, right? You need to, when you get that info, either fight together or tuck in. And yeah, they spot them trying to go aggressive. Now everyone tucks to lend Nico time. Falcons are playing this one well. ZTR takes a lot of damage as a consequence of getting the bomb planted. Nico got lent just enough time for the backstab. This is a Falcons round. It's only ZTR left up against them. And they have a vague idea of where he can be. As they clear out everything else, he has to be in this smoke. Tess says, we'll cleanly deal with him.
Yeah.
And Falcons are on the board. In that round, they play around the Nico flank far better. That was really well handled in the 3v2. For how horrific some of these other rounds have been, I'll give them their flowers there. They did good.
Yeah, it's one round.
One round, though. Important to mention, as much as I'm celebrating them, it is just one round. And an immediate timeout for GamerLegion.
I love it. They want it as clean as possible. They don't want to let the Falcons back in. They want to make sure.
I could just imagine Ash right now. He's probably saying like,
guys, I don't even need this time.
Yeah, I don't need this time. Yeah, this is just to tilt them. We're going to do the exact same thing, guys.
That is actually.
That is like the quintessential Ash timeout.
Very aware of the mental warfare is Ash. What a beautiful game this has been across 2 maps for GamerLegion. Yeah, he's got a big grin on his face when he's calling the timeout.
I also love that he tells his team he's playing the mind games. That's something else I think that's sick about Ash. He doesn't just do it and keep that to himself.
Gotta keep the energy
He'll
up.
say like, guys, I'm only doing this to get in their heads. And then just go quiet.
Dude, PR did it again, by the way.
Classic.
He just pushed the palace smoke. The palace smoke is bad, for the record. He pushed the palace smoke, killed Nico on stairs.
Oh, you tell Andy's hate watching PR.
Yeah.
Like, he goes to get...
But you've got to throw nades. But you've got to clear positions with utility. Think about the game from a tactical level. If the enemies are blind, then it's that much easier to kill them.
PR, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
I've spent 400 hours learning every pop flash, every smoke.
Doesn't matter, bro. Look at PR. This guy doesn't even know a single nade. And he doesn't need to.
Oh, Gibson's trapped. Oh, good on
Gets out with one.
Yeah.
Does well.
Maybe. Are they back?
Maybe.
Oh, no, PR's alive.
PR is alive.
Oh, no, Tess is mollied. Oh, no.
I still think Slen should fall here, but PR's going to have one for free.
Just wait for your mate. PR coming out.
Oh, God. Dexter is fucking terrified. Yeah, there it is. PR dead. Good stuff, Dexter. Nailed it. Never even worried. Oh, wait. Very extremely worried. Oh, God.
The last place you're ready for. The last place is the flank.
Yeah.
Check everything else first.
What if Slend is the mastermind, though, because he's not open to the Apps flank. He's holding on to short right now, and eventually the penny starts to drop. Magisk right into the crosshair. Slend with the 1v2. And GamerLegion continue running away with this series. Individual moment of brilliance, one after the other for GamerLegion. And now it's Slen's turn, back in the limelight, reminding us all just how good this tournament has been for him.
Oh, dude. And yeah, we saw that palace smoke. It's terrible. PR just going through. And one shot is not enough for Dexter. No-scoped and clutched upon Shaw. He gets an opener, but it is looking again like, at best, a 10-2 half. Unbelievable form for GamerLegion. This is why I was confused yesterday. Sure, it was G2. They're definitely playing better right now, but it didn't feel like the GamerLegion we know and love. They are warmed up today. They are feeling it for once. They are running. PR, man. Final attempt. Flash round. Ollie is good. And it's going to hold Falcons back till the dying seconds of this half. This is worse than Inferno. This is 11-1.
What more can you say about it than that? This is such a... I don't know. I don't think it's worth talking about Falcons in this. This is all about GamerLegion. They're looking so good. And it's great to see, because that was sort of my issue with the G2 game yesterday. And I said it when we finished that series. I said, like, it actually felt like GamerLegion played the better Counter-Strike. They just lost the game, you know? Like, I feel like they were making good decisions, good reads.
But the individuals
they weren't making a lot of mistakes either. Like, tactically, it was sound. But yeah, in those individual moments, it was G2 with the weight, right? Monacy, Heavy God with clutches. Snacks actually, yeah, surprisingly having like insane amounts of impact. And so, you know, there's an element there that could just be attributed to some days you're not feeling it. And so I think you could have left yesterday with a bit of knowledge that, okay, if we didn't get off to some crazy slow starts, right? They went 0-6 down map 1, 1-5 down map 2. And then both of them, they still made close in the long run. You know, the game almost got decided by economy. You lose a couple of swing rounds, a couple of swing moments, and suddenly it feels like it's a bit out of your hands, you know? Like, if you remember, at the end of that series, they were playing every round with, like, MP9 armor. Even when they're winning, it was one guy alive. It was kind of brutal. But here, this is GamerLegion when the individuals are feeling it. The tactics are still sound, but now each player is kind of living up to their end of the bargain as well. It's not just relying on ZTR's brain to try and get these rounds over the line. And look at how scary they are when this is how they're playing.
Very interesting team to be watching right now, where everyone has their moments. Torsen is certainly no stranger to them. Double up on the dualies on ramp. Rez follows
You'd
up.
have a flawless pistol. Go on. That's like the ultimate feel-good. Kicks down, ruins it. Was it worth it? Ruining the flawless pistol?
He's boxed in.
Oh, and there's still, dude, I would hate this. And he knows they're gonna fight him from behind, and there it is.
No one peeking. So everyone is.
I love it. They're so grimy, but like in the best way.
Nothing short of impressive here for GamerLegion. Not just that they've dispatched the Falcons, but just the way they've dispatched the Falcons. An incredibly one-sided series. They have turned Falcons Mountain into a molehill. 13-2, now looking for 13-1. Here we go.
Oh, and it's looking to come crushing down around the Falcons. Slen backs up. Slen recommits. Slen wants to fight them all. And here's that last man, ZTR, as the captain to walk it over the line. GamerLegion with a dominant win over the Falcons. It's not even close.
3 rounds in a series. Falcons now sit but a BO3 away from elimination in Bucharest. Look at Magisk. I mean, that is a crushing defeat, the likes of which you don't see every day across 2 maps in a series. GamerLegion absolutely break Falcons apart, limb by limb. I don't even know how to feel about that game.
I mean, you know, what more can you feel other than this was absolute power hour for GamerLegion. For Falcons, it continues their disappointing run here in Bucharest, right? A loss to Complexity to open up. That was a head scratcher. You didn't really understand how or why it happened. Then you watch this one today and you go, oh, that's why. Yeah, Falcons looking very, very flat. The individual's not really there outside of Nico, right? Like, and even then in the Complexity game yesterday, no one was there, not even Nico. Here, at least he can say on Inferno, he did something. On Mirage, he tried his hardest, but it wasn't meant to be. GamerLegion had them outclassed in every way. The cooling was better, the individuals were better.
Yeah,
there literally wasn't a metric in which Falcons could have looked to have been the better team here, other than like dollar value of each player, right?
Okay.
And that's like the one they lead in,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, for how long you question, right?
Oh no,
Eyes
they're
on-
about to seriously win that.
Eyes on people like PR. I mean, this guy is an unbelievable player. And when Slend is on, my God, is he hard to get past. Just no life in Falcons, it felt like. Just no moves made together. Trading is off. Obviously, individuals are weak. Look at that kill differential. 12 and 13 on all 5 players. Like, everyone performed on GamerLegion, and kind of no one did on Falcons. So it's really hard to break that down as to why they lost so hard, but a very uninspiring 2 games from the Falcons.
No, 100%. I mean, now they're but a BO3 away from their journey in Bucharest end, and they got 4 rounds in this BO3, which is not many.
3 rounds, actually.
Oh.
You got 3 rounds in the BO3.
Oh.
13-2'd on Inferno, so yeah.
Oh.
It's even worse.
Oh, it's actually
than the papers
worse
say.
than the papers say. So there you go. Losses to Complexity, now to GamerLegion, incredibly dominantly. And don't worry, if you thought that was the wildest game of the day, good news. Liquid Virtus.pro is coming up next, Hugo.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that one. I don't know about you. I got my banana out. I'm so excited.
Have you come around to them?
I've started to enjoy
They're
bananas
pretty good,
more.
man. They're pretty good.
I understand it now.
Yeah.
I like that it's a self-contained fruit.
Yeah.
You know? Like, well, I mean, you can't
wrap it back up.
Actually, here's one I made earlier. So look, in the beginning, Hugo, it's all sealed. Nothing's going to damage
that's
this.
crazy.
It comes in its own little wrap.
Is the Astralis era making more sense now that you've started to like bananas?
No.
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 Because that's what fueled it.
Yeah, they like a banana too. Everyone does,
Yeah.
right? I've peeled it way too low, haven't I?
No, now you got to start eating it, Harry.
Yeah.
How about you eat
Okay.
it to the camera?
Yeah,
and
I'll
get
eat
us
it
out of
on
here.
camera, guys. I'm going to count down, okay? And on one, I'm putting this banana in my mouth. But before that, we're going to break, producer.
No. Just
3,
eat it.
2, 1,
eat it.
go.
GamerLegion are here at PGL Bucharest 2025. I got Ash, the coach of the team, with me to talk about just how things are going for you so far. We last saw you compete when it came to EPL, but you've had a good amount of time off since then. So what's been going on?
We've been practicing. That's all we've been doing. It's you say time off, we never have time off really. So it's nicer to be at home, play practice at your own pace. But that's all we've been doing, practicing, working on that pool.
And I guess working on the strat book and stuff as well.
Yeah, of course. It's just updating everything like it. Obviously, when you do prep everything, you can see what you've been doing too much of, what people are going to exploit, and then we're kind of going to practice and practicing things that people might practice for against us.
Okay.
It's a lot of mind games and stuff, making sure we've got variation in our games.
Now, what's interesting, right, is that it feels like your team is one team that people are getting very hyped about in terms of how you build the team, some of the players that are coming up in there. Obviously, we spoke about Rez before, and
upcoming player Rez.
We've spoken about Rez before coming in, bringing that experience, right? So, like, looking at how you've built these pieces together, is it actually surprised you in how well it seems to have gone?
I wouldn't say it surprised me because I knew that we were getting a very good player in Rez, and obviously PR I've been looking at this guy for ages. He's been such a good player. I'm super impressed by him. So yeah, it hasn't shattered my expectations in that way. I think we've fit in well. I think we have a kind of a game style that's quite easy to understand and easy to slot into, but I'm very surprised the way that those two have slot in. That's for sure. I thought maybe take some time to get up to speed, and maybe the other guys would step it up until they get there, and then we'd have some performances and we'll be okay. So yeah, from that aspect for sure, but I think that I already knew the quality players, and I think it's nice to play in this team.
What's the priority for you and like the main focus into the next bits? Can you break down how you categorize that?
Yeah, I think for now it's kind of what do we need to win games, like win condition wise. Obviously we need some high quality rounds that can guarantee us some rounds. We need some sort of set idea to play where we don't need to leave the spawn with like just a tactic name. It's just if we don't say anything, we can leave spawn. We can still play a normal round and be okay. Set ways to end the round, good ideas for pistols, good ideas for just basically something that all the time we can do something and be comfortable with it without having the massive variation in our game. I think most of the time when you're being the best team, you need to have lots of top quality variation to keep it fresh, to be hard to be read and everything. We don't need that right now. We can just throw in set rounds, people turn their brains off and they just run and play the round, because we know that it's just doesn't make sense for us to highly drill a default, go to another one again and again and again, because at this rate it'll take a month to just do one map rather than try to do 6 or 7.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then we go away and like we had now the 2-3 weeks of practice. That's when we kind of go into that a bit more, make sure we still have some good set rounds, and eventually we'll phase these out a little bit more, we'll become more of a consistent team with our playstyle, I think. But for now it's just a way to be able to be competitive in a short period of time.
How important do you feel this event is for you guys as the building block or the next step?
I think it's every tier 1 event is super important, and everyone kind of knows it. We're the way Counter-Strike is right now, you can't take any event for granted. You know that the second you're falling back into tier 2, that's just infested with cheating right now. It feels really infuriating, even to just sit and watch it. To be honest, as a viewer, when I'm watching some games, it just doesn't feel right. And that kind of gives you an extra determination that we need to work really hard to stay at this level and we can't let it go. So every event right now is super important. If it's just leading to invites and future events, if it's building your VRS up, if it's proving yourself in the biggest event and showing that you deserve to be here and everything. There's so much hunger in this team. It's why we want to make changes in the first place, was to get the youngest guys in because there's no most hunger, but then try to find the best players available who want to be here. For example, Rez, when I talked with him, he's so passionate about the game and he just wants to work hard, and everyone's giving glowing recommendations saying that he's really working hard, and I'm very surprised. Like I talked to Isaac about it and he said, I can't believe how how this guy works, and as though he's the Babylon MVP and everything from so long ago. So we can't take an event like this for granted, and we're delighted to be here. And if other teams want to be less motivated because of the major of taunts going up, then fine for us. Let's go take advantage of that.
Good luck doing it, so man. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for all the insight.
Thank you very much.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
He's back and he's gone from red to blue. He's coming with Liquid now. We got Shuhei. It's great to see you back, mate, to start off with. And just, how are things? How are you feeling?
Thank you. It's good to be back. I was waiting for this moment. You know, been sitting at home, couldn't get away from the game. Now I'm finally at a tournament, so I'm really enjoying this time.
So you removed from MOUZ. A lot of the community didn't expect it, but obviously a lot of the community, and this is talent, players, praise your in-game leading. So I think there would be a lot of teams that would want to have you on the team. How did you end up on Liquid? How did this all come together?
I couldn't stop thinking about the game. And maybe I should have taken some time off, but I really want to get back as soon as possible because I knew this is something I love to do, and I want to continue doing it as fast as possible. Yeah, and I was looking for the best possible option. I feel like I made a right decision with Liquid.
And it's interesting here because you're going on trial for Liquid. So do you guys have some like expectations, or is there some requirements, or is it just learning and seeing how it goes?
I don't think there's any expectations. I think it's more about me joining here, helping the guys out as well as they're helping me out at the same time. Whatever will happen in the future, we don't know. Esports is a very fast and developing department, so I'm not looking too much into the future right now. I'm focused on the moment.
Did you have more time than that to play and prepare with the team to get ready?
We did have some time to practice. I wouldn't say a lot of it, but just like the announcement, it is a little bit last second right before the tournament. Yeah, we made the most out of our time that we could.
Can you tell me how many days?
I think you can count on two hands for sure.
What does that mean though for you and implementing your way of leading and taking over the leadership roles? Like, how is that going to work with such little time, comparing old Liquids to now what you want to do?
I try to make it as stress-free as possible for the guys. I know that I am the one coming in, and the four guys here have already played together, so they have somewhat of a playbook already ready for tournaments. But I came in and I wanted to also feel comfortable in my own ways and how I approach things. So I made sure that we balanced both things at a time. Coming into this tournament now, I think we reached a point where both me and the rest of the guys, we found a spot where we could feel somewhat comfortable what we have prepared for the tournament.
I have to ask around Twists. Does he just go back to star roles now and doing what he does best? How is it working, and how much of an input is he having, considering obviously he was the IGL before?
Twist has been really helpful with me coming in. He's been giving me a lot of good feedback, and I'm learning a lot from him even in such a short period of time. In terms of his roles and the position he's taking now, I would rather that he speaks on it more.
Okay.
I think he will give you a better answer on it. Rather than me, but I'm happy to see him in that position and him able to shine again, because he is a great player.
How much does this opportunity mean to you, be it a trial or whatever it is, right? About what you can do in this short time, what you can show here, and the players you have now to work with?
I'm not too worried about the short time. I know that if you start off on the good foot, you can get a long way from this. So I'm not worried how much time is left or how much time there is to go. I'm very motivated to start from here. Even though we had a few days of practice this tournament, I'm motivated to play here and more than happy to be here. So yeah.
What are the expectations? Have you guys spoke about that for this event? Because obviously this is the first run of it.
We're coming into this event and we're just gonna take what's given to us here. My role is to not put any stress on the players. They have amazing personalities and they're amazing people, and they know how to also adapt to situations like this. So. Yeah, we're just gonna kind of roll with it. We do have some things prepared, and we are feeling confident coming into it. Just gonna be a matter of using that to the best of our abilities.
Well, I'm looking forward to see it. I wish you the best of luck, man. It's good to have you back, and I'll see you on the server.
Thank you very much.
All right, it's more PGL Bucharest, Hugo.
Yes.
Now we've seen the weird game, right?
Okay.
We got it out of the way.
Yeah.
Falcons got 3 rounds. We all saw it.
So now what?
Now we head to a fun game.
Oh.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Team Liquid taking on Virtus.pro. Now, both these teams had an underwhelming day one. It's safe to say. Liquid losing to Legacy. Virtus.pro falling down at the hands of Rare Atom. Both upsets on the day. Now they face off against each other.
Do you want a hot take?
Go on.
I think the Liquid loss is more reasonable than the VP loss. I actually think Legacy have been pretty proven in a competitive region, have come through with a lot to do, and sure, Rare Atom are in a very similar position, but VP lost hard in that game. And sure, Liquid's nuke was pretty abysmal, but if it wasn't for that 1v3 clutch for them to lose Anubis, I actually think they were going to come back and make overtime in that game, because they were 12-6 down on Anubis and they pulled it pretty close, and then they lost at like 13-10 to a really ugly clutch. Don't get me wrong, this new Liquid has had teething issues in their first game. Doesn't help that Shui is playing Anubis, his second ever official on Anubis. Sure, it was Liquid's go-to in their previous roster, but yeah, it's kind of hard to know where this Liquid is. We obviously have to give them more time. That's a classic. But 10 days of prac with Shui, yesterday it didn't look like it.
No, yesterday was rough. Something else is, there's been a couple of like weird things with this Liquid squad. One, Nerds. Man, God, I had such high expectations for this guy coming into the team, and I feel like consistently he kind of falls beneath them. I'm not trying to say he's a problem. It's more just he used to be good enough to almost win maps single-handedly, and I don't feel like you get those types of performances on a super reoccurring basis. He's a bit of a superstar, and I don't know if we've seen him at his highest height in the Liquid squad yet.
Yes, but I think I got to jump on this. Sorry.
Wait. I'm still going. I'm listing out my issues, right?
Let's be real.
Naf has been rough as hell for a long time now.
That's the
and there's
problem right
absolutely no denying it. The floor of this team has dropped significantly with Naf's kind of fall off, and he is not finding his impact. He'll have a couple of good games here and there where you get the Naf lie that you know and love, but then you get this rougher one, and I know he's not feeling good about that either. Yeah, I don't know. And then Ultimate, someone else who is kind of just really streaky at the moment. Like, he can still dominate games, but it's far and away from the Ultimate we had when he first joined this Liquid, who was turning heads, you know? It looked like he was the solution to all their problems. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of issues with this Liquid team right now, and some of them need to get ironed out in this game if they're going to want to win it. Now, for VP, their game yesterday was kind of horrendous. Icy was really the only guy delivering. He was the only one who finished positive in the series. He was the only guy like winning them rounds and vaguely making a case for it to feel competitive. It was a really rough day for Flamus, if you remember. I remember leaving that series thinking, oh, because I was really hyped up about him as well after his stint in that GamerLegion squad.
I think on the flip side, VP were definitely, like, they looked silly in some rounds on T side, so they were caught off by, like, aggressive moves and pushes through smokes and not a grouped play. I think Liquid are going to play a lot more standard, you'd imagine, with this new roster, right? Less chaos, and so that should mean that VP should be more ready for some of the moves Liquid are going to make, which could make this hopefully a more competitive game. We have the map vetoes in pretty standard as far as they go. Second ban Anubis, that's VP getting rid of it, not Liquid, who would have been fine playing it as a third. And standard bans as well, as we have Mirage, Dust, and Ancient.
I think, you know, my biggest issue with this Liquid team is I actually think their ceiling is quite high. Like, at least from the names in the roster, it should be. But I don't know. The other problem is, like, the floor is really low. Like, the variance and the range on how Liquid plays feels massive.
100%.
Because there are games where, you know, they'll be able to play versus top squads. I'm thinking back to EPL. I want to say they played Vitality in a close game. Pretty close, yeah. 2-13-9s in that one. And then they also lost to the Mongols recently in Lisbon. That was another close series.
And they
right?
should have won that Vitality game on Anubis, by the way. They
Yeah.
lost to some really awkward Deagle ecos that like ruined. They like pulled it all the way back, and then they lost to an eco. They lost the game.
So I think this is like
that's a Liquid move.
This is kind of where Liquid are at. Is like they're at that point where they're really close to beating top teams, or at least they were. Now, obviously, they have the kind of change with Shui coming into the squad, and so likely that resets the progress a little bit before it instantly. It doesn't feel like we're going into some like instant honeymoon period for Team Liquid. But I hope that they are able to have that breakthrough moment where they finally take down a top squad to feel like they're moving in the right direction. I think that's what this Liquid squad desperately needs, is a bit of confidence and a sign that, you're not just nearly beating people, you are actually able to do it.
Well, it's a new roster, it's a new time, and it's a new chance for Liquid against a VP who are so hard to pin down. It's a VP we had decent expectations on this year because the only real teams they lost to was Spirit and Vitality. We thought maybe this was the way back in. Can VP show that today? An explosive B hit in this pistol for Team Liquid as they come through with the sight and the round VP are saving. Also noting that obviously with Mytha gone from this team as a coach as well, we see Jay behind Liquid, the analyst guy in the background doing a lot of work. I'm excited to see if that's going to bring, I saw some laughs, some goofs and gaffs before, some good vibes perhaps. I know Twist speaks very highly of him. Seems like a smart guy.
He's mysterious.
He's mysterious. I don't want to talk too much about him. He is mysterious. I think he likes being under the radar. So we'll leave it at that. But I think that's, an interesting change, just to note. For now, we'll see if that stays. That's a temporary thing. Either way, someone who's going to be helping
you
Liquid.
asking him about his jobs and
He wouldn't
responsibilities.
really
it was
tell me
like
a lot.
it was like an interrogation.
No, it
and he
wasn't
just wouldn't give.
It wasn't an interrogation. It was very clear, like, I was not going to find out. So I was like, okay, you keep your secrets. But he's helping with prep. Let's say that much.
When you started pulling his fingernails out, I thought that was taking it too far.
It wasn't, yeah. I tried, man. Wouldn't give me anything. Liquid Pistol comes in.
Just a big blank sheet of paper off to the side to jot down anything that you notice in this game. Liquid with the pistol, though. Here's the force buy back for Virtus.pro. They're putting some money in.
2 Famises, right? They saved the Kevlar, so just go for it. Fast up catwalk, standard pug, second round. Taking a nice pace with it, nice slow rather. They missed the smoke. I think it bloomed on the molly, so they didn't get the con smoke in properly, and VP are able to fight through it. They get a kill. Fame starting things off. Liquid still make it up cat. Gonna have to fight for this one though. VP rotating quickly, man at the back sight. No way he makes it in, bro. They're not letting you do that. Electronic now. Oh, he reveals his position with a grenade. It will do damage, but Liquid now know where he is.
Oh! Electronic drive-by on that 5-7. It's going to come down to Naf, but he's making it happen. 2 quick kills from Nafly. Leaves it just with 1 man to beat. Going to go further forward, clear out the market. Bomb still dropped, so Naf does have to go and get that. And Flitz actually closed the distance in the meantime as Naf backs up. Timing's going to be everything here, and he has missed Flit, making it all the way out through short. Misses him again the second time around. Naf is a bit unfortunate now, and Flit's allowed to get real close. Awkward in that 1v1.
Yeah, he set it up so well, but he's just walking around corners, not peeking into anything. So easy kill for Flit when it comes down to the clutch. Nice reposition after his first kill in market. He rotates round short. Oh no, both were from short, so. Oh, better energy here for VP today. Getting loud in round 2.
Yeah, I mean, they seemed pretty tilted yesterday, did VP, and so I'm hoping that you're going to see them try and keep a more positive energy throughout this. I like that we're getting some early celebrations, some hype from them.
They got 1v5 yesterday. Now that is not an everyday occurrence. Or even every week. That's nice. The stairs. They got a lot of space here. How did this happen? 3 kills in the blink of an eye. Liquid explode onto A. They creep up connector without an eye on for VP.
Back to the silence of Virtus.pro,
yeah,
I think.
Didn't last long.
No celebrating this one.
Save is big though. You need these guns.
Forced by Wars are well and truly on now. Something I think that's cool about Shui in this team is it's like a nice test to see how he copes with the very different vibe he finds himself in. When you think about this guy's kind of career trajectory, MongolZ NXT was obviously really where it got going for him. That was where that NXT squad, which then went on to become like the main MongolZ roster, kind of slowly drip-fed in over time. You know, they were the best. They were the best academy team. It wasn't even close. They won everything. They won every season. It was mad. Then, if you remember, the rest of his team go to MongolZ, but he doesn't actually get to make the move. Ends up in GamerLegion, actually does really well with them there, makes the major final, then links back up with MongolZ. It feels like this guy's always actually had, like, been on a rise, right? And the only time his career stalled out was when MongolZ were on a high, but they wanted to go higher, you know? They wanted to go further. They wanted to be lifting trophies consistently, not just making it to playoffs, not just making it to quarters, semis, whatever. They wanted to start winning. And that was when Shui got removed. This is, if you think about it like that, kind of the lowest point he's actually been at in this career trajectory so far. Finally getting moved to the wayside to make room for Brolin and MongolZ, and now comes into a Liquid where it's not like a GamerLegion where it was a young, hungry team. It's not like a MongolZ where it's a group of guys with great synergy who have been together, on the up and up together. You're joining a squad that's been beneath where they should be, right? A squad that is a bit down on themselves and feeling kind of rough.
Players who have hit the highest heights are now trying to re-peak, and that's really hard.
And so I think that is a very different challenge for Shui, and a different environment to come into. And so I want to see how he copes with that.
I'm a bit scared for this change because I think there's one or two ways it can go, right? It can absolutely elevate this team, and like Shui gets, you know, proven again to be a really solid in-game leader that we all think he is, and Liquid hit new heights, the firepower comes back, Twist starts playing better, removed from the burden of in-game leading. Or the other side, surely there's a midpoint, but there's another extreme where he doesn't actually lift the ceiling of this team, the individuals still don't get better, it looks a bit, it puts everything into question. It galvanizes MongolZ's change, who have still played well without Shui, with Brolin just hot-fixing in-game leader. Sure, they've had a firepower increase, let's not argue about that, but at the same time, if Liquid get worse now or stay the same, well, that's not the goal of this team. They didn't want to just keep being on the cusp, right? Because remember, like, I think you gave Liquid some flowers coming into this game. I think it's fair because it's still a team that made the major playoffs. You know, it's still a team that have taken down top teams, that have been really close to success. They almost made Cologne playoffs. Remember, they lost at 11-1 to FaZe. They've been right there on the cusp, but they just haven't quite achieve their goals of lifting trophies, of being in grand finals.
It's actually one of the things I like respect the Liquid org a lot for, is like they know the prestige that the Liquid name carries, and I don't think they're content with being a team that just, you know, oh, we might make a couple of playoffs.
We'll get some events.
That trophy cabinet's been open for a while, and like these guys once had, you know, they won the Grand Slam in like the fastest possible time. There was a time in the past where Liquid were the top NA team, and I think they still are.
True, actually.
But it doesn't carry anywhere near the same weight as it used to. And I think folks behind this squad know that when you're in Liquid, you have a lot to live up to. And I don't think they have been doing that. So that's why we're seeing, you know, a further restructuring of a squad that's already had ample changes.
When we compare like a Cloud9 and we look at the management there and like how the rosters have looked over the past years versus like this team, you can't deny they've made blockbuster moves. They've spent a lot of money. They pulled in top players, proven players, up-and-coming players, people like Ultimate, people like Nerds. So you have expectations. That's the point we're getting at. Liquid, can they stick the landing? This is an awkward round, but they've still got rifles and they've still got the sight. Bomb can make it in. Oh dear, now very close. There's a player in CT as well. He's going to clear this. He doesn't. Flick back is fine. And this round lands back on his feet here for Team Liquid. No one needs to overpeak, and that should force a save. So some damage for VP, but Liquid 4-1 up on the T side. This is not, even if Liquid 2-0 this game, my worries are not gone. By the way, I still want to, this is the event for them to prove themselves. Be great to start things off on a high with a honeymoon. Because, you know, VP, after yesterday,
yeah,
they're feeling like a Falcons to me right now.
Yeah, I think, like, I don't, the thing that's so curious with VP as well is they've been pretty, you know, you've kind of seen them come and go at events as the years started, right? We've had stints of nothing from VP where they've skipped events in the calendar, so you kind of, you'll see them, they crop up, they look quite good, then they disappear for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it may be. Something we were talking about yesterday is like, this is actually one of the quickest turnaround times that VP have had between tournaments. Having played at last and then coming to this one, whereas on the run up to that, they weren't at EPL. And so they had, you know, weeks to go through and make sure everyone was on the right page. But now they've had to hit 2 events back to back.
Yeah. Liquid should go through that, yeah, no, it's well with the top con smoke. That one is not threatening. Oh, if Lamis uncrouches, he's probably going to die. It's very close on that smoke. Ultimate spams him through the wood. They get a scent. VP trying to block, but Liquid look like they are destined to come through. That's Nerds alone. He needs a trade, and no one's nearby. Liquid bottom con, waiting it out. Palace player putting pressure on Flynn in front of the Molotov. Feels like he has to fight. He's getting tickled by that molly. Liquid have left middle, though. Going back for a B hit. Good control for Shui. Has allowed this rotation for Liquid, and they're not giving up any noise to Fame right now. But VP in the silence have realized what's going on. They gamble. Oh.
This could still get weird, especially with Icy picking up that 1 kill. A lot of damage done onto the remaining Liquid players.
Shui's lurking.
Worlds apart as they wait for the Shui lurk to come through, but he won't spot the player in market. Gonna go walking right past Icy. Finally gets that info and will deal with the point man. Turnaround from short, but it's held. And so even though Fame is out and peeking, looking for that kill to bring you back into the retake, nothing's being offered up by Team Liquid.
Nice and reserved, no one swinging, no one giving him a frag back in, and it might actually force a save if VP don't get a kill quick. They're desperately waiting for someone to overextend. Liquid aren't biting.
Oh, that's a tag as well. Fame brought down low. They have found Shui, so you can understand why they're being tempted in. They're being called forward to give this one a go, and with good reason. Only Twists left to beat, and that swing out.
No kit.
He will fall, but there isn't the kit for Virtus.pro. And so Liquid do enough. Very reserved in that 3v2, and it's exactly what was required.
I mean, that's a perfect play. I think if you're in a pug there, everyone's swinging, everyone's fighting, they're feeling claustrophobic, they're stuck in their very boxed-in positions, they're going to go for kills, but Liquid make their call, do not move. We can squeeze VP out of this round, and that's exactly what they do. Virtus.pro, no time, and not willing to run around those corners. Shui's lurk comes in massive, a kill on the rotation, and then getting Icy out of the market. Takes a weird routing, but it works out. And Liquid go 5-1 up. Very good start to this game, considering VP forced second round and they won it. Oh, Orb's trapped under. How much does Shui want to dedicate to this? He's just blocking. Oh, that molly falls back, though. He's going through this. No way. Icy runs back. Shui has great timing. I don't think Icy realizes how close this lurk is. Shui can win the round right now. He's right behind them all. Drops the orb. Follows up. Shui with a double. Don't know about that player on the stairs. That could be the point man here for VP. And a 3-on-4. They've still got men in the sight.
Oh, Flam is cleared.
What a check.
Important check for Twists. Flit, though, from over the stairs. Suddenly, it's all eyes on Shuey as he's the last man standing. Walk on the smoke. Shuey gets it down to the 1v1. Electronic low on health. No charge. Shuey clutches up a big 4K from the new look captain of Team Liquid. Back and forth, the roller coaster of a round that Shuey bails them out from.
That's a sick round for Liquid to win. I can't believe they get away with that. Electronic really trying to force that fight in CT. Like, desperately looking for the trade. He knows he got jiggled, he got spotted. He still stays on the angle, static. Shuey's very lucky to get the better of Flit in that fight, who felt like he was going through Con. But that's a frustrating round to lose when VP had everyone in the right place. 6-1 now. Liquid winning some chaotic moments here. That is not a nice spray for Nerds. He's walked a lot of smokes in this game already. Trying to be cheeky, to flash back in. Sets twist up, Flammer's put down. 2 more on the side. Molly on every position they can muster. Icy pushed out. Electronic is the surprise. They have no idea. Oh! And there's a flank. It could have tucked in, but Fame's still got that trade. And Ultimate, they've figured it out. Process of elimination, where he's coming from. And they don't even know about Flit.
Yeah, clutching up here going to be so much harder for Ultimate. This AWP needs time to chamber another round after he gets that first shot off, and so you're hoping that the player in Palace can just deal with this before it becomes a problem. 40 seconds.
He just took the bomb and walked away.
No.
They missed him on that clear.
Oh, no, there's the spot. There's
okay.
the spot. Fame, that's so important because you guys were about to miss everything. Fame's at least told them that bomb's out of there. Ultimate gives himself a chance in the 1v2. Plant secured. Now time to take an aggressive line. He wants to try and strike one from the tally and tee himself up for the clutch, but they've seen the barrel. They know he's here, and Fame will lock him out of it. Well handled from Fame there, putting a stop twice over to that 2v1, getting the info on the check and shutting Ultimate down. Not allowing him to play that 1v2.
I actually think VP are really good in those anti-clutch scenarios still, even without Jame, where they go from aggressive to passive in a moment, and they give nothing, but that felt almost too passive. It's so key that Fame checks and sees that the bomb is gone and then checks again. If he doesn't get that spot that Ultimate is leaving, I think Ultimate straight up wins that round from his post-plant position. It's so powerful. But Fame saw him pushing in, so he calls to Flit. Don't come through the door. I will clear him. Very important round win for VP. But they've got to build off of it. Already, Liquid have a decent T side. So it can't be another one and done moment for Virtus.pro. Nurse has had some trouble getting kick-started in this game. Another untraded fight. 2 smoke pushes that have gone nowhere. They do get that control, but it comes at a cost. Couple of kills for VP. Oh, peace.
Oh, all right.
No, he's got stuck on the wall. I think he's trying to run backwards there, but blinded.
Oh, sorry, Naf, bro. You're just going to have to climb up in this little tree here and go to sleep.
Yeah, he should save, but damage would be really nice.
All right, though, VP starting to grind away back into this one. I've just been thinking, like, because obviously, you know, when Shuey was on Mouse, we would sometimes speak to the guys. Like, we've had exertion on a few of the casts and whatnot.
Yeah.
Something that always stood out to me about, like, the teams that Shuey's been a part of in the past is they all had like an implicit understanding of the vision for how the game should be played. It felt like a lot of their stuff could be done without even talking, right? That's something else where, you know, we say like they've had a good bit of time to practice together. 10 days, it's not crazy, but it's not nothing either. It's not 24 hours. But, and I guess this links into what we were saying earlier, this idea that like these are experienced players who you're trying to take to the top again. In the case of guys like Twists and Naf. But they also all have a completely different vision to you for how the game should be played. I think even in that round there where you see like Shuey go for the smoke walk, but there's kind of no one else around to help him. They're lagging behind a bit, so he's fed to the opponents. Things are going to have to be a lot more communicated for this Liquid squad, so I think you're going to lack some of the usual fast on-the-fly moves that Shuey used to look really good in previous teams. Nerds, though, he loves this MP7.
Dude, it's so good.
He has just beamed them on short. Nerds is making it happen. Fresh mag in the MP7.
Go on.
Come on, guys, show us why you love the gun. Oh, he's changed off of it, and it's let him down.
I do think MP7 is actually a revolutionary weapon that's underutilized.
He did just like fully convince me by drive-buying the short player with the MP7.
Now, here's what I'll say. There's no reason to buy a CT side because the MP9 is good. It's so good. But over the Mac 10, it has that range factor. It has that burst factor. You can kill someone close range super easy. It's got that high fire rate. But then if you're at range, dude, you can burst an M4 and still win that fight. If they commit to a spray, you want to burst, you can absolutely kill an M4 with that gun. So you have run and gun, you have all the benefits of the Mac 10, you can jump with it, probably wouldn't recommend.
I just know it makes Scrawny feel so vindicated because he was a long time MP7 stan.
Was he before Nerds?
Oh, way before.
Was he
like
before
I'm talking like 4 years ago,
really?
like for the longest time he's loved it.
Well, think about how good the Krieg was before anyone bought it in pro play. Bro, there was like a decade of there were 7 years of CSGO before people bought the Krieg. Like, and it was never buffed in those 7 years. Not really. Barely changed. Dude, Nerds again. They're using him like Yakindar, like VP Yakindar right now. That's what it feels like. He's running out on one side of the map, and they're going the other side. He does get a kill at least this time. But that was the AK alone, and now no support. No one can pick up the AK. No one can help him. So, blocks.
Oh.
That's insane. Can he get bomb? It fell.
Oh, he's seen another. 3 bullets, though, Naf. Don't get me wrong, Keith. You're pretty darn good.
Reload, quick.
But you have time to reload.
Just
time
reload.
that is running out.
Yeah, he's not going to.
Dude, he's feeling it. He's telling the guys, like, I got 3 bullets. I'm going to make them all count. Now it's down to the 1v1.
No helmet.
You can't win this in one shot, and so deleted. Flip will find him.
I wish he got that reload off, but I guess he was scared there was another guy in the site. Dude, he had 1 bullet and there was no helmet. He could have won that.
The thing that's rough now, though, is that's 2 almost clutches for Naf, right? This would have been a drastically different game, one that Liquid would have basically already won in this first half if he'd picked them up.
He's looking good. He's looking a lot better than he's looked in the past few matches so far. But this is still a 6-1 lead, and VP are well and truly back in the game. Should be faking middle, but Flit's clearing this out completely. That flash is a problem. Flit dodges it, hiding in the smoke. Oh, he's going to go around him. Oh, it's so close. Now the molly, and he's cleared from lower. Great cover for Nerds. Shuey follows up. And I think, hey, you wanted a more aggressive rifler. Shuey is that guy. He is going to get in there, get involved. As Liquid stampede into a 1v4, 2 kills, not to be.
All right, thank goodness. You know, you forgot for a moment it was Liquid you were watching. Any round like that could lose in a moment.
True.
That was hardly English, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Any round could lose in a moment, Harry.
Oh. All right. Liquid, I think they're going to feel happy that they at least return to their winning ways in the final round of the half after giving VP a bit of a means back into that game. What was once a very dominant lead still ends far closer than Liquid would have liked. And they at least feel that advantage. VP heading into this second half. Still waiting for all the individual pieces to get firing, but there's been some nice moments in here. Especially to rescue what could have been a very dominant half against you. But I still don't think we have VP at their very best right now. I'm still getting a bit of a similar vibe to how I felt yesterday watching them. Individuals are certainly looking sharper. Electronic being the most notable addition to that list. Currently topping the charts with Virtus.pro. But here's like the other curse thing about VP. I swear in the games that IC plays well in, everyone else is horrific, like worst tournament, worst game, horrible day, horrible mood, tilted, angry, IC 1v9. But then, in the games where everyone else is good, IC's like in the sidecar, not actually playing. He was looking sick yesterday.
That is a good point.
If he'd brought that same kind of tenacity into this game, VP could be running away with this half right now. I want to see him get going. I want to see an AWP come out. I want IC to feel comfortable here. Because in that match yesterday, he was great. He was the only good thing for Virtus.pro.
Well, Pistol will go a long way here. We have this base set up with Ultimate playing Chad's favorite position on the bench. They're going to clear him though this time. Oh my god, that's a disaster. VP with a bomb plant. And Liquid thinking about those second round Famouses, I would be.
Yeah, especially when you're double smoked in market.
Just
like,
go, just leave.
They've only just gone down as well.
Bro, I'm telling you, the full eco pistol into the 5 FAMAS buy, or just saving. It's all about that triple FAMAS force. It's a weird setup because Shui's jumping, but they don't clear him because he hides car because he's blind, and so of course they're going to clear bench. So they just see Ultimate in that position. You want to play that when your teammate's baiting for you more so on short, or who, you know, either he's committed car and he's fighting. Obviously Shui couldn't, he was blind. Or everyone from VP is looking short to hunt you down. They got their back turned. They don't clear bench. Of course they clear bench when your teammate is stuck car. Feels like a weird setup.
Maybe this is a system designed so that Ultimate can't play trigger discipline in that corner.
They run at him.
This way he has to fight.
That's a good point. It's one of the angles. Only one FAMAS, sadly. But they've got an MP7, so actually, maybe better. MP7 CT side, Harry.
It's the fact that like the MP7 can do those like mid/long range fights that makes it compelling here. Because Nerds wants to be moving around, right? He wants to be kind of active. You don't want to be relegated to like taking
perfect gun for him.
The shortest angles. He wants options, and so the MP7 will give him that.
Another just B smash here, and it's Naf with the Deagle jumping. It's going to be hard to get more than one kill. And that's probably going to be spamming your Deagle. There's the info. Now they start running. We need that FAMAS for Twist to help out.
Oh, Twist's will. Helping hand length from short. Twist takes it one step further. Is getting run at now, so time limited. Electronic with a big triple kill opener. But will it all be for Nor? Icy versus Ultimate. The two AWPers both sitting bottom of the board for their respective squads. And they're the ones locked in this 1v1 now. Icy low, Ultimate, one shot from this scout would do it. But Icy's trying to complicate matters, leaving this B site, sneaking in through lower. He's been pretty quick on this move.
Yeah.
With so much silence over towards B. Ultimate will be considering this. I just don't know if he's going to react. You don't want to get caught in rotation, making a move if Icy is stalled and waited in the apartments. So he's just going to hold B till that bomb gets planted.
He should be realizing as well, Icy, that there's no kit in play. Like in a round like this, it's unlikely. Now, sure, Ultimate could have picked it up, but it's very unlikely he has one. Got to reload that FAMAS. Icy taking spawn control. Ultimate has a molly. It's not as helpful as you would think, though, in this position. You'd much rather a smoke. He's got to win that fight. He's got to get the kill. Molly clears one position. Everything else is open. He can have a read, but he's got to force that refight for Icy, who is tucked in deep in spawn. Ultimate, he is going for the hard clear right here, but Icy is ready. And I think even if Ultimate gets that kill, there's probably not time. It's a really nice clutch for Icy to leave that position. And Ultimate doesn't, as you say, want to be caught in rotation. Just commits. Nice.
You see why that 1v1 is so hard,
Yeah.
right? Like, I think Ultimate actually plays it as well as humanly possible. Uses the one Molotov he has in the best position he can, immediately makes the right call, even picks the right position to go and hunt. But as you highlighted, like, there just wasn't time. Even if he got that kill instantly, had all the right reads, did everything correctly, Icy had played it in such a way that the time decided the outcome of the round. Nothing to do on the fight.
In-game leader brain, still a factor. He turned round to look at his teammates, to maybe see what nades they had or what positions they were playing. I've seen Twist be caught by that before. It was actually in the last tournament. I remember a round on Ancient where he was heaven on B, and he looked back at ramp to see what nades his mates had, and he got peeked. That's in-game leader brain right there.
The only thing I was thinking is, like, yep, you guys still only have USPs? Okay.
You know, it could be anything. It could be what nades, position. It could be like, see if you've got a guy behind you.
Or anything. He was the only guy who put money into the round.
But yeah, he just turns around as they walk out mid, like.
Oh, did anyone buy that flash I asked for? No? Oh, dead now.
Sometimes it's quicker than asking.
Oh, yo, Fame about to get rich. Get rich quick. Rich and famous? Yeah, he's dead.
Just famous. All right, Nuts going to be playing that Mac 10 next, huh?
Terrorists win.
In some positions, I say keep it. Drop it now, please. Don't play the Mac 10. Not a 7-8 in your first full buy.
I mean, they've had a player jumping apps. Just give it to him. It's the
true.
worst job in
That's
the
true,
entire
actually,
map, and like you die more often than not. So just take the Mac 10. Screw it.
Economy long game.
Economy long game. That's what it's all about.
Good theory. Nope.
No!
I like it. You want to give all your players best chance.
They're gonna lose now.
No, they're not. Naf has a gun, and he's solo B. So
okay, it's actually entirely fair.
They mollied themselves in spawn. Was that Twist? I think it was Twist. He mollied himself off. That's why he's late. I'm not kidding. There was a molly in CT spawn.
Wait there, but I'm trying to figure out what that even means. He mollied himself off. What, like?
He misclicked.
He threw it in front of him.
He threw it on the
at
ground,
okay.
and he was trapped. He couldn't cross the
Wow.
window. I don't know why. Obviously,
now he's going to die turning to his teammates again. Does anyone have a Molotov?
Why does he sound like that?
I don't
He
know.
doesn't sound like
I
that.
can't do a Canadian voice.
No, it's hard, eh?
Oh, hey, bud.
VP. Mid control's been theirs all half. Break. Not a very good one. Nerds goes over and he shoots a hole in the smoke and a hole in Icy, who's... Hey, he's had that clutch at least, but otherwise been a rough game for him. VP have B apps, they have shorts. Well, that just calls for this B hit, but Ultimate's been spotted. A temptation for Electronic. VP's here. Electronic nails it. Now B is just right there. It's looking luscious.
It is reinforced, though, right? Naf started here alone. Now Twist has made his way over. It's a good read on where this play is looking to end up, and this is all enabled because Shui's taken space at ramp, but it might not matter. Even though the stack was well-founded, Naf dies instantly. Twist left in this one all alone. They're around him now, and Flammer's going to run him down with that Mac 10.
So hard. Like, you see him trying to track him there with the M4. You need to just burst that player, and it's... I say that like it's easy. It's not. Running Mac 10 overwhelms that B site. And, bro, it's gone under the radar. Electronic is having an incredible game. 20 and 13.
Yeah, it's real. I'll do it myself energy. Like,
and that's not been the case recently for Electronic. Like the one thing that I found so sad in this VP team for the past, even with Jame, by the way, like towards the end, it's like Flit, kind of irrelevant for a long time.
I think it's fun that like Electronic and Twists are both in the server because I think there's a lot of parallels there. Like both very, very good players, very strong rifle presences who went to captaincy. Both of whom have actually then stepped away from it. The only difference is Electronic then returned to being a captain all over again. Twist is on his first time bailing out with Shui in the server.
So he's coming back, is what you're saying.
He might be.
Well, we'll see how
if Shui doesn't impress.
See how the Shui thing works. Oh. Okay, they saved an AWP. Ultimate donning that. No, it's on a pistol.
This is one of the things you were saying about Ultimate, like very streaky nowadays, and his style of AWPing is like really dependent on, because he likes to go for aggro peaks, he likes to make plays, he likes to make moves, and as a result, like there's no room to lack confidence or miss, you know? Like, you're actually a huge problem on that AWP. If you're going for aggro peaks, but you're never landing the shot, you're offering up kills and rarely converting on them. And you have the most expensive gun in the game, so you're a serious drain on the resources there as well. The 4 and 11 from Ultimate, luckily enough, it's not like Icy is dominating on the other side of the server. It's very quiet from both the AWPers.
Now he's on CT Mirage with an AWP, now he has to perform.
Now you want him to deliver, and he is going to be in the right place in this round, right? He's CT with that AWP, so this is where Ultimate has to do something for Team Liquid.
Or smoked out as well. VP triple smoke exec on this site, and Ultimate could have gone over Ticket, but he doesn't want to risk his life on a crazy solo move. So he's going to play safe, give VP that control. VP allowed to plant here. They need to do it quick. Oh, they go a bit far, though.
I mean, that's a huge blow, right? Like, Electronic going out.
There's no plants.
Ultimate delivers as well on his AWP from the spawn. The bomb hasn't even made it across yet, and with Electronic falling first, they lose that forward presence. Icy getting whittled down.
10 seconds, it's done.
And there isn't time for this. They're running away, they're saving in this round. And it all starts with Electronic as that first domino to fall. He was like the one guy taking space, the one guy applying pressure. He dies, everyone else gets scared. They wait, and then the smokes have faded, and at that point, their chance to win the round is over.
They had a chance to plant. That's what you want. You've got this. The reason you're going for a triple smoke exec and you're actually smoking CT is so you can plant, and they don't prioritize it at all. They think that maybe after Liquid get that first kill, they're coming through, they're putting the pressure on. There was no one in the site.
Well, I want to say, I think that's actually where there's some credit to Ultimate, who played it smart. He drops that lurk smoke right through the CT smoke to give the illusion that he's played out to triple. That slows them down. They wait and see if they get the contact from him. Then Electronic dies stairs, and so suddenly no one feels safe to cross. Stairs is open, and you're worried about a player behind triple or in the site, and so it stalls out, and it's all thanks to Ultimate like kind of faking that with the underhanded smoke. So I can understand how that happened to VP, but yes, it is an awkward blunder because you're dead on. That entire round is centered around playing for the bomb plant, and one smoke was enough to spook them out of doing it.
Because as much as you want something from Ultimate there, well, if you get Icy back on ramp or on default in a post plant, he can win the round. He has an AWP, he's in a great position, so that was the goal for VP.
Yeah.
Goes a bit under the rug.
Ultimate might have only had one kill, but I think he is the reason they win that round.
Yeah, also Twist not re-swinging, who definitely had a chance to. If he re-swings there, I think VP might catch him. And
okay, this is looking like something a bit faster out towards A with less util as well from Virtus.pro. Contact through Palace. I wonder if they're just going to walk this smoke.
I don't know. It's pretty crazy, no? They have no utility. They're 4 Palace.
Yeah, and if they had a bit more presence anywhere else, they would have known about the triple mid start, then they might have. But the fact they don't have that info, they can't justify walking a smoke, bro.
Triple mid back
round would just end.
Yeah, back to AAA, though. Liquid were ready for this pop. This would not have gone well.
Like, where this is awkward now for VP is it's not like they were set up to do anything else in this round. So essentially, to them, it's like the round has just started. They have to clear everything. They have to go and retake space. Even as they're going into the apartments right now, players could be deep. They could be pushed up into the kitchen. They could be deep through the apartments. And so you have to be pretty cautious here. You can't go loud. You don't have timing. And so You're sneaking the entire way. This is not going to leave Virtus.pro with a lot of time, I'll tell you that much. 30 seconds left as they arrive through lower.
I don't hate it though, right? Liquid don't actually know where this one's ending. That's an awkward jump.
That's really awkward.
Yeah, that was definitely hurt by Nerds.
You've taken all the extra time to do it quietly, and now the first noise you make is falling off the boost, and so Nerds knows to keep his eyes here.
Naf is the guy in this round. Naf might have to save them now. Twist is going to bait for him as he sits on balcony with the A1S.
Here's the footsteps in the apartments. Naf can't get a handle on it though, and Twist is overran. Just one from the B site hold. Flit swinging out from the bench side. Nerds taking heads off. 3 kills in the round. It's all eyes on Icy. He's been very quiet in this game, but has a clutch to his name so far. Can he add another to the tally? First shot lands for Icy. They swing him wide, and Shui's going to shut it down.
The random pre-fire there doesn't do him any favors. He could have won that. He had 3 bullets in the gun. He had to hit every single one. I thought he was going to just prioritize that. Not have to leave him with a Glock, but he just pre-fires a corner. He had a great position, but they crossed it. He didn't know. Nerds saves that round. He deals with the lurk. He gets both B kills, gets the planter, and still lives to play the retake with his team. Very important detail to not offer up a free kill to Icy. And that's after Twist and Nav get 0 kills on B in a 5-on-4.
Nice guy.
Twist got 1.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
But then, like,
yes.
Still 2 for 1. Well, 1 for 2 is not good.
Dude, yeah. Hey, it was a quiet start to this half for Liquid. VP have pulled this back from 7-5.
Double AWP now for Team Liquid as well. Naf donning the other. He's taken that over towards B.
Yeah.
That frees up an extra player elsewhere, and Ultimate now secures the opener for Team Liquid. He's looking to make amends for a quiet game as Ultimate, as he lays waste to this play. Nert's now here to lend a helping hand.
Wow. How'd he do that?
And A falls apart. Or the A play falls apart. Ultimate actually getting aggressive on that AWP, knocks out a 3rd.
That's so Ultimate there, because even though he walks in, he gets insta-traded, he just shuts down VP trying to slow the round down. They want to play a 2v4, they want to try and sneak in and win the round late. He just forces a kill. He'll take a 1-for-1 when you're up in a 4v2. Wow, that second shot is quick.
Does it feel weird that Liquid are just as Polish as they are American? Well, North American.
That does feel weird.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that didn't.
Polish CS is back, baby!
Yeah.
Oh, God, that's so odd.
That is strange. They're more Polish than they are American.
Oh, yeah.
I guess if you count Coach now, you got 3 North Americans.
True.
Second AWP.
No one actually thinks about coaches unless you need someone to blame.
Well, there was that whole scandal. Sometimes you should blame him, Harry.
Naf, come on. Second AWP. Let's go. Show us why you got it. Clean stuff. 2 kills from that secondary AWP. Going nowhere quick in this round.
Oh, I've been here.
Oh, wait, but Electronics toggled. Hold on, this is going to complicate matters.
He's tilted,
He started spin botting.
Do you think he's tilted? Does that look like someone who's tilted? You tell me. Someone ever done that in your pug?
Yeah, it's someone who's not having a great time.
He also wasn't talking while he did that.
And he knows everyone on the team is watching him.
He's had 5 deaths in a row with no kills. Sorry, 4 deaths in a row. He's not having fun. And Liquid are just looking like they might squeak out this win.
It's funny because, like, by his own admission from the last time he tried being the IGL, he basically said, like, I think I'm just too emotional. I get too invested when I'm calling, right?
Yeah.
And I think you do see that. Like, when they're winning, it's great because he brings, like, an energy and a hype, and he plays better on the back of it. But in this game, I can imagine this is Electronics' worst nightmare. He's playing really well individually. He's top in the charts. He's also cool in the game. And in spite of that, it's still getting away from them. And they're starting to lose some silly rounds as well as it's dragging on. And so, yeah, I can imagine he is tilted. And I don't think that's good. I don't think you want your top performer and captain feeling rough.
All right, we'll lock in now because this is not over. VP can win this round. and reignite some fire. It's not the best smoke. Both orbs are on A. Naf's going to start rotating now. Twist is like, bro, I can't hold short and B. So Naf's got the abs. Flash for under, but Fame was just jiggling. Liquid playing confident here. They've got a lot of space. They're going to choose to give it up at the minute mark and go back to the sites. Twist stays in ladder to assist middle. And Nerds is walking through a smoke as well to peek under. Liquid just won't quit it. They keep getting information. They keep, well, getting killed. Electronic follows up with his first kill in 4 rounds. And look at him. He's talking it out right now. 5v4. An opportunity presented to Virtus.pro. Are they going to recommit under for this A split?
Fame and Electronic are doing a lot of talking right now. Trying to piece together exactly how this all links up. They're going to try and come through lower, join in with the A play, Ultimate
Nice
giving a jiggle, but they baited the shot out of him. And Molly forces him out of there. Flamus unable to deal with that AWP back in the spawn, but they've at least got him off the angle. Now the mid lurk opens up. Fame not even needed, surplus to requirement. Plant just coming in now, and Ultimate won't be able to deny it. Instead, throws himself in, goes looking for a little bit more. And Icy slows his roll. It's onto the NAF, second AWP now. You hear that AWP firing off, you know if you're VP, you're about to make this a very expensive round. All that's left to do is finish off the last remaining NAF fly, and they will.
I got scared when Electronic died first on that underplay, but there was a second lurk, and they played it in layers. They didn't play the trade. They played one lurker under, then the A hit comes in, then the second lurk comes through, and that's what catches Liquid. They're caught looking back as the A attack crosses in, and Fame still gets his multi-kill. Really nice call for Electronic there in the mid-round with a 5v4. Liquid go back to 1 AWP. They have a bit more money, but they really need this round to avoid disaster at the end of Mirage. And VP have played painstakingly slow in these last couple of rounds. Ultimate AWPing under, knows he has a lot of room thanks to his smoke. And here's nothing up top middle. Doesn't hang around. If he did, maybe a pick. But VP, as you can see, no hurry. Mid nades coming in. Kick Liquid out.
Feels like VP really dependent on finding these opening kills because they need that moment to kind of slow down and then iron out the rest of the round. That's often what happens, right? When they find these 5v4s, you get about 20 seconds of heavy talking out of Electronic while the whole round slows right down, and then they get to their final destination. Feels like there's a good bit of micromanaging going on, right? And like on-the-fly problem solving for VP. But as this one runs down the timer, and they don't get given that opening, they never get that chance to kind of rehash out the game plan, so they might just have to commit with where that bomb is based over here in the apartments, and that's going to leave them running right into a 3-man hold, playing into the hands of Team Liquid. They get chewed up. It's not even close. Icy's AWP doing all it can, but there simply isn't time for him to win this round.
Dude, that was a call from Spawn from Liquid there. 3B from the get-go. That boost up gives a great angle for Twist to cover Connector, so they're not super worried about the fact that their A defense is weak. There's no split available for VP. It's blocked by this position, and as soon as Twist gets that kill, he falls off. He supports the B hit. Naf and Nerds on rotation get their kills. It's a really nice round for Liquid. They knew it was coming. And now, one more will do it, and it's VP's weakest buy in a minute. Mac 10, Tech 9, Galil ×2. Electronic top performer relegated to the worst weapon. Might be doing utility here. Icy's throwing nades, and they're just going to B-pop, keep it basic. Ultimate on the line.
Oh, that's an awkward miss.
Okay.
The pistol's going to close the gap. The Mac 10's at the front of the pack. Ultimate given a chance to reposition. He would love to get out just with one, and yeah, he will manage that. Electronic caught in the crossfire. Top performer of VP gone. Kick to the wayside. Electronic has to watch on and hope that his team have got it in them to keep Virtus.pro in Mirage for one more round.
It's a crazy play for Naf, and it would have been justified if he at least thinned the herd and went 3-on-3 here, but a man down, this should be impossible. That kill's going to tempt Liquid in. Will they lose everything here?
Yeah, they're risking it all on going for this. If they save, they have a buy in the next, but that kill has made them interested.
Okay.
Another back from Shui. 3-on-2 now. Damage inflicted on a Flammer. Shui will clear him. It's just Flit. Time running low. Flit needs this. Flit's got it. One more to find, and Twist doesn't have the time. Flit takes the clutch. VP keep Mirage afloat. It's overtime or it's nothing. And Twist died, and that bomb is not without consequences. Even one gun saved would have made a world of difference for Team Liquid.
Yeah, the loss bonus is the problem, but they had 3K on a few players, so I think there are going to be rifles here, but it's not a perfect buy for sure. I don't even know if it's going to feature the orb. Ultimate, he may have taken a kill, but this was the issue. It was Naf going through, which, by the way, like, him going early on his own is crazy, but if he goes 1-for-1, that's the hope, right? You don't want 4 players alive in a post plant. There's too many crossfires. If you go 1-for-1, you've set your team up. VP don't have as many many players to cover all positions, and so it is just justified by the outcome, I would say. But he can't convert the spray, and after a decent game for Naf as well, awkward time to drop the ball. 12-11, Liquid trying to hang on. VP going for something more standard, but I will say these A attacks have not been great from them. We've seen them stall out from the clock. We've seen Ultimate block them, but this time he has no utility, no orb, no armor.
Yeah, their best looking A rounds have been where they've successfully linked up this lurk player through the connector, but it's looking like the tempo that's going to come out the rest is far ahead of Flammers.
He's in B.
He's instead serving to try and keep attention over towards B.
I think the goal is for Flammers to backstab, right? Like for him to come in on a... Oh, he's faking, okay. One-man fake. Liquid aren't going to buy that. He needs a kill.
It's weird, though, because they have limited weapons. I don't think they can afford to rotate a player away early. And so Electronic give an open runway. That MAC-10 dominates Team Liquid. Virtus.pro looking to run this back in overtime, but the bomb is away from them, having to waste a few more seconds going back and getting it. That's given time for the rotates, at least. I don't know if that's going to serve to complicate this round too much, though, for Virtus.pro. Sure, you have wasted 5 extra seconds. What do those few seconds mean for Liquid? They're a little closer, a little deeper on this push, but they've lost Naf down in the connector, and now it's only Twists. He has no positioning, no control, and Electronic continues his reign of terror. That aggression does not stop from Electronic.
Yeah, I thought we'd lost him there at the 11-9 round where he was shaking his mouse and had no money, but VP found a way to long out this game with a close on the B bomb site from Flit to this explosive A attack with barely a fake behind it. Electronic, I can't believe he clears the ninja position. Checks everything with a MAC-10, run and gun, finishes the round, forces bonus play. Does mean money is no longer the issue for Liquid. Orb can come out for Ultimate. Top mid push. Look at this from Ultimate. He jumped up on the backline. What a pick! No way! Took down the orb first bullet. He was holding him.
Ready
Ultimate.
for lower as well.
Don't stop now! And Nerds in this position.
Ugh.
Grimy.
Ooh.
Knife him?
Flammers.pro, I'm sorry. This is how it ends for you.
He's looking for both.
Nerds, bro! Oh, that's so gross!
I love it.
That's an Ultimate destroy VP in the first round of overtime.
That's a nice call for Liquid. Something different. They haven't seen the mid take, haven't seen any control there other than underpass peaks for Ultimate occasionally. And Nerds. Never seen him do this. With a top mid smoke, that's a risky maneuver. Stylish stuff for Ultimate and Nerds. to give Liquid the lead. Taking middle more methodically, I'll say this time. Smokes are down. Control taken. Nerds is having a fantastic game. Might have to duel with Electronic here. It's Fame who makes it up the connector, finds an A pick. Ultimate legging Electronic with that shot. And oh, as Flamus runs back, he makes noise. Naf hears him. The call is in, it's A. But that's, oh, changed his mind. Okay, that's awkward. That's just awkward. VP try to go back to short split. They lose Flamus. Now they're stuck in the middle.
With nowhere to go. There is this path opening up. They just double rotated through window. Ultimate's even been dispatched of in CT, and Fame gets that angle for free.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it was a very quick departure away, and you can understand how Liquid arrived at that decision. But it is going to cost them dearly. It's going to cost them the round.
Yeah, it's because Naf calls like, oh, he's running back B.
Yeah, he's coming back B, and so it felt like the B play, right?
But Flamus dies, so VP just call it off. They go, okay, stop. Let's just take stock here. And they get a lot of space and connector from Fame. Flit's having a good game. Had a lot of impact. But it's Fame in this round. An AK save is valuable, but the round more so for VP.
Terrorists win.
Liquid timeout called in. And you can imagine that that round for Liquid felt very frustrating. They felt like they made all the right moves, all the right plays. Now finding the gap in apartments, getting info there, being a man up, but then try to be too smart with it, read into the game plan of VP, and in doing so, they give them a red carpet to go and take some very strong positions over at A. I hope we see how Ultimate dies here.
Just repeat, I think.
Yeah. That was kind of the kill that really served to complicate matters. Because it was that death that forced Nerds to rotate in through the murder hole.
Yeah, very risky rotation.
Double Orp makes another appearance here. Once more, Naf will be solo at that B side of the map. We're still on the catwalk, but more so involved in mid right now. And having the AWP there at least give Twists more freedom to move around. Nerds is actually clearing mid.
Twist naded the window smoke, but it chunked Ultimate. 40 damage? Is that just the nade? Maybe it was 2 nades. Maybe Ultimate naded himself as well, so he's lost a lot of health early. Juggling on ramp as VP. Doing another one of these A executes. We've got the CT smoke as well. Last time we saw this, Ultimate put the pressure on with that lurk smoke. He could do it again. This time he's playing inside. So he's going to be fighting for triple. Shui's gone from the Balk. Oh, it's all Ultimate.
Oh, full blind, but still makes it work. And now drops this smoke for his quick getaway. He's getting onto the CT side and floating around ticket. Ultimate has been a problem. And now even here, buying time for this backstab out of Nerds. Smoke down in Palace as well.
Perfect.
Been lobbed over. Backstab lands. Palace player locked out by the util. And so for now, these players actually in the site. Tantalizing prospects for Liquid to go and find. Flitz played his hand as well. They know he's trapped in the Palace smoke. Holding on to him, Naf will lock that round in for Team Liquid.
Really nice round.
That is a put-together retake from the Liquid squad. Handled well. Good util to lock out some key positions, make life easy for themselves. If that Palace line is left open, Flit is allowed to be far more involved. He's able to cover the player in sandwich. He'll be able to swing on contact from CT. Instead, he has to be very tame, very passive. And so his teammates in the site were left fighting alone. Also, credit to Ultimate for constantly drawing attention away, right? Even though he hits shots here and we should be celebrating the kills, he's also just serving as a great distraction to take attention off of nerds.
Yeah, you want to talk Ultimate? He was 4-11 after first half of play, Harry. 4-11, he's now 16-18. The comeback into the second half, into overtime, has been monstrous. We've got this mid-push here for Liquid. They're just brawling in the smoke. There's another player. They have no idea. Oh dear, nades pulled, and Fame swings in off that play. Flit will be hung out to dry, but Fame makes sure to respond in a 3-on-1 now.
Oh, Naf has a lot of room.
He does, he's got a free kill here.
Flamus has been checking ramp on a timing, so he wasn't aware of the gap. Still gets gun on time, and it will get recovered.
Nice trade for Flamus, that's very important. Bit of a brawl in middle. Try Liquid, but don't know about the second player. VP level out. 14 apiece. Anyone's game here. Electronic has cooled off a bit. Still 27 kills. Can't really be blamed, but... Liquid, are they going for the full Monty? Orb.
Icy aggressive, pushing through the apartments, holding a deep line.
They might have heard him, but he doesn't know they're there.
I mean, now they defo know. The rescope in, lucky to be alive as Icy has to fall back.
Cancel.
Molly's into the apartment, stop the B play. But look at the rotates. VP very paranoid as they bring 4 players over to that B site. There'll be time to get this dismantled, thankfully, right?
Yeah.
With all 5 players for Liquid also in the apartments, the decision to go back and reroute is going to take a long while.
Hey, if that was some sort of fake for Liquid with a grand plan of, like, lurking a guy out A, that would have been the time to do it, but they wanted to commit.
Yeah, they
had
did.
to mid-round this one.
And now the thing that's awkward is because you were so set in stone on going B and now you've called against it, you have so little to work with in the later stages of this round. 1 smoke, couple of Molotovs, the 3 mollies is really nice. That's at least going to try and bridge the gap between the smokes you're missing and being able to lock out some of these spots. But for now, I think they just go contact. No util getting lined up. They still feel like they might have this CT positions, you know, a little bit all over the place after showing their hand so strong at B. And so they only just throw the util now as they get out ramp.
Mr. Molly, but they've got to commit nonetheless. 20 seconds in the site. Mac 10 on Naf, hardly doing favors here. That lurk smoke for VP might just get used as Flamus creeps into the site. They don't know just yet. Ultimate backs up in time. VP grouping all spawn side. There's still a lurker. Twist gets a kill over on the B bomb site as now VP have to go.
VP have a very clear idea of what positions Liquid are in. Thanks to Flamus's push, he sees that there was no one on default. They know this bomb was teed up to play around Com, but no one's fighting yet. No one's peeking yet. The defuse held. VP steal that one right from underneath Team Liquid.
That's a robbery. You could see they weren't being given the fight, and so they say, screw it. We got the manpower here. Let's just get on that bomb. If Liquid want to play safe and tuck in, we will punish that. Full stick, 5 seconds in the open. And Twist had to get that kill from short, but he killed the cover instead. No one there to help out here. Great shots for Flit, man. Look at those kills. 3 of them. But the first 2 stop every check on that defuse. VP might just win this map.
They could want to try and take middle. 2 players in through lower, and they're aware of the presence of Fame out here on short. It's covered by Flit, but that smoking Com will get Flit off the angle. As a result, Fame has to back up, and so Liquid will get the mid control they were looking for. If they want another overtime, there can be no missteps here.
Trades in middle, 2-on-3. Ultimate with the bomb, and they're just going to crunch him, pushing through the smoke. This is how it ends. In a whimper for Team Liquid, Virtus.pro pull it back and close it out. This was looking like a solid game out of Liquid, and then VP wake up in OT. Electronic with an incredible individual performance, and Flit to pull it back as well, and VP take Liquid's pick. That hurts.
Oh, it will hurt for Team Liquid, 100%.
Felt like they were in that.
You know, they had multiple chances to close this as well, right? It's not like this one just suddenly dissipated and, oh no, it's all over. They've won like 7 rounds in a row to close this game. No, Liquid found themselves in pole position multiple times. They were their squad with chances to take it over the line, and they had many a moment where they could have. I think the round that's really going to stick out to them is that one, you know, the penultimate round of play, the retake over towards that A site where they have a golden chance. Their strat worked exactly how they wanted to. The adjustment in the mid round was well placed. They got the rotates they were hoping for, and then it felt like they kind of suffered from success. They almost wanted more fights than they were given from Virtus.pro.
It's maybe a slow start for Liquid, right? They're 0-3 for maps. Let's also be realistic, but I actually do see a big difference in the T sides already. They do look a lot more put together. I think, you know, obviously they need more time, but there's definite improvements in that sense. Shui also held his own. 20 kills in that game.
Oh yeah, right? Shui played well.
He was actually one of the top fraggers for Liquid in this game, so I don't think I can level much on him, but VP, very impressive resilience, as we often give this team. They were down, they were almost out, they had a rough first half, pulled it back to 7-5, and still they drag us into overtime.
And considering you could see some frustrations for Electronic, and he's in that very hard position of trying to be the guy opening rounds, winning rounds with multi-kills, cooling the rest of his team. Yeah, I think it was clear that, like, at some points in that game, he was having to micromanage a lot, right? Like, there'd be times where he's on a bit of a roll, he has a couple of kills in the round, but he just has to go and stand somewhere safe and essentially look at the minimap and order everyone else around, but he made it work. And that's very commendable. Considering one of his, like, bigger pitfalls that he's even spoke about himself is he gets very emotionally invested. He finds it a lot to cope with all of that. I think he did a fantastic job of rescuing this game for Virtus.pro. Also, well worth mentioning that yesterday it was really only Icy showing up. Much better stuff today from guys like Flit. Fame had some really nice rounds in there as well. This was Virtus.pro kind of in their element, and sure, it took them a while to get there, but they did get there. Now they walk away with Mirage in their back pocket.
It's a classic VP victory. You don't think it's going to happen, and then suddenly it's already over, and they've taken it 16-14. I mean, all the rounds for VP and then a couple more. And even when you look at the AWP, you know, head-to-head, not even just head-to-head, but all performances, Ultimate had a better game than Icy, without a doubt, in terms of impact. There was one super impactful round for Icy, or two, I guess. He won the clutch in the start of the second half, and then, to stop the force buy win. And then he also got that, you know, multi-kill in middle and short, and picked Ultimate and economy round on the T side of regulation. So, but Ultimate had a great game nonetheless. Not a great game, but he had a lot more. He came back. He came back.
He had a great second half.
He had a great second half, So the fact that VP can do that without Icy even really getting away with much is even more impressive for VP. A hard team to read. They're an even harder team to play, but they come through with a win on Liquid's pick as well.
And I mean, with Dust 2 up next, this is a map that kind of, no matter how shaky VP look, I have some good degree of faith in them on.
Definitely.
So, yeah, I am pretty nervous for Team Liquid. Have you just missed the boat? Is that what that was, right? Are you now looking at 0-2 for this new look Team Liquid squad? I think it's one that doesn't necessarily define the team or where it's at, but it's not the honeymoon, not the kind of golden period that everyone was hoping it would be for Team Liquid, if that's how it ends up going down. Clear there's still some room to grow, but let's see how they fare on Dust 2 now that Ultimate switched on. Nertz is playing well. Can Liquid reply and take this one the distance, or are VP going to be picking up that swift 2-0? We'll find out in just a moment.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Virtus.pro have truly been on a grind this year with Electronic taking over the IGL, new players coming in, but things are looking pretty good overall. And I want to ask you, because we spoke now at many events, from where you started at the beginning of the year to where you are now, how happy are you with the progress from the team?
I won't say I'm 100% happy, you know, but I'm close to this, you know.
Okay.
I mean, I can see that a lot of players were growing from this time, you know. Like, for example, we were discussing a lot of things, you know. So, yeah, I can see the progress of young players, you know, for example.
You only lost to Vitality and Spirit in there. When you look at that result, is this one where you say, okay, we're close to being a team that can get to playoffs of the really big events?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure, at least in my mind, you know, I feel like that, yeah. So we are really close to be a playoff team always, you know. Like, we are always close to this, you know. We need something. I mean, like, I know what we need to fix, you know, but I'm not gonna do it in public, you know. So we are just growing as a team, as I said before, right? A lot of times, just discussing how we're gonna play, and I think everyone thinks the same way, you know.
Okay.
They're trying to. We are trying to. So I mean, like, in few months we can see some progress. I'm pretty sure.
And that's very good that you say you're starting to think the same way. Do you now have this, like, one vision of a play style and understanding, like, this is how we want to do things now?
Yeah. For example, we are going on some map and just discussing what are the best thing for our team, you know.
Yeah, for your players.
Yeah. Because every team is special, you know. So yeah, you need to get your identity.
For you developing yourself as an in-game leader, are you seeing yourself learn more and grow more from these games, from these experiences?
Of course. I'm pretty sure, like, when I just started to be an IGL, you know, in previous teams, I was young.
Yeah.
You know, but now I took bad experience before, you know, when I was IGL, my teams weren't that good, you know, so I want to prove everyone, and especially myself, you know, that I can be a really good IGL. So I'm just learning. I don't know what to say more, you know, just trying my best, putting as much hours as I could, you know, watching demos, how other IGLs react on some situations, you know.
Okay. Now, looking at this event, you already said you're almost there for being a playoff team every time. At this event, I would put you as a team expected to make playoffs. What are your expectations?
Our goal is minimum is playoff, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll do our best, you know. We know it will be hard for us, you know, but we are ready for this. We are here to prove everyone that we are ready to being a playoff team, as I said before. We are doing a really good job, I guess.
well, you've been doing a good job of doing it so far. Hopefully you can get them wins here as well. And it's very interesting, and for me, just to hear your mentality on this stuff, it's very impressive. So good luck in the tournament, my friend.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, we're two thinking dudes hanging out, having a good time. What are you thinking about?
Me?
Yeah. I couldn't look at you. I was maintaining eye contact with the camera.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
it's very liquid of them to lose that map. But you know what would be even more?
What?
It'd be
To
very
give us all the hope by winning this one?
It'd be very VP to lose this map.
Okay.
So, what's the third map? Do you want to just skip there? Should we just go to Ancient at this point? But no.
Oh,
VP,
it would be a banging map. And
VP
all.
show up at the end. They show up at the end, Harry. They pull the game back. Electronic drags his team over the line, screaming literally while he does it.
Yeah.
Sighing down the mic. But he did it, and that's what matters. And now we go to Dust 2, VP home map. Liquid, not a map they've been afraid of playing, right? They even played Spirit on this a bunch of times. They've had a bunch of close games. You know, that's a Liquid moment, having close games. But I didn't hate Mirage. I actually thought Liquid were going to win it, to be honest. If you asked me at 14-14 who's going to win that game, I would have said Liquid. So even more impressive for VP, but I still think there's hope in this series for Liquid.
Two dudes.
Me and you?
No,
Oh.
not us. A duo nearly as iconic.
Okay. Naf and Twists?
Keith
Yeah.
and
Twists.
no
Russell.
Roland.
RVD.
Roland. Keith
from Poland.
and Roland from Poland. They're the two I think are going to be very important here.
Yeah, you need that B anchor, man. You need, because VP love abusing B site on this map. Electronic will just call
And
B
I think
hits.
some of the biggest pitfalls for Liquid on this map in the past have been a pretty rough B site hold. Now, we've had games where it's looked good, but we've had games where it's been a huge issue and teams do exploit it. So I'm going to be watching Naf very, very closely. Keith,
yeah,
I'm going to be watching you.
All right.
And then the second guy I'm going to be looking at is Ultimate, because I think he's so important on this map. He needs to come into this with the kind of second half bravado he built up on Mirage. If he's not going for openings, if they're not cap boosting him, if he's not throwing himself into cap fights around Xbox smokes, if he's not going for long picks, fighting middle, you name it, he's got to be active. He's got to be all over the place because he's someone who can win this map for Team Liquid. Sure. He is a requirement. There's no room for a lack of confidence, for going for the swings and misses. He can't start the way he did on Mirage. And something that does bode well is while he went on to recover individually, Icy was still pretty stone cold on Mirage. Wasn't really a problem for Virtus.pro. They still made up for it in his absence. But I think Ultimate was the better AWPer out of the two of them. And so let's see if he can keep the good times rolling in. For VP, they feel right at home here. With a map already going their way, stealing Mirage out from Liquid. They could end this one in 2 and have themselves a quick day in the office, making up for their shortcomings versus Rare Atom yesterday.
Oh, they were short.
And not short kings. They were like, just small.
Will they keep coming? We're going to find out. A-hit looks good for the first kill, but they strafe into Ultimate, who does respond with one. Smoke comes down on the catwalk. VP, bomb planted, great position. 4v5, or 4v3, in fact. Words. Liquid with no kit in a spot of bother. Liquid need these fights more than VP do. They compete together. Everyone swings. And everyone wins.
Twist looking for the Flamussy, but not going to get it. So, I read his name and it looked so appealing.
It looks so appealing, or
just taking
so
the, you know. Why did you say that? You're the good one out of the two of us, bro.
You said it, bro.
Chill out.
You started it. Now that's all I'm thinking of.
Oh, that's good. That's a good bit, Hugo. That's what that is.
Yeah. Need those in these trying times. Been an eventful event. Four lower, 3 lower. Not traditional. Oh, Molly. Pushes them into upper and look at Fame. Ratting it. But Liquid tail between their legs. Run back to B. Electronic finishes what he started.
That a tail between your legs? You're just happy to see me.
Oh, that's my flam mussy.
Oh. Out in a minute they go.
I feel gross.
I know, it does feel wrong, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Go on, RVD. How many does he get, Hugo? He has a USP.
0.
No. I think he gets 1. And it's really respectable. It's a respectable 1. There it is! No more, though, but gets his 1, and it's a respectable 1! Twists, the legend, makes out like a bandit. No. You ain't getting 2, Twist. We both know it. Actually, he is not getting 2, as I said. Just the 1 and done. VP, though, with the conversion. Yeah, we do have to keep farming Huz. Huh?
Huz?
Yeah.
Is that where people are confused?
H-U-H.
Okay. How do you do that,
As opposed to H-V-H.
What's the... Don't do that. How do you farm a hut?
Easy. Kind of what we've been doing thus far.
Okay.
Flamus is such a funny name, though, because it does sound like the name for something on your body.
Oh, yeah, you got a pretty nice Flamus over there, Harry. I want to move on. I'm uncomfortable. I'm calling HR.
I'm calling HS. I'm bringing him back.
Estonian wonder child. Mr. Worldwide. That was fate. I take it back. All right, VP. Slow mid-round here. 4v5 after that mid-pick. Ultimate providing the goods. Double long still for Liquid. Don't know if VP will be prepared for this one. Chewy gets close.
Oh, but look at it. Ultimate started with the AWP over in middle.
He doesn't even need a kill.
He started with the AWP in middle. Now he's at long. Ultimate is switched on.
Oh, no!
Hang on a second. Get down, Mr. President. Chewy walks in the way, but Ultimate will be there. Still standing strong.
That could have been all the kills if Chewy doesn't go in. Still can be all the kills, just a little bit delayed. Oh, they're giving it up. Playing retake here at Liquid. They jump on the cross. Maybe is a problem, but some spam comes in. VP make it in. Very respectful for Liquid, to be honest. Gonna have to retake Cat quick. Long flank. Flamus gets back in time. This is a bit of a choke for Liquid right now.
Hang on, though. Heimlich.
Oh,
no,
dear.
They're dying. They're choking.
Oh, dear. I don't, yeah.
They've tried to Heimlich. The food's gone further in. You're choking and you're trying to make it better, and all you do is lodge it further in your throat.
Sorry. It's very visceral. Very guttural. That's a weird round. I mean, they're scared of the cat split, that's why they back up, but I would have thought they'd just put the rifles there to fight it and let Ultimate stay on the line.
I'm just thinking of this like scenario where someone's like, he's choking, does anyone know the Heimlich? And Twist proudly stands up and goes, no! And then just starts doing stuff anyway.
Starts backflipping.
Flossing. Dude, I bet Twist can floss.
It's great teeth.
Is Twist Counter-Strike's Tyler Blevins? Known for cool hair.
Yeah.
Which arguably is not what Tyler... I mean...
Okay.
Fade is prolific.
Pull more links here, or
competitive gamer from NA.
Yeah, yeah, okay. There's one. You've got one right now. 1.5.
I'm sure he's been bought a sandwich while dominating bot lane before, or whatever the hell the copy paste is.
Leave that one. Yeah, move on.
I don't know. I'll leave it to Twitch chat. They're smarter than me.
Okay.
Chewy scout though.
Damn.
Pretty slick with it. However, Electronic is saying, guys, I have A. And he is A.
It's a problem. Smoke coming down as well, just in time. Stop Twist's line with the M4 and spawn. One more scout shot. Make all the difference here. Pistol's out. A lot of damage. Liquid gonna scrap. Liquid gonna brawl. Maybe a boost up. Oh, it could be really nice timing. Twists. Can he stop that bomb jump again? Okay, he just goes for the kill. Oh. Gets it safely. 4v3, winnable.
All right, now they're cooking. Now the ball's rolling. He needs to be ready for the double swing out the ramp, and he's not. Icy, eyes on. 1v2 laid out in front of him, but they are going for that bomb, wrapping around. Icy, will he have the angle? Gets the spot, but the cover is in. Icy needs this, and he can't find it. Oh, he's done it.
He got it.
Bloody hell, to the wire, didn't he? But
What?
what's happening?
What the fuck? Twist is just swinging his knife. Twist is just knifing.
And he's screaming, I'm not seeing enough movement!
Why is he swinging his knife? Pull your gun out. I don't know. How does Icy miss 4 shots? He let his teammate die. He didn't cover the cross. He missed 3 more shots on the defuse, and he still wins the round. I'm so lost.
I'm actually rewatching that.
Yeah, me too. Pull up the VOD. And Twist never even tries to kill him. Just has his knife out.
What a great round.
Sick round from IC. Oh dear. Well, 4-0 for Virtus.pro. Well earned.
And this is why I don't know if Shui's the right fit. Like, why would he tell Twist to do any of that?
It's a good bit. It's a knee slap right there. Oh. Okay. Okay.
Oh, they're the best team in the world, Liquid.
Does that make VP?
Well, they're not like the best at winning, per se.
Okay. They're just like the most entertaining.
Yeah. Certainly the best team.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Best, yeah.
It's like pizza isn't actually the best food. But it's probably the best.
Okay.
No, it's second AWP for Nerds. Sentences you never wanted to say in your life. Let's go.
Oh, that's...
Oh, he's thinking, I've never used this gun before. Let's see. Doesn't even have a skin for it. My guy is out here with the vanilla, rolling through.
I mean, that last round, I'd be buying, like...
He's just equipped it in the loadout for the first time. So let's see.
I don't think I've seen a Nerds AWP highlight. Maybe I'm just not familiar with his game. But it is out, and he did fire a shot, albeit a little later. VP, 20 seconds, by the way. We've just been laughing through this round. Nothing's happened. VP going to go for the mid to B. 15 seconds, bomb in middle. Has to make it. Can they stop it?
Oh, the AWP's gone. The Nerds AWP gone. And the round with it. Maybe, hang on.
No,
that one kill from Shui has enticed Liquid to give this one a bit of a probe, but if they're not given a kill, they don't go for it, right? 2 on 3, you don't attempt this. You need to be given a kill to entice you, and VP know that, so they will not fight.
Love to see what happened. Icy AWP'd Nerds on B, so, you know, what kind of peek did he get away with it? Was it just crouch peeking in to Plat? Nerds on a close Xbox angle, kind of a weird angle. But, yeah, we saw the reaction on that first shot. It wasn't very quick, so it's not, yeah, like we said, never seen the Nerds AWP. Should be NAF. You can solo AWP B if you're NAF. More than comfortable there. Maybe they just wanted it for middle. 5-0, really good start for VP. I mean, they're here to play. I thought maybe Liquid would still have some fight in them after that first map, but it's a crushing loss. And for VP, has built them back into this match. Looking to just run over on the T side. All eyes. Vocal coach for VP, Impassionoi, and everyone's listening. Very easy to call from the front. Oh, it's a nice peek. I don't think Nerds realized he crossed over the other side. He seemed to be holding standard angle. Still holding it in a weird way, though.
So in the last 3 months, Nerds killed more people with the world than he has with the AWP.
How do you kill someone with the world?
Like you do damage and then they die to full damage or to bomb.
Yeah. I mean, how many orb kills is that in 3 months?
3.
Okay.
5 world kills.
Hey, it's pretty good. Killed the world 5 times? What about in his career?
In his entire career?
How many orb kills? Like, even give it a percentage, if you can do that. He's obviously not an AWPer, you know? Not known to be an AWPer.
200.
Okay.
And that's compared to, on the rifles, nearly 10,000 kills.
Yeah. It's fine. We won't see it again. We will see the B side because VP have crept in. Shh, keep your voices down, guys. They've snuck in. They're not even going to give it up. They're going to... Oh, he did. I think he stepped. Twist is holding. Twist is aware. Oh, that could have been a 5v3, but Electronic picks a player from afar. And that's when the util comes in. The bomb gets planted. All of a sudden, it goes from maybe we can win this round to shit, we've been locked out of the B site. Flash for the peak. And I don't see a way VP can lose this. Really good util on the post plant. This is such a VP map, man. They're playing it to perfection. Be on the anti-eco when you know there's little resistance and the team won't stack it. Just super clean game out of VP right now. Closest round, hilariously, being that eco, where Icy misses 4 shots, but lands the only one he needs.
And Twist had that sick knife at the
Yeah,
end.
that was, he almost got him.
Chance knife.
Chance knife. Chance. It was on Dust 2, the original chance knife.
Oh.
Gone all the way back. Apparently, fodder still around somewhere.
There you go. Here's nuts. Now, if you look at his sniping rating, you'll notice.
Yes.
It's not very high.
It's quite low. At 0.
It was for the people claiming that he's the second AWP in chat, which obviously is not true. Just had to set the record straight on that one.
Yeah.
Ultimate. These are the plays he likes to make with his AWP. This is what we've been wanting to see from him. Aggressive, not with an H, over towards short.
No, aggressive is what Twisted on long.
Yeah.
With the knife. Guys, I go for the aggressive.
Oh, they're just going to go B again.
But there are 2 players.
Yeah, but a lot of teams do this versus Liquid, right? They love just bullying the B site.
No, it's
Naf
multi-kill.
and Nerds need to combine for something here. This is a good angle from Naf. You get vision on them as they come out the tunnel, and the idea is they're clearing the other angles. Car, close, Humvee, the boost. They're looking elsewhere, and so you're able to farm them up, and Naf will double kill, but Nerds falls straight away. B-site once again hangs in the balance, a 3-on-3. And here's the problem. A lot of teams, you know, you could justify saving here if you're not given a kill, but Liquid end up in this position constantly with even odds B retakes. And more often than not, they have elected to save. But this half is now getting away from them. They're going to be 7-0 down if they don't attempt this, so they kind of have to. It's an AWP in the retake, smoke for the bomb or tunnels, likely going to get lobbed in tunnel side. But Ultimate going first on the AWP, dead in the crossfire. Shui now the last man standing. Everybody dies. VP still flawless.
It's weird because you can't really blame Liquid for trying, but they were never going to win that round, man. They were never going to win the 3v3. It's such an impossible choke point. The door just got re-smoked as well. The only smoke Liquid threw is a car smoke to block that position and maybe an angle to get outdoor, but they can't get out. There's too good a setup here. Look at that guy on the Xbox, Flammers, who's holding door dedicated and can swing window off his teammate's contact. Really nice post plant for VP. I gotta say, like, this has been a perfect game for VP. Obviously, it's 7-0, but there's been no mistakes, really. They've been contacting into B really well. They haven't made any silly crosses and been picked by AWPs and given Ultimate or Nerds, the second AWP, a way to get a pick.
I think the other thing just for VP is, like, this is a map they are very, very comfortable on. And this team could, like, shamble into an event horrifically and look completely washed. Sometimes they do. But if Dust 2 comes up, I'm still going to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? They are very comfortable here.
That's awkward.
Ultimate's done well to keep this one contained, at least.
VP had the chance for the 5v4. Ultimate has complicated matters.
Yeah, I think Electronic not aware of the call there, or maybe a miscomm that Ultimate could still be peeking that line. Electronic walks in. So
gonna be interesting to see what happens for VP when if they do follow through with this A commit, which is what it's looking like. There's still options with Flit down in the doors, and I wonder if they're gonna drop.
Goose Molly, I think that's Goose Molly, or is it default? He lined it up on the wall. No, it's not in Goose. Doesn't. Oh, they just contact me. VP is so good at this, creeping in. Ramp Molly, nowhere to go. Fame runs out, gets that entry. 20 seconds.
Even this round was great, like leaving your options open. Twist is the one guy who can maybe make a world of difference here. Up and over, teed up with a flashbang, but Flammer's just too fast. Ultimate with an awkward miss, and he doesn't get a second chance there. VP keep racking them up, stacking them up, 8-0. And now, like, you know, it's a code red on this game right now for Team Liquid. Alarm bells are ringing. In the beginning, they couldn't hold this B site, but now that problem is everywhere.
Oh dear. Yeah, I don't know why NAF goes out there. Like, the call can be, okay, they're out Cat, but your dedicated Goose, he's trying to help out Twist, but Twist isn't even really out of spawn by the time that NAF dies. So he's not really, they're not really, you know, in a position to trade each other. I would love to see NAF wait a few more seconds for Twist to get in position. But I guess he's trying to like cover his cross. And yeah, they're already out Cat with that smoke.
But I mean, I love how VP played this round great. Like, they leave options open. They have Flit lurking out through the doors. They know that if they find success on A, he'll be able to cut down players in CT and rotating. And if they don't like what they see at A, well, he's leaving the back door open, right, for them to change their mind and finish off back at the B site. And now, like, if you're Liquid, you feel kind of lost. You know, like, you felt a bit of a pattern. They kept hitting B. They were looking for mid to Bs. They've been rushing in through the tunnels with full execs. But now they've hit you with a curveball, a clean A play. You don't feel like you can hold a single part of the map. And so aggression starts to feel like your only answer. You try and bring the fight to VP early. You try and fight them before they're set up, before they have their execute. And these results early on have been all right for Liquid in this round, right? They get out with a 2-on-3 and a lot of damage done to Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I actually think the call was good. It's just they pulled it in on the worst. Oh dear, this is awkward. They pulled it in on the worst round because that's the round the VP stay and spawn with 4 players. They didn't even move. Oh, Liquid are going to win it, apparently. But that's it. VP were top mid and spawn, just holding with the AWP for the whole round for 40 seconds before they make a move. And so Liquid kind of walk into the stack, but then VP we see get split up. Flamus dies in B, holding tunnels flank, misreading, and player out long alone into the hero M4. Now they're both armed, and I mean Icy saving. So Liquid on the board is something. It's about time. Oh wait, Icy, are you? Nah, surely not. 20 seconds. Need this kill right now, but not happening. So that's a reasonable save. More than anything, it's to not give the AWP away. VP don't have any money issues, but you don't want to give Ultimate an AWP. He does have enough money, though. Peace. So tilting to die like that. Liquid looking for 4 rounds now, at most, on their CT side. Dare I say it's enough, but they've looked pretty lifeless in this map.
This game just feels weird, no?
Yeah.
It feels weird, like, I know VP are winning, but there are times where even they feel weird, even though they're dominating. It's a nice little pop flash play out through long for Electronic and the rest of VP.
Just feels more weird for Liquid, like they're not all on the same page.
No, yeah, you're definitely seeing that.
And I think VP are all... The one thing that VP are doing really well is just trading every kill. Like, that round is a weird exception, but they're always grouped. Like, even in tunnels, it's 2 upper, 3 long, And VP are like doing contact plays, right? But they're doing contact plays with 2 people. 2 guys walk out B, 2 guys walk out cat. So even if it goes wrong and Liquid like grab the first kill, which they're usually not, VP are trading. So it's just not really a lot going right for Liquid. VP making the most of this, trying to get as many rounds as they can out of this half. Crawling up long, B push coming in as well. Fun fights on 2 fronts. Now while upper is cleared out, Flame is now lurking lower and VP are trying to get that bomb across. Oh, Fame! No way they do it dry.
All right, that's at least a nice pickup for Ultimate, though, and he's opened up the route for 3 players on the catwalk to start closing in. Shui is still out on an island here, but no one wants to go further forward to try and find him because of this Orb's presence on short. Naf, clean deletion of Electronic.
Still scared.
They know about Flammus tucked in over at Goose. How many can he... Oh my god, I see 1 HP backstab, and Flammus holding the line.
Oh,
that's an awkward miss, but no one's turned yet. Still, Icy can't win this, gonna run for the hills.
I don't even like the save there, to be honest. I don't even like that save. They have an AWP already. Yeah. That's the shot he takes. He could have changed his mind and tried to go back in for a peek up the stairs. But to save off of that 1 bullet, weird round. It's a bit of a choke for VP there. Where it felt like Fame was going to carry them through it with that cat lurk, but Ultimate hits a shot. Naf comes up in the retake with his first impact round of the game. Actually, well, he got that 2K on B, but they lost it. So no R-dubs for that one. Liquid play with some balls there, though. Chasing down Fame on catwalk, not letting him assist in the A attack, just backstabbing him. And Liquid looking for 4. I said it's enough. I still believe that. But they need the 4. They need these last 2 rounds. They need them clean. So buy next is not looking pretty if they lose here. Oh, well. Sure. Speed it up.
Oh, but wait.
They saw him.
Oh, God. Looking down made him look right at the flash. He's so blind. It's all good. Shui still in the picture. Shui getting
They're
aggressive.
Out B.
Yeah, they are out B. That's fine. They're out here all the time. I mean, it's obviously not fine. Oh, Naf. Sorry, bud. You just have to run. Oh, God.
Oh.
Electronic's farming. Naf, the B player, the only guy left, but not for long. Electronic, he feasts 4 kills from the captain of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, he's had a great series. Absolutely no denying that. I think the fact that VP are doing this without Icy, again, it's like Mirage. You could be like, yeah, but Icy won a clutch. I guess he did win a clutch. He did win a clutch. Give him that. But he has just missed every shot. And VP are 9-2 up. So it has not really mattered. Electronic and Fame playing a heroic game on this T side. There's Flit finding the mid kill with an AWP. Unbelievable. Icy was on the boost and Flit still gets that 5-on-4. That's just content right there. And VP are content with that, looking for 10 rounds on their T side. A good gamble for Liquid. It's their best bets here, but VP have walked into so many open bomb sites that don't be surprised in this 5v3 if they just do it again. If Flit, for example, or Electronic even, walks and sees how far they can get on their own. Bro, I mean, VP could walk into the stack. They're still probably going to win it with how this game's gone. out middle now. Electronic kind of left and nothing in this position.
Yeah, but look, the bomb isn't committed. They're playing for the info.
Yeah. Spot one.
This is fine though, right? Like at worst, you're kind of sacrificing a player, maybe two towards this B hold. Sure, you could end up leaving it even, but like, there you go. You just saw way too much util. You've heard shots fire off. Nert's now spotted in the kill feed. You know there's 2 in B. And so they will go into that empty A site. This is...
Flit's the AWPer.
I like that Flit didn't hang around and go looking for that. Just, it's fine. Let them have short. You have smokes, you have util. You can actually keep short smoked most of the round if you're Virtus.pro.
Gotta go through.
Boost up.
Oh,
spotted and blind. Nertz. Bottom of the totem pole. Now the only one left. Twists up through the spawn. Trying to cover the push up through cap, but this is all that util we talked about, right? Going down now, layering up this defense. Nertz will walk the short smoke. Icy's waiting for it. And Twists 1v3 knows there's no winning this. Virtus.pro, double digits, and nothing but success here on Dust 2.
Just a really clean game from VP, like we said earlier. Really no mistakes in this map for VP. They had that one awkward anti-eco where they get the kills in the mid push, but then they start splitting up, and I think, you know, it's not really a problem because they immediately dialed back in after that round and kept playing how they had been, which is just super trade heavy, very contact, just outgunning Liquid. No really aggressive moves made for Liquid, no flash peaks in the entire half. They didn't really play cat control. They had long, but only because VP barely wanted it. It's kind of the perfect game for VP. Dust 2 team through and through, as long as these players have lived. And it is looking like that Liquid 0-2 bracket position here in the Swiss system. Perhaps down there with Falcons.
Oh, what a great matchup that would be.
That could be fun.
The Liquid Falcons is like the Marble Hornets for a new generation, Hugo.
The what?
It sounds similar.
The Marble Hornets?
Yeah, bro. You know Slender Man, right?
I mean, the Marble... I don't know what you're talking about.
Marble Hornets is where Slender Man came from.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that a game?
No, it's like a ARG short film series.
Okay. Today I learned. Who's the Slender Man in that game?
Wait.
I don't really get the. No,
I know, they just sounded similar,
Okay.
and like Slender Man's pretty well known, and so
yeah, man, like 10 years ago.
Liquid Falcons, kind of the modern day Slender Man in a way.
Okay, you've lost me even further, but I'll allow it because it's 10-2.
Just as much cultural impact. And you feel scared the whole time you're watching.
Okay, there we go. Now you're drawing it. Picking up what you're putting down, and Chewy's putting down the bomb. Planted. Okay. Don't get me wrong, VP are ready for this. They've got smoke, they've got flash, they've not got kit.
They're all coming through CT. Util now deployed. Clean taps all around. Only now is Naf putting something on the board for Liquid. Oh, Twisty Kins, you're too far away. Oh no, they're on the bomb. He can't win this. May as well pull the knife out because this pistol round belongs to Virtus.pro.
Good call back there. 11-2 for VP. That's such a well put together retake. Liquid feels so safe in that post plant. They have the cap peak. They have control with the post plant. They're holding those headshot angles on CT, and the VP throw 2 flashes over car, and they come flying in. Oh, sorry, into the window. Great window flashes, and they come flying in with 3 headshots in an instant, immediately leaving Liquid out in the open.
But maybe they can still win.
Okay.
The power of friendship.
No, the power of friendship is not enough. Oh, you're not ready for
Nertz, 2 best friends up against it all. They find their way through lower. And now Naf watched his boy cut down on the stairs right in front of him. He's out for revenge.
He's got the bomb here as well, so That's why VP is shifting over. Fine to gamble here, but as VP did in this position on the T side, the last round of the half, Liquid can send out a scout. They can figure out what's open. It is possible. So Bob going back with that mid-smoke. Just going to group Cat. That's also fine. You know, man up. Seems like Liquid have called the right round here. Avoiding the stack entirely.
That's the power of love right there, Hugo. Won him that round. Yep, these are good mollies. If anyone was here, that would have been good. And
what?
Just kind of round ending, I guess. They've done it.
They've done it.
The comeback's on. Friendship stays winning.
Friendship is winning this round, but VP are 11-3. So hold your metaphorical horses, Harry. Rein them in.
Let's see.
Dude, this is such a quick day. I don't understand it. We had 3 rounds for Falcons in a BO3. And sure, okay, we had an overtime last game.
3 too bloody many, if you ask me.
It's a good one. And now we've got 3 rounds for Liquid, maybe more, but right now it's not looking good for the Liquid forecast.
No, it's not.
I'd like
them to win.
No, I'd like some competition.
There is competition.
I guess we got it last map.
Who's worse, Falcons or Liquid? No, I'm just kidding. That would be unfair. Liquid at least could have won a map.
Yeah, true. Falcons weren't even in that game, so I do hope we get Liquid Falcons at O2.
Oh yeah, me too. I mean, Liquid Falcons kind of the Slender Man.
Kind of the Slender Man of esports in a way, whatever the hell that means. Whatever that means, I couldn't tell you, but it's where my brain goes. It's real tense out here.
Oh, they stopped it.
Yeah, for me.
Sounded like someone playing table tennis in a cave.
A really long ball,
yeah,
because that was not a lot of connection.
It's like
tick, tack,
3 tables.
Tack.
Okay, come on.
Slow-mo table tennis.
Friendship, remember. Friendship, 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 friendship. Say it a bunch and it'll come true.
I mean, Friendship might do it this time because VP are not playing for long and they've got a couple of rifles, but oh, Fame the realization and Naf's not holding the flank. Fame just comes in and shoots Ultimate in the back of the head, and Ultimate dropped that flash when he died. It blinds the player on Cat. Twist killed by Martyrdom. That's enemies right now. VP just coming for the kills. What an awkward way for this to come crumbling down. Friendship lets Liquid down.
From RVD to Bobby Lee. This is bad friends, bro. Team Liquid. Ah, that's rough.
Andrew's sanctimonious right now. Dude, did you see that though? Because Ultimate was pinning the flash, because he dies, it just drops to his body, and Twist holds the flank and gets full white. That's just the worst possible way for that to go. That really couldn't have gone worse.
The lesson there is, unless you know him like that, do not flash your friends. Virtus.pro now have 9 chances. And that's English, not German. It's Liquid with 9 chances. That's German, not English. Glamus! Send them home! Well, not home, to the hotel. Send them to the hotel! It doesn't sound as good.
VP 4 kills away from a dominant win on their Dust 2. It will continue to stand the test of time, and it's looking good for him. Electronic, beautiful sequence as he looks to close this out. Shui, 3 and 13. And he ain't winning this one. Flamus in top mid has him boxed in, and there's the killing blow. Nothing but success for VP as they dominate Dust 2. That's after a wild turnaround on Liquid's map pick and Mirage. They had to complete the comeback there. They bring that momentum, that energy with them into their pick in this series. And it is not even close.
Yeah, I think a very impressive Dust 2 for VP. You said it coming in, like whenever we see VP on Dust 2, we know we're going to get a good game out of these guys, but I still expected more for Liquid, especially after such a competitive Mirage. I think the wind got sucked out of their sails. Someone brought a knife to the ship.
To a gunfight.
To a gunfight. Twist definitely brought a knife to a gunfight, and even with just some very weird rounds in there, Liquid just gets stomped out of this map. So a shame, because I did like Shui's T-sides on Mirage, and I also think he performed very well. I mean, he dropped 20 kills across the game. He definitely wasn't a liability. In this one, it felt like no individual was even there for Liquid. No one could save Liquid from this outcome. And VP, a very impressive map, a very impressive match from Electronic, and individually from Fame as well. Him on these T-side lurks, coming up Cat, holding the flanks, really
Let's start just talking some nice things for Virtus.pro on this series, right? Let's start positive. I think for VP, this was good because even though you saw some signs of Till on Mirage, they managed to power through it. They had some fantastic individuals. That was what was entirely missing yesterday. There were no riflers present for Virtus.pro in their opening game versus Rare App. Well, Electronic made up for that. He was looking really good. I think it takes a lot out of him when he's having to top perform and lead the troops, but he nailed it. And then the thing that was really sick is he passed that baton on. In the relay race that was this series, after map 1, the baton went to everyone else, and it was them uplifting Dust 2. Electronic did have some moments there in the end. He had a couple of brilliant, like, 4K spray downs, but they weren't a requirement in the same way that they were on Mirage. I think that was really nice for him, being able to feel like, okay, we're on our map, I trust the gang again, we're making our plays, we're playing together, it's really, you know, it's well synergized, we know what we're doing. And so I think this was like a very reassuring win for everyone on Virtus.pro. Now trying to stabilize out at 1-1. For Team Liquid though, let's kind of deep dive this. Mirage is going to hurt because they were the ones in the driver's seat. They're the ones who got, you know, caught up to by Virtus.pro and then couldn't close it in OT, and then they get to Dust, and it's not even a competition. Like, this was not close. There was never a moment of worry of anything where Liquid looked like they could have won this. Some other concerns for me is old habits still being a problem, this B site still being an issue, still getting exploited by Dust 2 teams. On top of that, I think this is also showing a bit of an issue behind the Shui move, and why I think it will take a bit of time for him to get used to this team. Not just because of what we spoke about earlier with this being like a very different vibe. It's no longer a bunch of young guys on the come up building something together. He's going into like an established team with players who have been at the top, and now he's trying to build back there. But also, I think map pool wise, he's not the most perfect matchup for this team. When you think about like the maps that Mao's really excelled on, the only kind of elements of crossover here between him and this Liquid squad would be like Ancient and Inferno. And outside of that, there isn't really a lot there. Like, Liquid's nuke has been pretty bad, even though they've liked to play it. That used to be a great one for Shui. He does not play Anubis, and that was Liquid's best map. Also, no tape for Shui on Train. Don't know what to expect from him there. Vertigo was one of Mouse's go-tos back in the day. That's the map that's now gone. So yeah, like, matchup-wise, it's not good. Like, Dust 2 was a real middle-of-the-pack map for Mouse. Mirage was pretty good as well. So, yeah, you know, it's just like, I think you're going to have success with him on some maps faster than others, but he is playing a pretty significant game of catch-up, and so I do not expect them to blow us out the water early on. I'm more so looking for slight signs of good stuff nestled in there.
Would you say we've had that in these 2 games?
I think some of their T-sides, and you said this, some of their T-sides do look better, and I think that was like Twist's kind of one of his big pitfalls, was that they could be looking really good in a first half, and then it would like, the wheels would just fall off entirely. I think Shui's going to bring something to the table there.
But I think a lot of the onus now is on Shui doing the work and you know, bridging the gap between himself and the team, being the new guy, and trying to build and establish the map pool, get used to what Liquid like to do, work in some of his stuff. Yeah. But I just think a lot of this is going to be, you know, from the ground up. It's not like he's able to pull back on a bunch of old strats him and Maus used to do, because the map pools are different, the players are very different, and they're way more established. They're way more kind of stuck in their ways. Even though someone like Twists, whenever anyone talks about him, they talk about his work ethic, how he's not afraid to try new things. I think that's good. You're going to need that. But yeah, I think there's still a lot more journey for Team Liquid before it all comes together in a nice, neat package.
I love that map pool discussion. I think that's a very good point, something that we've not really thought about with this move. But yeah, I'm with you. I actually have more faith in the Shui leading than the Twist leading, especially with some time. I think maybe this will work out for Liquid. But right now, it's not looked too good. 0-2 for both Liquid and Falcons as they lose their second match and their first match. VP recover from the Rare Atom game, right? They got blown out on that first day. They looked pretty good today, right? Despite the tilt and the messy Mirage, they still win it out in a clutch, close game, and then they do what they do best. Dust 2 dominance on that T side.
Yeah, well, it kind of
1-1 for VP.
It almost recontextualizes that map 1, right? Like, that was Liquid's pick. It's a map that they should be looking to do some damage on, and it wouldn't surprise me if you see that become like one of the kind of mainstays for this Liquid team. Regardless, VP still won it, and they had to do so from the back foot. So then you think about the fact they dominate map 2, and suddenly it maybe clicks into place a bit more. It's like, damn, okay, no, they were just winning this series. Sure. It started with a comeback, sure, and maybe there were some awkward moments in there, like guys like Icy having a really slow start. But yeah, by the time Dust 2 rolls around, which is their pick, a map they're very comfortable on, and you see them at their best with all the ideas flowing and communication looking good, no, like, lengthy pauses where Electronic is having to like micromanage everyone like we saw on Mirage. It was a whole different game, man. It was a whole different game. That was a very good series for VP.
Yes, and we got a whole different couple of games coming at you live in just a few minutes, so be sure to stick around. That's Harry and I done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow morning, bright and early, and we'll throw you over to the next match. So see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The Mongols have been on a hell of a streak, but that did sadly end in Lisbon. This is a team that's grinding almost like no other. Every event they're attending, they're getting involved in. I've got Blitz with me, the in-game leader. And now, one thing I saw that the Mongols do that no other teams were doing. When you finished playing a map, you guys didn't go outside. You stayed at your computers. You played some more. Everyone was, I don't know, warming up. Who makes that decision to stay and be in the game? Is it just individual?
Yeah, individual, yeah.
For what reason? Explain to me.
Because when map finished, if I go out, I just lose my feeling, you know. And I want to be get cold my hand. About it's all about my hand. If it's my hand cold once, and it's so hard to play. And I just stay and preferring my utility and thinking about our tactics. Thinking about our opponent's game style. That's it.
Now, for you guys, we see you playing so many events. How important in getting some rest and being able to recharge?
It's so important for us, and because everyone wants to go home, wants home food, friends. For me, it's more important to practice.
Okay.
If we practice, we just sometimes we just burn out, and we just want to hang out with my friends, with my parents, with my family.
I like that you notice that they need to relax. So you told me before you had maybe 5 days at home before coming here, but you have not practiced currently. You will practice today. Can you see a difference in your team? Do you see that they're more energy, more happy now?
Of course, because they went home and come back here, and they want more Counter-Strike, they want more practice. That's a main thing for me.
One thing I need to understand though, you say obviously you did not practice here, you guys know each other very well. What do you think you need to improve on as a team to be able to win trophies, to go further than you have at big events?
We need to get our mentality to next level, because arenas games are so much different from study games, and we just need more mentality, and that's it.
My last question for you guys is, many people think that MongolZ can win this event, that you guys could be one of the favorites. Do you feel like that's possible? You are the favorites to win the tournament?
We have good aim, good mentality, good game sense, good tactics, and we can win this tournament for sure.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in doing so. Thank you very much for your time, Blitz, and good luck, man.
Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. We are ready with another game. It's going to be the MongolZ versus Apogee. Anders with me, Vince. Vince, how are you doing on this fine morning?
I'm doing great, Anders. I'm doing great, bro. I'm really looking forward to getting into these games, getting straight back into some great Counter-Strike. And two teams, I think, in our first game that are on very different ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's shocking that the MongolZ are here to begin with, right? I don't think anyone expected that they were going to take that loss earlier on, but they did. Apogee, on the other hand, I guess maybe a little bit more, you could have seen that coming. They are definitely a less experienced team playing up against FURIA yesterday, who dealt with them in I think in a good fashion. So in general, just an exciting development, but I'm looking forward to seeing MongolZ at this stage. They should be playing better. I feel like they shouldn't be here. But I mean, it's been a wild tournament so far in terms of the upsets and the results. So maybe I shouldn't be too surprised,
Yeah, we're in this really interesting state of flux, aren't we? With a lot of teams that have rumored roster changes. Obviously, got the Falcons at the top there that have had a really shocking tournament so far. G2 are in the same neck of the woods. Aurora changing orgs, a very proud team, Turkish heritage that's maybe affected them just a tad. Liquid with a roster change as well with Shui. So it has been a wild and wacky tournament so far in terms of the results, but it's been super entertaining. But I completely agree with you. I mean, the MongolZ being down at this point right now, losing to 3D Max, it was a shock. All three maps were super close. So it's not like they got bodied or anything like that. But I mean, Apogee, no disrespect. These guys typically play at the tier 2, tier 3 level. Like, the MongolZ should be slaughtering them here, if we're being completely real about it.
They really, really should. You look at the lineup. I mean, we just know how good these guys can be. They shoot incredibly hard, and they have, for my money, and I guess it's not even a controversial statement. I don't know why I'm making it out like I'm about to say something truly wild, but they just have such a fun style of Counter-Strike. There's a reason why they are sort of the community favorites in many contexts. So I just don't think this will be an easy game for the Polish squad. I will say this, though. FURIA's game plan yesterday against Apogee was so good because they really slowed the game down and didn't allow Apogee to feel safe and feel like they had a space to, just kind of like play wild Counter-Strike. So FURIA are really good at controlling the less experienced team. I wonder if the MongolZ aren't going to give these guys more space to really fight. And that could make it a more fun game in some ways, I think.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. I think that, FURIA, as you mentioned, they're typically very good against the teams that are below them, but they typically struggle when it's the teams that are above them. And some of those same kind of comparisons could be maybe made to the MongolZ. Like, this is a team that typically just absolutely slaughter like the tier 2, tier 3 kind of squads. They do struggle when it comes to like the vitalities, the spirits of this world, and that's why we didn't expect them to be in this position, because none of those teams are present at this tournament. So now you have Apogee, who are a very young team overall. You've got like multiple players that are 18 to 21 range. There is some experience in there with their previous teams being like Illuminar and Thunderflash and Honoris, all these kinds of squads. But I mean, the MongolZ, they have done so much over this last 6 to 8 months in terms of like victories at Yala Compass way back when, and all the teams that they've defeated on their way to this road. Like, you would have to fancy them to take this one down. And additionally, as we see the veto coming up, when you look at the map pool as well, by the way, it should be very one-sided in the MongolZ favor as well.
It should be. The only thing that's curious, I mean, I understand, and I did sort of suspect that we were going to play Nuke as the second map. The only thing that's a bit interesting is just the fact that, it's a map that really the MongolZ haven't played much in the last even 3 months. So they should probably still win, but it's just very fun that we're going to see MongolZ on the map that, again, it's not like one that they've been drilling that much. But I mean, you would have to be quite the optimist to pick Apogee to win this one. I'll say this, though, for anyone that hasn't had a chance to watch the Polish team yet, they are really fun, like even at the tier 2 level. But Jacob and Hypex are two players that are just, they shoot incredibly hard, and even between the rest of them, like Prism is out there, they have a lot of firepower, and that's why hopefully they will be allowed to unfold that. Like I said, FURIA did such a great job at shutting it down and playing a good mix of like slow and fast Counter-Strike, but especially the slow style is hard if you're an inexperienced team to be up against. Wouldn't be surprised if MongolZ are going to be, like I said, a little bit more willing to fight. So that's what I'm praying for. I'm not going to ask you. We're all going to be picking MongolZ for this one. But let's just see if we're wrong. Maybe we are. We're going to get into it right now. MongolZ going to be starting on the T side. It will be Apogee on the CT side as we're setting off into Ancient for the first pistol round.
Indeed, and 9-10 already out into middle. Had, alongside Senzu, one of the better performances in their previous loss to 3D Max. Is a very slow game for Techno and Mazinho. So they'll be hoping to pick up the slack a little bit here. And speaking of Techno, he's already through into the cave. A pretty standard setup. No players on A for Apogee for the time being. 9-10 rattling off some shots, doing damage, but no kills so far.
Oh, he's got so much information. The fact that he saw two people there in the red room, I don't think they've spotted out Demo just yet towards the donut position, but having this kind of info is already a lot to work with for the Mongols. He's sticking around to take the fight, and he nearly got the headshot on Jacob as well, but nice trade in the middle. Now, they are going to execute onto the B bomb site. The smokes are already inbound. There is a defensive smoke on the ramp, but it doesn't really matter because they're going to be pushing out of the cave behind Prism, so he's in a little bit of trouble here. HFA's doing the best that he can to keep it alive, and actually, they're going to disengage from it. I can't believe it. If they would have powered through, I'm so sure they would have been able to get the kill against Prism, but they just didn't want to run through that smoke. So now back we go into the A bomb side instead. It's Techno hanging around the red room looking to control the rotation while the bomb is being planted on this side. Maybe they can still win it.
This kill is going to be so important, and Techno flicks to the head of Jacob. Very low. HFA tries to just dart away, but he does have Prism there as well, who loses his head. Techno instantly takes it off, anticipating the re-peek, and now it's the low HFA left as they trade bullets, both running out of the magazines. 3 HP versus 19 as the bomb now is starting to get defused. But he has to go back in for the re-peek. He's going to be sticking on top of this one. Is Techno overthinking this? Is he over-egging the pudding? He has the full 10-second defuse. And it is going to be Apogee taking first blood in this best of 3.
There's no way, Vince. How did that happen? A 10-second defuse after you've run out of bullets, and then it comes back into that. That is a mad way to get started. I mean, in every way, that should have been the Mongols walking away with a pistol round win here. It was lined up for them. I can't believe what I just saw.
It's just so crazy, man. And then he just decides, you know what, screw it, I'm on 3 HP, I'll roll the dice. And it came up Snake Eyes for Techno. Yeah, full 10-second defuse. It's outrageous, isn't it? But now Demo, he's going to have to try and contend with his full-on push, but Jacob with a double, making a triple, tons of damage. And although Mazzino gets 2 in return, it's a 1-3 and just a Tech-9 by his side.
Yeah, on its own. Do a little bit more damage here would be nice, but obviously the round is, it's pretty much over already. Great spray, great control. We weren't surprised to see them buy up in this round. They got the bomb plant. We know that that's what's going to happen in an MR12 current Counter-Strike kind of world. So no surprises there. And I guess from the side of Apogee, they're not surprised either. They were super ready for it. So well done. It's defending that early on, denying the bomb plant, which means they're going to have a little bit of a break in this next round where they can sort of, take a deep breath, which, or I say that, I'm actually seeing quite a bit more investment than I was expecting here. So still some Tech-9s in play. They could just go for the ramp really early on without ever really slowing down. There's going to be a Molotov. If they had a smoke, I'd say, yeah, put it out and just run through. And that's exactly what they're going to be doing, trying to just beat them by speed alone. But the Polish team are ready. They're more than ready. They're absolutely wrecking them. A team kill at the end, which is hilarious, but still a 1 round.
I love how aggressive the Mongols have been, though. It kind of goes back to what you were talking about, right? Like, if you want to look at this in terms of like boxing terms or MMA or whatever, FURIA are the type of team that's going to score points. They're not necessarily going to go for the knockout blow. They're just going to jab you to death. Whereas the Mongols, they're going to just stand in the middle of the ring and say, come on then, what you got? And so far, it's been lightning fast rounds, tons of energy. And Apogee up to a 3-0 start. As you mentioned, it was a bit more of an investment, but the Mongols still with their round loss and that plant in the first round, they've got themselves assault rifles to play with, but what can they get done with it? Smoke's already down onto middle, aggression up on the cat side as well, but the first blood once again goes the way of the Poles.
Absolutely insane protocol being thrown in here from Apogee. They controlled that front of B so well. Prism in the middle to take down Blitz. That's a round that's worth going back to study because, again, it kind of highlights the current meta. They throw the Molotovs, they flash their way in from the B bomb side, and those flashbangs are so insane when because the CTs that are coming in to push are not going to get flashed, but any Ts that are out there definitely will be. They just hit like that little gap corner where you can wallbang through, and it's just such an efficient setup. A lot of teams are doing it, but weirdly, there are some teams that just haven't really caught on or don't feel like doing it. So, huge. The Polish team. If you're going to cause an upset, this is how you want to get started, right? It's the map pick of the opponent. You win the pistol. You just keep on going. They're making a lot of money right now. And a big opportunity here in this round, more importantly, to maybe steal some more AKs back, which that just makes your CT side so much stronger.
100%. They got 2 of them as well. Picking up the second one with Jacob just at the dying embers. And it has called the Mongols into action. A pause comes straight through. They want to try and stop the ROP before this fully gets out of control. What a great start for Apogee. They will be the massive underdogs in this game. The pressure on the Mongols, I saw the interview with Banks there and Blitz talking about an injury that he sustained, hasn't had a chance to train or really practice too much lately. So maybe this is the best time for Apogee to try and slay this weakened giant of the Mongols. Seems like it may be a bit of a tech issue instead, but yeah, phenomenal start, man. It's going to do the world of good to their confidence.
I mean, right now it's textbook. If you are gonna kill the giant, so to speak, this is definitely how you want to get started. Really, really exciting. I will say this too, as someone, you know, in recent last couple of months, I've been spending a fair bit of time, you know, covering Tier 2 Counter-Strike, and one thing that's absolutely worth paying attention to is just the fact that at that level, the mechanics alone are really scary. There are so many players down there that are monsters to be up against. Now, they lack a lot in other areas, and they're going to make mistakes in high-pressure situations and all the rest of it, and they just don't have the experience. But if you treat them, you know, pretty much like Mongols are right now, where you say, well, we're ready to take the fights. We're going to, you know, we think we're just better mechanically. You might be in for a really nasty surprise. Like somebody like Jacob and probably Hypex as well. In my opinion, these guys are the future of Polish Counter-Strike right now, and you know, it's been a long time coming too. If you think about it, you know, the Polish scene, not to say it's been dead, but people have been playing kind of all over the place, right? And it's been a bit of a shame really to see it slow down. So I think these guys are they're real in that sense, and you've got to be worried here if you're the Mongols. You've got to have, I mean, even if it is a tech timeout, but you probably want to take a timeout anyway, just to take a deep breath and say, are we still with the right approach at this point?
Apparently we have a keyboard change, so it should be pretty quick, and hopefully the issues are fixed soon. But yeah, just to touch on a point you were discussing there about like the Polish region. Obviously in the classic days we had the Virtus.pro with Snacks and Bialy and Pasha and all those legends, and then it kind of seemed to fizzle out, like you said. And we had teams like Nine, obviously Ents at one point was stacked with a bunch of Polish players as well, with like Diha and Hades that have all gone separate ways. And so maybe now it has just opened up for Apogee to get this full Polish roster moving forward. Of course, Snacks and Taz at one point were kind of going down to the Tier 2, Tier 3 grassroots level of the Polish scene, but now they're together in G2. So yeah, I mean, it's just very interesting to see how these guys are going to adapt and potentially overcome. These are the kind of tournaments that like Apogee will be frothing at the mouth to take part in, you know, like you have a chance to make a name for yourself. And to be fair, most of the team is pretty young, but you also have players like Prism, who is 26 years old, and he's been around the Polish scene for quite some time. He's obviously their IGL. He's went to Illumina, Honoris, so not necessarily household names. Like if you're a Polish fan, I'm sure you know of these guys, but for the rest of us, like globally, they're really not that well known, and this is a great opportunity for you to stamp yourself down on sort of the CS landscape.
Yeah, it absolutely, and you know they have to, you know, because of how the VRS invite system works right now, you have to grind your way through the online Tier 2 stuff, which, again, like I say, it's brutally hard to try and make your way through there. You have to give a lot of respect to any team that qualifies through that system to play in some of these lands, because it's really hard to predict down there. You just have absolutely no idea what's happening, and like I said, there are a lot of teams that have like a couple of good players, and if those players show up on any random day, they could just take over the whole game, and even if you might be a better team, just on that day, one of their players is hitting, you know, the flow state, and it's wild. So yeah, I think it's exciting, and it is kind of, I think for the future of Counter-Strike, there actually is just so much talent down there. Whether or not the VRS system is working perfectly, well, you know, that's a deep discussion. But Apogee, I mean, I think it's you know, we should give, no matter what happens here, I think they deserve a lot of respect for qualifying, you know, and just like collecting all the points and kind of getting here. Definitely not easy to do. And I think also what it kind of means is you're sort of going to be battle tested in a way that maybe in the past you wouldn't have been, because to get here you just have to play an ungodly amount of Counter-Strike. So it's not easy.
No, not at all. And, you know, just to kind of touch on that point a little bit more. Like when you look at how many maps that these guys have been playing coming in, they have way more maps played than the Mongols. Like these guys are properly grinding. Like they got 20 plus games on Ancient, 15 on Nuke, 14 Mirage. Like, and this is just over the last few months, you know, like they're really grinding this hard. So absolutely 100% agree with you. And I'd love for them to get some wins, you know, like not go out 0-3. Great start here, obviously, but even if they can pick up a map against the Mongols, I think that's going to make a lot of people turn their heads and say, like, hold on a second, like these guys have got something about them.
I mean, just to really put a point on it, right? Apogee in the last 3 months have played 217 rounds of Ancient and or 19 maps, I guess, and for the Mongols, it's about 11 maps, right? So it's an 8 map difference, which again is quite a bit. Not to say that means they win or anything, but it's just to try and highlight how much of a grind they happen to end up on. So. Is that turned into a tactical timeout for Apogee? That's interesting to do that right after the tech timeout. Almost feels like it could be sort of a bit of a mind game, so that, you know, if there was a bit of a hype talk coming in from the side of the Mongols, you make them doubt all of a sudden. It's like, wait a minute, why are they taking a tech timeout after the tech timeout? Should we be worried? Like, do they have some crazy plan to do something aggressive? Like, I wonder about that. That's interesting.
I wonder if it's also like you're not necessarily supposed to speak during the tech issue, so it's just
Sure.
Apogee making sure they're all on the same page. You know, like the FaZe are in the lead, guys. Let's not let this slip. Let's get back onto our kind of singing from the same hymn book, so to speak, and not let this slip away, because they know the Mongols are in trouble. Like economy-wise, they're on just pistols. You've got some CZ, some Tech 9s thrown in the mix, but apart from utility, that's effectively all they've got. And Apogee, they're going to respect this. They're not playing anywhere near as aggressive. We saw Prism go super aggro out on Catwalk last time around, kind of yielded them the opening picks, and they're sitting back and just saying to the Mongols, like, listen, all the pressure's on your shoulders. You've got to make us move.
And you can also see, because of the lack of economy that you're right, Apogee definitely know about, they are ready for a potential B push, because that was what happened earlier, right? Remember they smoked their way through the incendiary on the B ramp and just, you know, try to rush it down. So Apogee are well aware that could be a real danger. And I kind of agree, in a sense also, it's probably one of the worst things that can happen, and it happens way too much on this map, that CT sides lose control of the B bomb site because just one person is holding the ramp, and if that person just gets wrecked by a Tech 9, the round could almost be over. Now, instead, what we're going to see is a really aggressive push here from Donut in towards the A bomb site. Jacob in a good position. Got to be careful he doesn't get flanked, but he does have Demo with him, and actually, this is just perfectly fine. Look at the spray control. He almost gets the last one as well, but just overall, you could see that mechanically he just knows exactly what he's doing.
It is a little bit concerning to me, Anders. I know it's still early days, just the 5-0, but Senzu, who is typically one of their best players, one of their entry fragments, one of the first guys in to have impact, is yet to get off the mark. 0 kills thus far. And the longer that continues, the more pressure, the more problems that is going to pose towards the Mongols. So now he's got an AK in his hands again. I think this is a very, very important round coming up.
5-0. What an interesting way to get the day started for us. Not what I was expecting. But like I said, it's nothing better than being wrong about the outcome, because how boring would it be if the Mongols showed up and just, you know, crushed the Polish side and we're like, oh, okay, well, that was expected. Let's on to the next game. So I'm in favor of this. I'm still waiting patiently for Mongols to get back in. And again, it could be that they just need to win one round and then they're good to go. Unfortunately for Senzu, Vince, you might have cursed him. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but he's wall-banged to death.
Oh dear, 6 ADR. Definitely wasn't intentional, Anders. So please, Mongols fans, leave me be. But yeah, Apogee getting him down early on without losing a single lick of health is an unbelievably strong outcome once again. They are unrelenting. They are savaging the Mongols, and Prism getting aggressive behind them. Oh, he could have a hat full of frags if he plays this correctly. Timing slightly off though, and Techno will punish.
Still might not be a bad position here. Demo up top, and I think he actually overcooked that one a little bit. He could have maybe just played it a bit more defensively, and he would have probably had that first kill for sure. Hypex back here, and Molotoved off for a second. But they didn't keep up with the rest of the push down the B ramp, which is interesting. They're actually going to go back through CT spawn instead, so somehow we've ended up in sort of more of a normal round here. 3 versus 4. And a good chance for Mongols to finally get their first round on board. They've got to be a little bit careful, because there is a smoke and a kit on Jacob. So if they lose control of the site itself, you could have an interesting diffuse position here. Messino going to be the first guy contact, and yeah, Jacob just goes straight down. And you could make an argument for Apogee to kind of just try and stay away here. Oh, it's not even going to be possible. HFA's going to be going down and leaves Hypex 1 versus 4 to try and save the AWP, although they are coming for him. And in a big way. Nicely done. Smicinio with 3 kills and finally a round for MongolZ. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to go on a bit of a string of rounds here. Sometimes you just need that beginning. You just need to start.
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely a momentum-based team, I think it's safe to say. Sometimes a very slow team to start, but once they get rolling down the hill, it's almost impossible to stop them. But we'll see if Apogee have the roadblock set up. See, we also know on the other side of the coin as well, like it's all well and good getting a 5-0 start on the CT side, but that economy becomes so tentative so quickly. They're already down to like $2,800, $2,000 on Jacob, even though it's been pretty consistently easy for them. So that's going to be in the back of their minds. Early chip damage from utility affecting 5 of the players here. But Techno comes in and he's going to return the favor from Senzu. Makes amends, spams down HFA, and the Mongols have the advantage.
The wallbang potential through that part of the map is so crazy, especially because Valve just for such a long time seemed to do everything they possibly could to get rid of all wallbangs in the game. So it's really fun that it's kind of back. I do enjoy it, but also sometimes it just introduces a weird variable in some of these rounds where, it's like a bit of a, you roll the dice and sometimes you get that kill and sometimes you're the one to get a bullet instead. This time, it works out for the Mongols. So I guess, like you said, a bit of justice, bit of revenge. So double setup here for Apogee towards the donut position, which means they can get really sandwiched in. Instead, I do like this. Jacob going a bit aggressive. If he stays far back and they get pushed on the other side too, then it's not a good position to be in. So I love the fact that he's trying to be a little bit aggressive in that moment. The push is still coming in though. The Mongols want to go for it, but the bomb is making its way the other way. So this is a little bit of a fake right now. If they can stay alive, which not going to be the case for Imsilio, not going to be the case for 9-10 either. I take it all back, but you could see that there was a deeper plan here to try and get 1 kill on A, force the rotation for Apogee, and then actually plant the bomb at B, which it would have been cool. It would have been a great play if it could have worked out, but that's not going to be the case here. Nicely done.
Oof. I was about to say hold the phone for a second, because Senzu did have the bomb, and it was effectively a 1v1 over on the B side. So maybe if he gets the bet that there's a bomb plant, and who knows at that point from a player of his caliber, but his woes continue, still yet to get off the mark, and I completely agree with you. It felt like they were starting to feel a little bit claustrophobic, because they tried to just open themselves up a little bit. And Jacob's aim, by the way, like you were discussing before, just how good these guys are mechanically, he is absolutely bodying the Mongols. And the Mongols are considered, like, pound for pound, one of the most skillful teams on the planet. Like, up there with the Vitalities, if everyone's firing on all cylinders. And so far, Apogee have been winning out on duels left and right. 11 frags to Jacob already.
This is one of the things that, again, you almost wish that Mongols would have watched that FURIA game, and I bet they did anyway. But there was a lot to learn from that if you wanted to try and follow the same line, because that's really something that they managed to shut down. And it's hard to explain what it is, but if you watch enough Counter-Strike and you watch somebody like Jacob play, you can sense it. You have a feeling when you're watching him play, like this guy just has the thing that makes you a good player. Like, he's got the aim, but there's something about his ability to take fights and how he's approaching those battles that you're sort of sold on it if you watch enough of his games. Now, again, I don't know what it means for big stages. I've never seen him play on like a big LAN, so I don't know about that. Well, this is awkward. A little kiss in the smoke. Nobody's watching. All right. Quick trade.
Oh, it ends in bloodshed. Senzu now off the mark finally, but Jacob once again 3 kills from middle. Oh, 2 headshots and a follow-up onto Techno turns this round on its head just when it looked like the Mongols were clawing their way back in. And it leaves 9-10 with 1 kill to try and fend off a 1-on-3 with 35 seconds, but the bomb, as is being illustrated by the Observer, is locked down in middle. Surely the Mongols can't get anything done. He may get the drop, he may get the backstab. First frag comes in, but now his position compromised, and time is just dwindling away.
Yeah, imagine what he would have to do to actually make the round work. After getting that kill, he has to run back, probably get another kill, pick up the bomb. Like, it's just, there's not enough time for it at all. I think reasonably, he just has to chill out and hope that the AWP is going to be staying safe. But once again, I mean, I'd love to see the replay of the round here. Jacob with 4 kills. He's 15-4. Quite literally trying to resurrect Polish Counter-Strike just alone, which is quite a big task, quite a big job ahead of him. But he seems to be up for it. Ooh, we're not even getting the fist bumps. We're getting the little pinky touches coming out from the Mongols. Don't want to read too much into it, Vince, but it could mean that it's the end of the team, you know?
Yeah, we'll have another roster change before the major to add to the list.
Why not?
I guess the thing is for the Mongols, though, like, it's got to be a very, very sort of, like, bleak situation if you lose one of these players, because there's not a ton of talent from that region, right? So, 9-10, though, punishing the aggression this time. Jacob will not continue his reign of terror, and Senzu puts the Deagle to use. There is a kill in return, but the Mongols should be able to use their player advantage as they're looking to execute onto the B side.
Yeah. Down a man here, but with the slightly better weaponry. Gonna try and see if he can blow open that smoke, and it could have been better, but the flick is not really there for it. I think he could have taken his time. He didn't have to be quite as aggressive on that one. Bomb is planted, and it's a bit interesting here. The Mongols, the truth is, they can still have a pretty decent first half, but it has to start now. They need to start winning a couple of rounds here. Some blind shots coming through, and not connecting at all. 9-10 with the AWP on the ramp, and a good pick-off. Rushing forward, right into the Deagle. Headshot leaves Hypex on his own. 1 versus 3 here. Again, we're really close, but not going to be able to get away even. So a second round. I think even if they get 4 rounds here in the first half, if you're on the Apogee side, you still have to be careful. You have to be nervous because there is absolutely a chance they can make it back. So this is one of those experience things, I think, for Apogee where, and hopefully the coach is going to be, you know, really drilling this into them. Never, ever think that you've won. Like, just keep beating up on them as much as you can because, again, we know how good the Mongols are when they are really working. And obviously, it's been a slow start.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, also, when you look at the statistics, they have a 50% win rate on the T side. They have closer to 60% on the CT side. So the Mongols typically do their best work on the CT side, as you'd expect, because it allows them to play aggressively. Some of those protocols that you were touching on, the Apogee were making the most out of earlier are exactly the same that you'll expect the Mongols. You know, Senzu to be getting aggressive, Mazinho to be getting aggressive as well, and taking the fight to the poles. Speaking of which, Blitz, though, getting up close into Red Room. Take a bit of mid-control while the rest of his team head over to B.
Oh, but look at this. They're being intercepted, actually. This is such a sick play with the Red Room control. You're absolutely right. It's such a key part, but suddenly the bomb is lost back here instead. And, you know, they would have planted the bomb otherwise. This would have been already a bit of an afterpart scenario, but now instead, the madness has returned to the game. HFA and Demo going to take the fight to Blitz. Suddenly back into a 2 versus 2, and the bomb is being controlled by the CTs down here. And if he can get his teammate in to try and cover his back, it would work out, but he might be a little bit too late. Techno shows up. Slight miscommunication, I think. Demo still going to be able to get the kill, and we're back into a 1 versus 1. So either way, definitely a winnable round here. Senzu, you asked for him earlier. I think he was 0-5. Now at least he's got the first 4 kills. If he can clutch it for his team right now, I'm going to say all is forgiven, and we can be happy that he's back online. Has the health advantage for it, and Demo shouldn't be able to just get the spam down here. He wants to remain hidden and just keep the fact that he's back here a bit of a secret for now. Senzu. Nice after-plant position. I don't know. I feel like Sensu's got a big chance to win this now.
Definitely. I mean, the Molotov is the only potential saving grace for Demo, but he doesn't want to give his position away either, so he slowly walks into the crosshair. And as we said, all is forgiven, Senzu. You were 0-6 at one stage, 0-7, but he's bounced back with authority, and we know he's always got that extra gear or 2 to shift through. So the Mongols are slowly making this a more respectable half. Apogee can be disappointed, but even within the confines and context of that round, Anders, like, realistically, that should have been pretty straightforward for the Mongols. To go down into a 1v1 to start off with is kind of ludicrous. So they're definitely not playing their A game. Take nothing away from Apogee. They're playing so well. But it feels like the Mongols, they do have that little extra lift and level to move into, and this might be where we see it come into play. It is a full eco from Apogee, stacking over on A, rushing through. Mazinho with the bomb, though, has dropped it down. He's going to get sideswiped. Goes down. They have control over the bomb for a few moments, but the Senzu is there to try and pick up the pieces and put this one back into control.
Yeah, man, imagine if they had actually picked up one of those AKs. I think that's where the round could be in real jeopardy, but good job. You mentioned it earlier, the specter of the economy, you know, going away for Apogee, and finally that actually happened. So the Mongols get a chance to say, all right, that's it. We've a bit of an easier round. I actually think they're going to be so much more locked in right now. I think they are. You can even tell individually they're starting to get the kills. No one's lacking behind anymore on the T side. So again, for Apogee, this is one of those experience things. You have to be so careful because there's a very good shot that the Mongols are just going to be very, very fired up right now. And I love the fact that they're taking a timeout. I think this is a really good idea, even if it's into the 12th round, which means obviously sometimes when you take timeouts, it's not necessarily to talk about the next round. Sometimes you try and take a timeout to say, hey, listen, 2 or 3 rounds from now, we're going to do something differently. So that it's sort of hidden by the fact that there are more rounds to play. You do it now, obviously we know that you're going to be talking about the next round. But still, I think it's a good idea for Apogee just to try and see if you can get this one last round on the board so that the Mongols don't come into the second half feeling really great.
Yeah, I think it also goes to show you just how Apogee realize the situation that they're in. Like, they're actually still in a solid spot. Yes, the momentum is maybe slightly edging more in the Mongols' favor here, but they know an 8-4 half. You win that second pistol, like, suddenly things are starting to look really good for you on Ancient, a map that typically the Mongols are good on, and they have picked up the first kill. Lots of damage through the smoke as well to Senzu. He has to tread lightly, and considering that 3 of the 4 players are sat out here on the double doors, Apogee have done a really solid job of just holding back the onslaught and taking control of the map in the process. The only area they don't have is middle, but they have Hypex watching Red Room with the AWP. They're feeling very comfortable right about now.
I hate everything about the fact that Techno is on that side of the smoke with his team on the other side by the door, because you could see that he had no idea where to look. So if you're going to go through that smoke and, like, you know, do it all at once, or don't do it at all and just respect the smoke. But Techno very much on an island there with nobody to help him out. Smart play from Apogee, though. I like the aggression pushing down, and they have the whole map covered. You're absolutely right. There's not a lot of ways to break through. You need an entry kill at the moment. Can't really get easily, I think, the wall bang at the moment. 40 seconds left in this round, and you can actually see that I think even 9-10 he's looking to see if anyone's walking through CT spawn. They have so little map control, they have no idea where the rest of Apogee could be. 30 seconds left here, Vince. This is going to be a B execute, but look at already Apogee. They're rotating in, they're ready.
This is typically where Senzu does his best work, but he does have Mazinho to finish off the weakened Haffa. And now 20 seconds, time of the essence. They're going to be forcing the plant down after the smokes have now started to put into position and funnel away the poles. But when those smokes start to come down, there's only going to be a HE to play with. A lack of kits as well alongside Apogee, and they have some decent crossfires now established for the Mongols. 9-10 going to get aggressive, trying to line them up, sprays them down, gets 2, and nearly a third as well, but Jacob able to stand his ground. The problem is the player advantage now has dwindled away, but Jacob on point once again, and Demo brute forces his way onto the site. Apogee will have an 8-4 half.
That is such a tough retake. The fact that 9-10 pushed into them just as they were setting up one arm of that retake, it's a sick play, and it's actually what equalizes, like you said, the player disadvantage there. So really well played for 9-10, but ultimately it just wasn't enough. Even without the fuse kit, it's going to be another round for the Polish side, and I think that's really, really important. Again, they are, by quite a large margin, they are the underdog team here, so getting the last round in, really important. I'm going to say I think this is nowhere near done. There's an 8-4 first half here. There's every chance that the Mongols are going to bounce right back, but the pistol round for once actually is going to be incredibly important here, Vince. So we'll see what happens when the Mongols get to the CT side, because if they win that pistol, I think they're going to be back in the game.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all. I think they also have some great pistolers. Like one thing about Mazinho that people often don't talk about is, like, he's a headshot machine, but he's also very good in pistol rounds. You can see him there chewing on his nails, a bit of anxiety maybe creeping in, but definitely a player that can set the scoreboard alight when he has those USPs in his hands. So let's see. We've built this one up, Anders, but what will the outcome be? Because the Mongols will know if Apogee pick up this second pistol, they are in command. They are in the driver's seat, they're cruising down the highway, and they're pulling away from the Mongols. And it's not even as if the Mongols have been able to bully Apogee. It's not been necessarily like super high-level strategical play that Apogee have just been besting them with. It's been dueling. Jacob has had a stellar half. He's been on point, man, the entire time.
And I think you're loving that. If you're Apogee, you're so happy that they're allowing you to play that kind of Counter-Strike. And we'll see what happens now. We're already going to go. It's going to be fast and hard towards the B bomb side. No breaks on this one. Techno with the dualies, but there's so many clocks coming at him, and he can't get the kill. Only the one on Jacob, and that is not enough. They get wiped out in spite of the fact that they had 3 people on the B bomb side. 9-10 and Mazinho left. And it's a 2 versus 4 here in the afterplant. And yeah, if you get a couple of straight headshots right now, you can have that conversation about maybe going for the retake. There's the one. You probably need at least one more to get close to it here. Messinio, let's see if he can live up to it. It's going to be 9-10 on the other side. It's another absolutely clean headshot, cutting down Prism. And they have an idea. They know the demo's down here. They're getting very close, just trying to run. Point blank range, pistol up close, and it's going to be Demo going down. Hypex on the other side. He's got the health and even hits the wallbang here, but it doesn't matter. Messinio gets the shot. If he had the kit, maybe there would have been a way, but without it, it is definitely not going to be happening. Apogee will end up picking up the pistol, and that's huge news. If they're going to cause the upset, if they're going to steal away the map pick here, then this is how it's done.
Oh, such a valiant attempt. 9-10 on 4 HP, bagging himself too. And we saw that crisp aim with the USP from Messinio, but as he said, lack of kit, time was always going to be working against him. Hypex was almost baited back into that one because he did hear the tag through the wooden panels onto Messinio. And although it was lightning quick, it just wasn't enough. The Mongols deciding not to fully invest into this round. They're playing for the bigger picture, effectively giving across 10 rounds to Apogee. The only way this gets close, the only way this gets a little bit nerve-wracking for the Poles is if they do push onto the stacked A site, but it looks as though the Mongols, they're going to go looking for information, and there's 2 players out here waiting, licking their lips. Prism's one of them. However, moving forward here, opens his angle of defense quite considerably, but he just sprays them all down alongside Demo and Hypex. And it's not worked out for the Mongols. No kills, a 10th round already to the T's. Things are looking dire.
What a shocking result, 10-4, and some good early signs. Just if you're wondering, you know, how much we don't talk about how much they played Ancient in the last 3 months, but you can also see they understand so much of the meta. On the CT side, they had that great outside of B control with all the grenades. On this T side already, you can see they throw the early Molotovs to try and stop any kind of a run boost from getting from mid onto the B lane to help out the cave. So they're actively stopping the Mongols from trying to run up there. And those are just the little details. Now it's going to be fast again. They know that there's not going to be that many grenades in this round for the Mongols because they don't have the money for it. So why not rush when they don't have the incendiaries or whatever else it is to try and slow them down? And it's worked. It's worked beyond belief. Absolutely wrecking the Mongols here. Blitz on his own has no idea what's happening.
I'll tell you what, Anders, when I woke up this morning, I did not have Apogee bodying the Mongols on Ancient on my bingo card. I thought if it was going to be 11-4 score, it would be the Mongols all day, every day, especially on this map. This is wild. Could you imagine a world where the Mongols go down into the 0-2 bracket and you have, like, Liquid down there? You have Falcons down. Like, this entire tournament just flips on its head. What is happening?
You mentioned a string of names there, Vince. You said the Mongols, Liquid, Falcons. One of those I could imagine being
Yeah, right?
One of them I'm not surprised by, but for the Mongols I definitely would be surprised. You know, like that would be shocking news. Who knows what the Falcons are doing these days, but they're so familiar. This is obviously bad because, you know, we're meant to be professionals and everything else, but when I looked at that game and saw the scoreline for Falcons versus GamerLegion, I just laughed. It was my immediate reaction was just laughing because somehow that is funny to me. But anyway, back into this one. I mean, we're getting there. It's not done yet, and the Mongols, they've got a little bit more to buy with. Here into the middle we go, and it's a huge battle with Blitz coming out on top. 2 big kills. Right at the edge of the smoke. Apogee, I still kind of like the idea of trying to play this aggressively because you've got them almost killed. You know, they're on the ground bleeding. I know you say, you know, you're not supposed to kick a man when you're down, but in Counter-Strike you definitely do that. You know, just definitely. It's bad advice, you know. I think that was made up by somebody who was on the ground, you know, like a philosopher getting stomped on. And like, oh, don't kick a man when you're down, Vince. You should. It's 2 versus 4 right now. And we've got about a minute on the clock. Unfortunately for them, the bomb is lost in the middle somewhere. I doubt if they're going to be able to retrieve it. 50 seconds, though. And I like the fact that they're walking, taking a long way around, hoping to see if they can catch up. It's got about 40 seconds now. The Mongols, this is a round. If they lose this one, I'd say we're probably looking at a wider systemic kind of issue for them. Well, see, we might have lost Vince in the meantime. At a funny timing, no question. 9-10 showing up. It's going to be a nice headshot, and Senzu on the other side. All right, 3 people alive for the Mongols. I know it's not a lot to celebrate, but given where we are at the current state of the game, obviously the not just winning the rounds, but keeping the economy strong. Like, it's all the fundamentals that we need for this to work out. So we'll see. Timeout being called for Apogee here, and we'll see what happens once we get Vince back online. And
hello.
Yeah, get back into it. Oh, do we have him?
Apologies. Had a quick tech issue I need to fix. But
Well,
we are back.
It happens. Was it at least an exciting one, Vince?
Unfortunately not. No.
Oh.
I wish I could say, like, an elephant broke into the room or something. I don't know why I thought of elephant first, but, it is what it is.
Yeah, you live in England. I don't think...
There's not many elephants around here.
I was thinking, like, maybe a, drone or something, a drone flying through the window, crashing into the router or something,
That would be more likely. Yeah, definitely more likely. But so the Mongols won the last round, huh?
They did, in fact. Yeah, they are. They're trying to keep the dream alive. They have 3 people alive as well, and they get to pick up a couple of AKs. 3 of them in total. For once, they have a little bit more of utility, but again, there's nobody watching the B ramp, which is my favorite thing to hate on, and this is the reason why you're giving the T side so much space to just run in there, get the bomb planted. Somebody has to be watching this. Blitz is going to be going down. It's Jacob back. He's an absolute menace, just running along with his AK and cracking heads along the way. It's Messinio and Techno now in a 2 versus 4 after plant.
Have that first pull of contact though, and he does remove the head of Ipex. Lots of damage to Demo, nearly finishes him off through the panels of the pillar. It's hard to see how Techno can get himself back activated into this round. He's low, they know exactly where he is. And at this stage, is holding on to an M4A1S a little bit more of a smarter decision here. I don't know if he'll be afforded that luxury. He's already getting flanked in from Jacob, who's now managed to land over 20 kills. 21 frags to his name, 16 for Prism. And Techno is living on borrowed time. Oh, he's getting the element of surprise at least. Maybe trade up to the AK, but Demo will deny him. And Apogee now with 7 map points. Unbelievable.
How did we get here? Just a great start, obviously winning the pistol in the first half and going on a massive run before the Mongols started to get woken up. But there just isn't the energy in the room right now. And again, I really, it's my favorite thing to hate on. It's been a couple of months now where all I've been saying really is someone has to hold on to that B ramp when you're on the CT side. And you could see, just to contrast, to give some credit to Apogee, a lot of the times when they were on the CT side, they had that early 3-man setup at B because they wanted to stop the Mongols from being able to rush in there. But a lot of teams, in my opinion, are failing that very test at the moment. And instead, I mean, it's so dangerous. 1 kill and you're on the B bomb side. Now, this is a little bit better. Blitz and Techno trying to bring it back. They're going to find Hypex as well. 9-10 nearly gets away with the orb.
Nearly, but not quite. However, it's looking good for them to retrieve that momentarily, but Demo with the spray, getting the upper hand onto Messinio and maintains most of his HP. There is a way forward here, considering that's the bomb carrier as well, and he already has Prism that's carved a path through on A and is wrapping around the back of CT Spawn. There's a way forward here for the Mongols to concede this round, and Apogee to somehow, once again, pull out the winning formula. The drop from Prism is perfectly timed. Senzu is sent packing, and with that Molotov, it could buy them up enough time to go with that bomb plant, but they are a little bit concerned about the donut side, hence the nade tossed in. Bomb now getting planted. 2v2 retake coming in. Tons of damage to Demo, but he's still alive with 23.
If they steal it away like this, embarrassing for the Mongols. They had this round in the bag. They had the man advantage and everything else, but Prism, what a shot from the other side. Blitz going to go down. He walked right into it, and Techno, he might get the same treatment. He's going to be quick to get that kill, but where's the defuse kit? I don't know if there even is one. Smoke is going to go up at 10 seconds. How are you going to try and do that? He taps it once, goes straight for the shot, and will take down Demo. And you can see he's very frustrated, Demo, on the other side. He wanted to try and play that a little bit safer. It's going to be absolutely down to the wire. Techno trying to find the last second, and he barely will. Techno on the defuse with 0.07 left. That was so close, but they get to stay alive here. Mongols now fighting for overtime.
6 more rounds required, and you can see by the reactions there's no hype. They know the task is not even nearly done here. Best case is OT, as you highlighted, and some really good frags from Techno again. One of the few players that's really come alive here. And although there's disappointment, you can see what it means to Apogee to get across the line here and take this first map. They are going to have to dip down into a half-by eco. You've got the Hero AK for Prism. You've got a couple of Tech 9s and P250s thrown in the mix as well. It's not as if the Mongols' economy is great either. Like, honestly, if they can, even if they lose this round on us, but they pick up like 3 kills, that could be good enough. Because the Mongols have not stabilized here. They're still struggling. You've got an MP9 in play, lack of grenades across the board.
Well, to make it worse, they've got 2 people without helmets. So if they run into some of these Tech 9s or Glocks even, you never know what could happen. Smassinio close to the corner with the MP9 in hand. He should have a bit of an advantage, but it's the AK coming in first, and still, good shot to start with, and just an excellent spray down. Smassinio making sure that they're not going to give up this round. It's Hypex looking to save it. It's a 1 versus 4 for him, so take a deep breath right now, Mongols. He still has to plant the bomb. You should have every opportunity to get this job done. It's a nice position, and who knows, maybe he could have landed that headshot against 9-10 at range. We got 50 seconds, and actually, if he can walk away from this, that might be the better choice. That's going to give him that element of surprise. I can't bear to think if they lose this in a 1 versus 4. That would be way too brutal. He's going to make noise too soon. Oh no, he faked it. He might be a genius. He might secretly be a genius, Vince.
Oh, he knows the chances of a player being in donut are high. So he knows that sound cue has been heard, and it has now successfully separated the pack. 2 become 1. 2 effective separate 1v1s coming to fruition here. Hypex has played this perfectly. If he gets the drop on Techno, it could be curtains. Smoke down is afforded now to go for that bomb plant, but Techno perfectly pierces the smoke. Great attempt from Hypex, though, and he does get those 3 kills I was talking about. So, yeah, sure, Mongols, you've won another round. You have 5 more to go. But you're still not in a position where you're feeling too healthy, and they know that Apogee are going to have a full-on investment coming up in this round as well.
That is such a smart play. You can easily see that all he needed was a little bit of timing. If he gets that fight towards Donut, you're absolutely right. He definitely knew he might have had an opportunity there. How sick would that have been? Anyway, we're down to 5 more rounds for Mongols to get this one into overtime. Early grenades coming in here, and 9-10, keeping a close eye on the ramp. It's in the middle, though. More pressure, and some bullets connecting with Blitz through the smoke in the middle there. We're not seeing too much aggression really out of the Mongols. They're not trying to claim that B lane for themselves. Could see Techno is here keeping an eye on the Cheetah Cave, but he's not looking to really aggressively push into the middle. I don't hate this setup. It means A bomb site is a bit undefended, but it's pretty normal for the map, to be honest.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff, especially when you have a few players on low smokes or utility. You have an MP9 in play. Sometimes you have to gamble a little bit more on that side of the map, on the B side. It's so easy to get that plant down. It's such a difficult site to retake as well. So the Mongols hedging their bets over on here, and so far they haven't really budged too much. Blitz on low HP does check middle with his AK and finds nothing. No information to really come off and go for a rotation with. But now the smoke's starting to drop onto the B side. This is going to isolate the CT, so they want to press forward and take the fight, but they want to back off. And it seems like backing off is the option. A lot of damage inflicted to Techno, though, as they throw in their counter utility. But there's still 30 seconds to play with. And Apogee, they can pull the plug and go back through middle. They could even hit A here.
Yeah, it's a really smart choice because there was, like you said, there was another smoke even going down. So I think running through 2 smokes onto the B-bomb side is probably a bit crazy. So back they go. Smassinio is here. If he gets the right couple of kills, he might be able to save the round on his own. And a double spray down it is. Jacob does defuse the situation, and the bomb is going to be planted swiftly afterwards. This is still very winnable. Look at the Mongols. A couple of them here, low on health. They're going to catch Jacob, though. And it's down to another 2 versus 4, heavily in favor of the Mongols. See if they could get another retake here, and it's looking very good at the moment. Hypex isolated towards that donut position, and you can see the panic is started to set in. Sensu will hunt him down, and the Mongols to pick up the round. Another one on the board. They need 4 more. It's scary. It's close all the time. Like, they're not getting a lot of chances to celebrate and to just be happy about this game. It's a struggle every single second.
Exactly. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Like, They are fighting for every single kill, every scrap, every inch of this map right now. Apogee with some great calls, some heads-up plays, and like you mentioned, like if Mazino doesn't get both of those frags, if he goes down without a fight, I mean, this map is basically done. That's 2 heroic kills that he's picked up for his team, allowing them to come back in. When you consider all 3 of the remaining Mongols players were very low, I think 2 of them were below 15 HP, that could have been a nightmare. But it's still not done just yet. It's a half buy, but there's a ton of utility, and they're picking up the pace.
Yeah, they are. They want to go straight for that A execute. They're hoping that there's only going to be one person here, and they're wrong about that either. Massinio, he is so lucky to be alive. If he dies, it's straight into a bomb plant here. But I say luck, Prism comes into it. I don't know how that happened, but he got 2 kills. Coming through the middle, he defeated the entire CT defense in there on his own with just a Tech 9. That should never be happening. And that might be what wins them the map, to be honest. Sensu at 9-10. How do you even dream of getting back into this round? The AK player is already low on health. You do have at least a couple of grenades, and 9-10. That is a critical shot. We need one more of those, and then we can start to have the conversation. But Jacob says absolutely not. Deagle for the 1, headshot for the 2nd, and Apogee. A shocking victory on the opening map here, taking down the monsters in Mongols. I actually can't believe what I'm seeing.
That is such a good win. It's like the Mongols didn't play great. I think it's safe to say like Senzu was very slow to get off the mark. We didn't see 9-10 have the impact we normally expect, but the nature and how Apogee just wrecked them in dueling. Like Jacob comes out of this map with a massive amount of frags. Like he was right up there in the 20s. He finishes with 22, 23 kills. Prism's on 21 as their IGL. And it's like every single duel that came down, every crossfire just went in favor of Apogee. And if we're being completely real about this, Anders, even when the Mongols made like that mini comeback towards the end, every single round was scrappy. Like none of them felt like they were particularly confident. So, man, if you knew nothing about CS and you came in and I asked you like which of these 2 teams you think is the favorites to do well in this tournament, I'm pretty sure everyone says Apogee off that performance. Like no one is thinking the Mongols are the top flight team out of this game.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Very interesting, and I think it's worth highlighting again, like you said, the fact that even when you win the rounds, you can't celebrate. You don't feel comfortable. It does. You can feel it as a team too. You know that that's happening in the background. Like there are no big celebrations. It's just oh, another round, but we almost lost it. Very interesting stuff. Apogee though, again, a lot of credit to them. Like I said, they had to play an enormous amount of Counter-Strike to get here. Now they're showing up, and for a lot of teams, that test being on land in a studio environment, it's different. You're going to feel different, emotions. It's a lot more pressure. So in theory, they should be quite far behind the Mongols, even on that sense. But right now they're playing like absolute pros, and the fact that Jacob is who he is, just very interesting. Prism, like you said, worth highlighting as well. Hypex, we didn't even really get to see, I think, the ultimate version of him, because him with an AWP is one of these players that's just so scary. That's the clip that we didn't see with Prism at the end here. That was 3 kills in the middle with the Tech 9. None of this should be happening, but it did anyway, Vince. So here we are, a map down for the Mongols. I'm really shocked, and this was their map pick as well. The next one is Nuke, and as I said, they have hardly played Nuke in the last 3 months. So it's not to say that the Mongols definitely lose it, but they have got their backs to the wall right now.
And it's not often that you see a loss for the Mongols, and then you look at the ADR charts, and you see that only one player is over 70, and that's Mazzinho. Meanwhile, Prism and Jacob both over 100 respectively. That is not a common thing with the Mongols. Like, they've typically been bodying teams, even when they've lost. They've had the lion's share of the dominant rounds where they're only losing like one player. They just go for these crazy aggressive sort of entries. And even on the CT side, it was quite telling as well, and you said this at the time, that they were setting up for this more sort of conventional passive CT side. They're so commonly aggressive, taking the fight to the enemy. And that suggests to me here, Anders, maybe I'm looking too much into this, but is their confidence shaking a little bit here? Because I don't feel like that's the Mongols on the CT side that I'm used to seeing.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? I mean, I think it's out of line to start to speculate on this kind of stuff a little bit. Definitely not the Mongols team that we're used to seeing and we all kind of love. But I also definitely think part of the game plan here maybe should have been to try and control Apogee in the beginning and not let them feel that big surge of confidence. Because you could see in someone like Jacob, he's not going to back away from a fight. If you give him, the chance to fight, one at a time, he's going to keep doing it, and he will come out on top a lot of the time. So what an exciting way to get everything started. Like, I'm really, really shocked. Obviously, map number 2 is still going to be coming up. So, there's a lot still to come. I guess we'll go for a quick break, and then we'll be back to Nuke after that. So stay tuned, and, the double Anders broadcast will return.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
here we are once again, but not with the result that you might have expected. It's MongolZ versus Apogee, and somehow Apogee ended up winning the opening map on Ancient, which means we're going on to Nuke as the second map. Vince, what on earth is going on here?
I've been asking myself the same question, Anders. You know, we were discussing a little bit of what we just saw in the break, and we're both kind of dumbfounded, right? Like, Ancient is a map that the MongolZ are typically very strong on. They've had some notable wins against, like, Liquid, Na'Vi, Complexity in recent times, but they've just been bested, and it's not just a loss. It's a comprehensive just pounding. Like, it could have easily been like a 13-5, 13-6 scoreline, Anders. It's wild how outclassed they got on Ancient.
It was really shocking. I feel like the whole way through, we're trying to keep up this narrative that, yeah, but any moment now, MongolZ are going to come back. But even when they win the rounds, it's not really that comfortable. And in the end, the Polish squad just managed to survive and thrive. And, you know, thanks to some of the individuals. Jacob, for me, it's more surprising that Prism was the second in terms of the overall performance. Hypex, I feel like, is usually the guy that I watch for. But in a way, I'm happy for it. I hope we get all three maps here now. I really, really want to see MongolZ come back, because Hypex is a really fun player. Again, like, now we've been talking up Jacob, and you guys have seen him, you know, first-hand experience. Let's get Hypex online, because he's also a really, really fun player and pretty talented. So hopefully we get to see more stuff. But I mean, more than anything, we need the MongolZ to really come online here. And like I said, they have not been playing a lot of Nuke in the last 3 months. So that's just interesting to think about. This is not a well-drilled map for them, but no more talk. We're into the action. It's going to be Apogee starting on the T side, the MongolZ on that CT side. To begin with, they don't have any real utilities, so no smokes, no kits, no nothing. They're looking to win right off the bat with just getting the kills and not much else. And look at this two-man drop, making their way towards heaven and hell, and they're just not going to be slowing down. They might even catch him. I don't even think he had the gun out. I think he was just running with a knife there. It's 9-10 now, being absolutely butchered here. Oh, but the backup is there. Senzu to save his teammate. Otherwise, I think he might have got shot through the grating there, and it's going to be down to 2 versus 4. The bomb is down here with them, but they are locked in at the moment.
They have taken down Blitz, though. And now from the double doors, they can start to rummage their way around into the vents. Now, because how rapid the opener of this round was, there's still over a minute left on the clock. And the MongolZ, they've been rotating so many times, they'll be dizzy. But Demo is going to put Techno out of his misery. Bullet to the dome. 2v2 from a 2v4. Both players healthy. And although 9-10 has made a move down on the B side, because there's still so much time left, he can't assume anything. The MongolZ are still so clueless as to where Apogee currently reside with that bomb.
Well, like you said, the fact that there's so much time left means that they are going to be a little bit worried. Not a good position for Techno to take that fight, because his shadow was showing, which is why it was so easy to get that Glock kill. I do like this, though. 9-10, but he's still going to be going down. A 2 versus 4. Now, the other way into a 1 versus 2. It's Senzu having to try and save the day for his team. He's going to open the door, and that reveals his position. Hypex, just wait for your teammates. He's on the other side. Wide swing, and Hypex will take him down. Senzu could not clutch it, and a huge return for Apogee. They should have not been winning this round. They should have been losing very early on. You could even see the coach in the background. Oh, the faces tell it all, Vince. It's horrible.
Man, this 3-kill streak that the MongolZ went on, shutting down outside, should have just been the round over. It was a 2v4. All 4 players from the MongolZ are healthy, and they just get divided and surgically removed from Apogee. That is not something you often see from the MongolZ. They're typically a team that will hoard you when they have the player advantage. They don't let those advantages slip very often. That is absurd that they've lost that round, and now they have to deal with a straight-up Mac 10 rush, and Haffa spraying down 2 players by himself. Well, this round's already done.
Great flashbangs, the speed behind those Mac 10s, and it's abusing the same kind of logic that they really were on Ancient. When they knew on Ancient that the MongolZ on the CT side weren't going to have a lot of utility, they went for some really fast plays. Because obviously, one of the ways to stop a rush if you're on the CT side, logically, is to throw a lot of grenades early on, incendiaries and HEs to try and stop any kind of hot play if you're on Nuke. And they know that the MongolZ aren't going to be able to have that in this kind of a second round, so they just run straight for it. No fear at all about any kind of stacks or anything. Very well done here. Wow, I'm kind of blown away.
Now, we were talking in the pre-game sort of segment before we kind of kicked off into this game about how Polish CS has been on a bit of a downturn. You know, it's a far cry from the days of the VP Classic days, the Virtus.pro. Yeah. Here we have Apogee, and they're really making a case for themselves. I don't want to get carried away and go too crazy, because obviously it's off the basis of just this one game, but man, they are making the Mongols look like a very, very ordinary team. This is the same team that was the first ever Asian team to reach the playoffs of a major not that long ago, and they are straight up being body bagged right now by Apogee.
I mean, they're such a well-respected team. There's no question about it. I mean, they're like 4th in the Valve ranking at the moment. Everybody knows what these guys are about. So shocking to see them, like you said, look very average, very human. Like normally, part of the threat of playing these guys is the insane, time to kill that they have. It's so hard to turn the corner against some of these players on a regular day. The Polish team have made them look way worse than that. A bomb site under the control here of Apogee. And I guess not too exciting for this round. I mean, not to expect anything really here. It's just a little investment into this round for the Mongols. Hoping to do something. Gonna find a kill there, but I doubt they're gonna be able to save any of these rifles. Unfortunate team kill. Okay, maybe actually. At least a MAC-10. You don't want to be saving that, really. I was hoping that they could find an AK somewhere, because that obviously would be the real fun part. Round is going to be absolutely fine with the AKs. Both Hypex and Jacob are there. So nothing is saved on the Mongol side, but they do a bit of damage, and maybe that's a starting point to have a bit of a conversation to get back into it mentally.
Yeah, at least going to build the confidence just a little bit. But I mean, I'm no body language expert, Anders, but every time it pans to the Mongols, they just look so dejected. You know, we were talking before about how they were getting some wins, no one was celebrating. Yeah, it's a rough day at the office right now, isn't it? Like, you're already down in the 0-1 bracket. You're against Apogee. You're probably thinking, okay, boys, here we go. Let's get a pretty straightforward game. Let's get this win under our belt. And then you just run into this juggernaut of Apogee. Now, they've got the first pick in this round onto Prison. That's a pretty decent pick, but look at the aggression once again. Just ruthless, straight out into the site, and they've got themselves entries aplenty.
Oh, the smoke not quite going up. That is a bit of a miscommunication here, and it might be enough. Messino on the one side, 9-10 would have been running through on the other side no matter what, so I think they were going to be fine. But, man, that's a round that pretty much the whole round, right up until the last 5 seconds, Apogee is winning that round. It's only right at the end that it breaks down. And like you said, it's the sheer speed and aggression. If you're that mini player, you get that first kill and you think, okay, that's pretty good, but then the drop down is there and it just doesn't stop. They are so aggressive here, running through the incendiary as well. I love everything about this push, but unfortunately, they just couldn't quite get that smoke up in time.
Yeah, the other great thing about that push is even though it doesn't yield success in terms of a round, it conditions the Mongols to think, well, hold on a second, are they going to rush again? It's always going to be in the back of their mind. This means they're going to have to expend more utility early in the round, smoking the door, molotoving hut as fast as they possibly can. Good frag from Techno, stands his ground with the MP9. But it's all about conditioning. This is still very early on in the half, and this is going to add up. How does he get Molotov there on the back of site?
It must have been burning from earlier. There's no way, Vince. He must have been running into it from earlier. That's the only explanation. So they must have thrown that from the T-roof, like, way earlier, because there was no push coming in. I'm actually blown away. We're going to have to see a replay of that. He must have just strafed back into it, not realizing somehow. That's a crazy way to die, and now Jacob is ready to capitalize as well. Takes down 9-10. If they lose the round on the back of this, one, they're going to lose the economy. But also, what a shocking way to potentially lose a bit of an advantage there. 40 seconds. Messino and Blitz. It's a nice drop down, but it does make a bit of noise. I don't know if anyone could have been nearby hearing it, but 30 seconds, and they're going to make their minds up to go for the B bomb site instead. And from our point of view, it looks like that's a really good choice.
Yeah, they lose the economy, they lose their AKs, they lose their confidence, the momentum, everything. A 4-1 potential lead hanging by a thread. Blitz needs to go huge, and he does just that. And it's clean. 2 clean, crisp kills. And although the bomb plant will be forthcoming, Mazzino's position now could be that nut spot that he can just shut it down and lay it bare. That's all on Blitz, though. Those 2 kills he picks up are worth the round. But the Mongols, again, they get a round win against the odds after having a pretty solid advantage. When Techno gets the shutdown onto Prison through the smoke with the MP9, you think, okay, this is where everything just kind of falls into place. Then the Molotov kill comes in. Then we see this crazy entry from Jacob on 9-10, just a wide swing, one tap with the AK, and everything comes crumbling down.
I mean, this is not boring Counter-Strike to begin with, ladies and gentlemen. At least we're being treated as something really wild here. Timeout being called now for Apogee. I think it's probably a good idea to, you know, take a deep breath here. You've put on a lot of pressure, but also you've ended up expending a lot of money. I guess you're also keeping the MongolZ economy quite low on the other side of things. So a lot is being accomplished, but it's a big conversation. How much more pressure do you want? Like, do you want to make this another Tech-9 kind of round and try and keep it up? I'm so curious if we're going to see this. So Techno, he gets this kill. And yeah, so the Molotov's already there, and he's jumping to dodge the bullets from the wallbang, because he was being wallbanged from HUD. So I'm assuming he's trying to dodge that, and he's just flying right into the fire.
Yeah, and the other thing as well, that was literally the last tick of damage in the Molotov. It evaporated the second he died. And the thing is, players will have this inner sort of clock in their brain. They'll know Molotov's down, they'll know roughly how long that Molotov lasts for, and they'll feel confident enough to back away. They obviously want to keep their eyes onto where the danger is coming from. So that's very unfortunate for Techno. Literally, the second he died, the Molotov disappears. Very, very unlucky.
Very fast HEs to blow open the smoke out there, sort of almost on top of each other. Kind of interesting to see. But you know what? Apogee have actually got quite far in this one. Oh, Demo, I'd love to see him refight that. If he gets Sensu, they're probably going to get the bomb planted. But now backup is going to be there. Sensu, that's not what you want to see. Caught jumping up. Nice shot from 910, but still does pave the way for a potential bomb plant. I don't think anyone's nearby to be able to stop it, so the Mongols still favorites to win this round. You look at the weapons on the other side, but you've got to coordinate that. I don't know why 910 is running in on his own like that. I couldn't actually explain it to you, Vince.
Do we have a doctor in the house? Because we need the Heimlich maneuver like applied right now. Like this is kind of crazy. Some of these rounds they're losing and getting close in. However, here we go. This is where the Mongols' skill is going to shine bright. Howard, though, oh my god! 2 1-taps with a Tech-9? Are you serious? And he gets a third as well! Apogee steal this round away and secure the 4-2 lead out of nowhere!
Yeah, you wanted a doctor, but this is the kind that puts people to sleep. And he was here to put them down instead. Give him that lethal injection. I don't know what's happening. 910. Why on earth is he running into? But then you could say, well, he's all good, you know. Even that was a bit of a mistake, but the rest of the team brought it back, and it's a 1 versus 3 versus a Tech-9. And then he just straight ups and deletes them, just removes them, snaps them out of existence. I'm shocked.
Like, if you're the Mongols, like, what can you even say? Like, unlucky lads, we completely shot the bed again for like the 4th time in a row. That's crazy. They even got 3 kills back to back to get themselves back in, and then halfway with the Tech-9, just tap, over, done.
Yeah, it's even on the replay. What do you say? Hey, guys, at least we found rock bottom. You know, we can build from here.
The only way's up, boys. It doesn't get any worse than this.
I
guess you
like
could say, at least we're not Falcons, right? Yeah.
True. Yes, that's exactly right. At least we didn't spend, you know, $350,000 a month on this. I am just making up numbers, but it does make me laugh, okay? It's for my own benefit. Prism trying to get the jump down here. I love the idea for Blitz to try and jump up on that CT roof there. I think it's a bit underutilized. In fact, I'll go even crazier, Vince. I'm pretty sure that you can make a plan where you run boost Ts from the mini roof onto that CT roof on top of garage. I think you can do it and have it be like a competitive advantage. So I'm gonna try and convince people. Not that my success rate at convincing pros to do anything is really high, but I've got plans.
Okay, I see you. I mean, you're out there grinding with the grenade videos and stuff, Anders. I see you out there on YouTube and on Twitch.
Yeah, you know, it's my pastime, you know, where I spend an insane amount of time and absolutely nobody cares, but I still think it's fun, you know. Like I said, it's for my own sake, you know, it makes me happy, it makes me smile. I don't read books, Vince, you know. It's not my kind of thing. Yeah, I watch TikTok and throw grenades. That's what I do.
That's the kind of education I want, Anders.
Exactly. Eight rounds into it now, starting on the 8th round. And the Mongols are at least back with some rifles. It's not every rifle that you would want. Obviously missing the AWP and missing more, maybe significantly, a lot of the utility. But I do like this double setup down towards the hallways. Jacob on the other side, he's already been tackled a little bit. MP9 maybe could have won the fight there, but the straight headshot's going to make that difficult. Masinio, he'll get the one, and he is swiftly told to back out.
They have the advantage, but we have seen this a few times before, and we know how that's ended up. They've got to get their hands around the neck of Apogee and put them down for good this time. They have every opportunity to do so. 9-10 extends the player advantage to a 2-on-4. Hypex also low. They do have time. They don't have control over the bomb just yet. So surely, I mean, we've been here before. I feel like I'm maybe jinxing this a little bit. But this has to be around the Mongols sweep aside and pick up with 4 players left. They've got to build that economy up, get their hands on some of these AKs, but Hypex, he takes down 9-10 and gives himself a chance.
Yeah, he's no joke, is he? Bomb is kind of in an awkward position here, so I think in terms of winning the round, it really, I agree, it should never be happening, but just doing a little bit more damage. I think Apogee maybe got suckered a little bit into this round where they, they end up just standing outside and doing a lot of aim fights, and maybe normally I'd want to criticize that, but the problem is Apogee have been winning so many aim battles against the Mongols that they probably do feel like it's doable. Oh my god. They managed to just walk almost right past each other. Hypex, he's going to fake it once, trying to buy himself maybe one more kill if he could, but now he has to go for it. He can't delay any further. Techno trying to climb up through the fire. Got to be careful here. Again, low health. I think he faked the audio of running into Hut just to hope that they weren't going to be showing up. He knows that they're there. It's one more headshot down to the 1 versus 1, and he swings and catches Techno. It's unbelievable.
Oh, God. It's a really good clutch, and it's so well played, but there's 2 sides to every story, right? Like, I think the coach's expression says everything for the Mongols. Like, how have we let this happen again? They've lost a 2v4. They've lost, like, a 2v3. That's a 1v3. Oh.
Listen, forget the doctor. Just send the coroner already. Like, it's too late.
Oh. They're getting away with murder as well, Anders. You might as well send a detective as well while you're at it, because, like, Apogee, they're getting away with so much. This is ridiculous.
There's no way any of this stuff should be happening. This is the kind of stuff where you've got to be really concerned, right? Because on some fundamental level, right? Never mind the caliber of players or the individual aim or anything else. I mean, for Hypex, it's absolutely sick. And, I did say, he's a better player than he showed even on Ancient. And I guess that, it's a good display of that in this round. But none of that really matters. This is not about Hypex in a sense. I mean, it is from his own point of view. But Mongols, they should never, ever be losing a round like this. In modern Counter-Strike, it doesn't really happen much anymore because everybody knows how to play very disciplined. You understand what it means. You know that as long as you trade the kills, he's never going to be able to get even close to winning a round like this one. And they fail on every single level there. What a shocking situation. Hypex is 11-3, and Mongols are getting violated on this map.
I mean, Apogee are playing so well. It's easy to kind of like meme on the Mongols and everything, but take nothing away from Apogee. These guys are playing, honestly, some really good Counter-Strike. It's the fact that the Mongols, who are typically so on point with crossing their eyes, or dotting their eyes, I should say, and crossing their T's, maybe that's the problem they're struggling with right now. They've got it back to front. But they're normally so good at this kind of, seeing out rounds where they have the advantage, clawing their way back into the clutches. Blitz has spotted the head of Haffa, or the CZ. It's going to let him down. He does a lot of damage, but not the kill. And now that allows Haffa to go back in and pick up a second kill. That epitomizes the Mongols in a passage of play. Had the chance, miss out, lose 2 players as a result, and all of this is a ruse. It's all smoke and mirrors because Apogee are hitting the B site again.
Yeah, they're going to say, fine, if you want that AK, if you're going to be out there, who cares? We're going to get the round. Make it a 7-2 scoreline, and yeah, fine, they get the AK. It's not a lot to celebrate at the moment here. This is is quite a surprise. We talked about it a little bit off camera in the break, Vince. So, I think both of us showed up to this game thinking probably, it's going to be a fairly quick 2-0, and then we'll, move into the next match, and we'll see what happens there. Like that could be more interesting, right? Like it's FaZe and Pain coming up on the B stream, I believe. So, like that, maybe this first one just has to go, a bit predictable. That's not been the case at all. Scary stuff, to be honest. Apogee, though, like I said, hard grind to qualify for big tournaments right now. It just is. So when you get there, I think that's the upside. It can be hard all those days playing online Counter-Strike. Some of them you see, they're playing like 4 or 5 best of 3s in a day. It never really stops. There is no practice. All the practice is, online qualification and trying to get the VRS points scraped together. But it really does also just mean you're just battle hardened when you get there. Like nothing can shake you. So Apogee is pretty sick.
I think it's a really good way of putting it as well in terms of a narrative. Is like for Apogee, they don't know how many more opportunities like this they'll get.
Oh yeah.
Like the Mongols have been at tons of tier 1 events. They're constantly going to be invited because they're still a damn good team. But for Apogee, like you don't know when your next opportunity is going to be around the corner. So when you get these, you've got to make the most of them. There is no excuse for just showing up and being an extra number. Like you've actually got to try and take over, and so you got to give them so much praise and really give them their due credit for how they've been playing so far. Now they have lost Jacob early on, so for one of the first times that I can recollect, the Mongols have a player advantage to kick things off early doors on a CT side for Nuke. Can they grab control of this? That's going to be a big grenade. That's a lot of damage between 3 players.
Pushing up in front again, Sinio's very aggressive move, and he's going to get the second one as well on Prism. Doesn't even reload that gun, just throws it away and picks up the AK instead. I actually like that from Sinio. Again, they're being beat up so much, but he's playing like everything is fine, and that it's just a like you kind of have to, right? Because if you start playing very scared and timid, and you're running away from every fight, that's obviously not the way to get back into this. So I think there is a fake it till you make it kind of element in this, where you just have to pretend like it's another normal day and hope that eventually reality catches up a little bit. They do win the round, and for once, actually with a chance to build a slight economy, make things a little bit more interesting here. A 3rd round on the board is not bad.
So that's kind of curious. Just building on that point I said before about not remembering too many times that the Mongols had the opening pick. I did just look at the stats. That was their 3rd time they've got the opening pick in 10 rounds. To put that in perspective, Prism has 3 opening picks in his favor by himself covered.
Yeah, that's hard to deal with. We know how much of a correlation there is between those opening kills and winning the rounds for obvious reasons. Here's potentially another one. I was going to say Prism. I think he was very favored in winning that fight. Bit of an awkward spray, perhaps. And Blitz will make it out on top. So, still, they get to walk down. Nobody really blowing open the smokes out there. And just going for some of the traditional smoke walls here. Blitz outside. He's going to catch Jacob. I think, unfortunately, that was a question of Jacob just having thrown the smoke towards Mini. And if I'm right about looking at the radar there, it looked like Jacob was way out in the open. He probably could have thrown that in a safer way. So, my guess is going to be that if we see the replay, we're going to see Jacob kind of making a silly mistake, if I had to take a quick guess. But 5-on-3, surely, Vince, they can never lose this.
He's gone and done it. He's gone and done it. Smoke's now coming out. Mazinho, though, is in position, and the smoke does nothing to betray his vision. So a free pick. He can hear the pit-patter of footsteps, but Hafa still punishes him. 9-10 is there to return the favor, and so the ebb and flow of this round will go in favor of the Mongols. Finally, they get I was going to say a clutch for a second there. 5v3s will probably feel like a clutch at this point, but they get it done clean. 4 players left alive. They picked up some AKs as well. There is a way they can get a 5th round on this half, which might be good enough.
Deep breath here. I mean, I don't disagree. 5th round would be super sick. All right, he had already thrown the grenade, so fair enough. But he was a bit out in the open. Not necessarily a mistake for Jacob, just a nice shot from Blitz. I take it all back. 7-5. I mean, again, if they win the pistol, there is a way to claw this back. I would love to see. Like I said, I feel like we deserve a 3rd map just to get Mongols fired up and Apogee, sure, like they probably like to win 2-0, but for the entertainment, I'd love something different. It's going to be a Tech9 trying to make his way through the smoke there, and not so successful. Prism goes down, Jacob's next, and unfortunately, they are getting slaughtered a little bit here. 1 Mac-10, actually, a lot of Galil being picked up here, and suddenly we're into a 2 versus 3, and this is losable if you're the Mongols. You must, this is where you want the basics, right? Have a conversation, the bomb is not planted yet, you're not in any hurry, take a deep breath and coordinate this retake.
I do like that Apogee, though, have the wherewithal and the clarity and the chaos to just pause, pump the brakes a little bit. They got tons of time. They don't need to go hell for leather with that forced plan. They have lost half of though, and 9-10 comes in and bags himself a second frag, landing 10 for the half. A good comeback from the Mongols. It's easy to look at some of those rounds and kind of make jest and make fun of how poorly they were able to execute clutches and player advantages, but the marking of the truly great teams are the ones that are not playing even close to their top level, but they're still grinding out rounds, and they do get a fifth. There is still a way forward for the Mongols. It's not going to be easy, but there is a path forward.
Yeah, and you know, that should be the backbone. You're absolutely right. A team like the Mongols, they've played, you know, maybe not as much Counter-Strike as Apogee have because they're not necessarily participating in a lot of these online tournaments, but still, it's not the first time they've had terrible beginnings to best of threes, and at some point you should be able to develop a sort of internal confidence in the team that even bad starts can be converted into really big victories, and that's what we're going to be aiming for. And we've been here before, we're just going to do it again. Hopefully that's the kind of stuff that they're going to be able to do. But you know, a lot depends on, you know, how bad did the atmosphere get during the first map or into the second, the first half of this one even. So I guess we'll see if there is enough energy left for them here. Second half, Pistol is going to be really interesting. I'm curious to see if the Mongols have got anything special prepared. We are seeing one smoke, a couple of decoys as well, funnily enough, but yeah, one smoke, one HE, so not going to be the most elaborate execute, but they are already off to the races, blowing open the door and running straight into HFA. He's going to be taking down 9-10 already. Demo with a couple of good shots. The dualies are decimating them, leaving Blitz on his own. He's still got 20 bullets left, and I was going to say, you probably should fall back here. There's no reason to give him a chance. You already know that these rounds could be lost because, you know, you won a couple in the first half, so don't give Blitz a chance.
So difficult to see how he can press forward here with two players down on the ramp side of B. Julie's going first. They're the first to fall. He's got the 2 kills he was looking for. There's a glimmer of hope, but he loses 60% of his health in the process. Tickling the bomb, trying to draw out one of the players who he assumes was in decon, but that's not the case. Hypex playing possum on the double doors, now going to control room, and he has another player in ramp. And Blitz take this opportunity to head to A site. He's played this clutch so damn well.
There's no way it's there. A Glock and potentially an ace clutch coming up. He doesn't have the health for it. He certainly doesn't have any backup, but he does have the element of surprise, and the fact that he's made to walk his way all the way outside, he might have the time for it. It would be a 10-second defuse, so they're going to be a long time waiting for this, and are they even expecting this? Is anyone going to think about the fact that he could be up on the high ground? I doubt it. They've just made the drop-down blitz. This might be the 1,000 IQ play, but no! He gets caught instead! He needed a straight headshot, and Hypex just barely catches him there. Look at that defuse coming in. It's going to be unbelievably close anyway. Jacoby's on it, and it's down to the very last second. But the clutch is denied, and Apogee, it's got to be a sigh of relief. I really thought Blitz had that.
So did I, man. And I think, you know, Blitz is going to be so disappointed. He's such an intelligent player. Obviously, the IGL of the Mongols, one of the best fragging IGLs out there, and he played this to perfection. But I think he got carried away. Where his position was, he could see the bomb from just shoulder peeking from heaven. You can see the trajectory.
Yeah.
He could have just looked out, peeked it, went back in again. But obviously, he probably didn't realize there was no kit for Apogee. It's very easiest for us to tell that information in the heat of the moment. Maybe he wasn't so sure.
Yeah, but you're not wrong. The fact is, if he had delayed his own death by even a second, you could tell that they wouldn't have got the defense at the end there. So it is very, very close. Such is Counter-Strike, though. Apogee now with a 3-round lead. And the Mongols, nobody's surprised with the bomb plant. They are going to be buying into this round. Mostly with pistols, but they do have that 1 AK on Blitz. So one good entry, one start to the round, and it might just work out. Jacob? Yeah, I wouldn't stick around. It's fine to take the peek and hope to catch somebody off guard, but once you've been spotted, it's better to get out.
Yeah, better to keep yourself alive, keep those numbers intact. Economy for Mongols is looking pretty grim. They did fully invest. So Apogee on the brink of maybe securing a 10th round, because effectively it would be an eco into the next, assuming this doesn't get too close for comfort. But that's a lot of assumptions. They still got to get across the finish line first. They spot the players from range. Hypex keeping himself alive at long range. The MP9 tries to spray in and rattle a few domes, but nothing forthcoming as of yet. Hypex finally gets his man. 30 seconds left on the clock. Prism caught out in the open, runs out of ammunition and health.
I get what Prism was trying to do, but that's way too aggressive. Again, they have the man lead. You don't really have to jump down towards hell to try and win that fight. They might be okay anyway. Seems like Mongols are running out of a little bit of steam. I said that Hypex actually does go down. And Demos stuck up here, waiting for somebody to come up the ladder. Nobody's really coming, not yet anyway. And there we go. He spins around for the shot. He took down Messino inside of the bomb site, and he was ready for that ladder play to come out. So very well done. The Polish team, they're back on track right now. And I mean, they're heavy favorites, right? You can see. Oh, no.
Oh, man. Well, they say like a picture speaks 1,000 words, right? I think that spells an entire Bible. Techno is not having a good time.
Yeah. Hands under his glasses. He doesn't want to see what's happening in front. Okay.
Understandable as well, how things have been looking. And this is the eco I was talking about. It's effectively a deco. We've got Deagles in play for all 5 players and really nothing else. You've got no utility left in between the 5 of them. They're just looking for raw jewels. And I've got to say, the way the Mongols have been bested multiple times, like, that doesn't even seem like it's going to go in their favor either.
No, I doubt it. Bit of a shooting gallery out here. Jacob reinvigorated by the fact that they were only going to have pistols. He's been bored a bit, and, in terms of kills, I guess, not as many, not as hard-hitting as he was on the opening map. So he wants to climb back up the scoreboard and catch up to H4 and Hypex at the moment, who are playing very well. So quick round, no real danger, no real surprises. They get to make a bit of cash as well on the CT side, and everything right now is coming together. This is a collapse. The Mongols. I mean, I guess they're paving the way for an interesting comeback if they can make it out of the O2 bracket, because I can't see them escaping that right now.
I like the way you think, Anders. You're spending this pretty horrendous start to the tournament in like yeah, they're just doing it, guys. Just wait. It's going to be a chef's kiss. What is it they say? Absolute cinema. There it is. I'm now a Zoomer as well. I'm one of you.
Nice, Vince. I'm gonna listen. It starts here. I'll get you on TikTok soon. I've got a lot of brain rot out there that I'm gonna start pasting you day and night, like 3:30 in the morning. I'm gonna send you the clips. Actually, a lot of them are, a lot of the memes I follow happen to be Polish. There's a Boba Kurwa meme that I'm still quite satisfied with. So I'll get you up to speed. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Again, that's the kind of education I want, Anders. Screw reading and maths and all that useless stuff.
That's in the past. We're living past in a new age here. Okay, nicely done. Lobby push coming out. Again, this is a bit of a killer instinct, right? They're already winning, and they're basically saying, it's up to you guys to try and find a solution for this, but while you're trying to figure that out, let's just see if we can make it extra uncomfortable by suddenly pushing in and being aggressive. Blitz is going to get caught as well. And the Mongols, an absolutely critical round. They finally have weapons, and they're getting nothing out of it.
Good entry from Techno, though. Gonna try and keep them afloat, but that ship has been sunk. More holes being poked in the hull. And Techno, who was weakened, riddled with bullets. Apogee up to 11. Is it going to happen, Anders? Are we going to see a comfortable, convincing 2-0 with the Mongols going down into the 0-2 bracket? And there are some big teams down there already, as we've already touched on. Like, this is getting terrifying right now.
It's a complete inverse of what anyone would have expected. But again, I'm not sad about it because Apogee have been fighting really hard. Been covering them a lot of the CCT stuff, and it's been a struggle down there, no question about it. There are a lot more teams down there like Apogee. It's not like this is the only team that's out there that can do this kind of thing, so it's cool to see. Now, can they finish what they started here? The defense is on. Prism, they do run right through the incendiary, and Techno, a stunning opening kill. You need that kind of stuff here. He's going to go down afterwards, but it doesn't matter. He did his job, and I think they're going to be able to defend this one. Now, I will say this. If they were really feeling incredibly bold, they would try and get Jacob to the high ground to do the ninja defuse. Probably not the, if you wanted to think about the, you know, what's the highest percentage chance to win? Maybe that isn't it, but it's one of my favorite things on Nuke, because very often teams will run away from the bomb plant, and if you run down and you have the kit smoke, you can get away with one. Just saying, that would be the funniest way to win this round.
It'd also be a way that, you know, if he died in the process, let's assume that they did all focus him and they just spammed him through the smoke. The bomb radius on Nuke is so huge that if he takes down 2 or 3 players with him as a result, that can kind of be worth it long term.
Yeah.
Because the economy is pretty solid for the CTs. That being said, though, of course, you're always going to play for yourself. You're going to play for your own economy and keep your kind of destiny and your fate in your own hands. So I definitely don't like the you know, going back and saving the AWP and the AK. And I think a player was around $1,500 as well, so it allows you to drop for him. But I like the way you think, Anders. It would have been sick. Didn't quite happen this time, though.
It's one of those things that it always just goes unnoticed, you know. It happens every once in a while. I think the other map that you could do it on is Anubis on the A-bomb site. Like, it's way more doable than people realize. I'm predicting, and I'll guarantee you there are going to be more of those Ninja Diffusers happening on Anubis, because it's so underutilized. And on Anubis it's worse, because the bomb radius on Anubis is even more devastating if you're near that A-bomb site. So I would say we're going to see more of that. But for now, we're back to regular Counter-Strike. So lost Techno at the start of this one. 4 versus 5 here. Yeah, nice shot coming through. And Jacob's going to be taking down Blitz. It's another round that starts not exactly in favor of the Mongols here.
Yeah, 2 pretty free picks. Like, Jacob loses 54 HP, but he's still able to stand his ground in ramp. Flashes are good, but they're not able to capitalize on it. He's able to fall back. He could get more kills from this. And even though he doesn't, he's got tons of info. He has weakened Mazinho and allows Hypix now to get in position with his AWP. Does fire off the warning shot, though. Not able to collect any kills. And so he's forced back from the Molotov. Backs away. Mazinho, good frag through on Decon, but they lose 9-10 in the process.
Still a chance here. I mean, this is a 5-on-3 that's turned back into a 2-on-3. So honestly, for the Mongols, it's not necessarily a bad development in the round now. Bomb going to be planted here. They need to keep this. I mean, they don't want to be fighting for overtime. You've got to try and do something else. Look at this potential here. Just waiting for it. AWP, all right. Jacob is on the other side. But I was going to say, they have all of the utility. They have the Molotov. They have the smoke as well. They've got the kits. Right now, they're just looking to see if they can find the last couple of Mongols players. Mazinho and Senzu. Bit of an interesting position, but this Molotov, that's what I said. First start of it here. Hypix does go down, and Jacob is now on his own. Spray is pretty good, but Senzu, just stay alive. Another couple of seconds, all he needs to be bought here. And Jacob not going to be able to get the job done, even if he had. You could hear that bomb is ticking down very low in the background, so a massive victory here for the Mongols, right? It's a 5-on-3 that they managed to turn into their favor.
I think he died to the bomb as well at the end, so all of Mongols also perished in that confrontation, and their money's not great right now, so just puts an extra level of spice into this one, even though they have won the round. Interesting purchase on both teams. I think both teams can squeak out a buy, but this is where it gets a little bit concerning. You can see that they get a buy, they got an AWP in play, but Senzu's low, Mazinho is low as well, 9-10 is low. So neither team is feeling comfortable at this point.
One smoke wall goes up. Jacob trying to blow it open. It's just still one wall. There are a lot of teams that will throw a second smoke wall so that the CTs just have no idea which one to blow open. It's a radical development on Nuke that's been happening in the modern days. Oh, the timing is absolutely crazy. Senzu, he was already being spammed down from the other side, and then Demo peeks right into him. So another 5-on-3. How many of these can they actually win, Mongols? Because this is... It doesn't look like this is the path for victory, does it?
It certainly doesn't. Ooh, nice shot, though. That could keep them in it, Anders. That could be the moment. They have outside control as well. They got time to play with. Now, you're talking about almost like this war of attrition. They're just slowly being faded out of existence, but that snapped them back into reality. Good frag from Techno. Catches Haffa completely unawares. That gets them back into an even keel. Time's starting to dwindle, though. The sands of time running dry, and they have to try and make something happen. And it's actually Hypix that's taking the initiative, pushing round from ramp. And oh, he misses his shot! Uncharacteristic, and he gets punished for it. A lifeline given out to the Mongols, and they grab it with both hands.
What is happening? back-to-back 3v5s that the Mongols managed to pick up somehow. You know what's so crazy as well? If Hypex had succeeded in getting that kill, the bomb was actually towards T-spawn. So there is a chance that he could have stopped the bomb from even going anywhere if he just kind of held the angle to begin with. But he can't know it, and ultimately it will be the Mongols here coming away with this one. So an 8-11 scoreline here. Demo, he doesn't have the kit. If he had a kit and a smoke here, maybe there is some crazy chance that he could run onto the site and do something, but without it, you could see it's not going to be happening. So, the dream is still alive. Third map, it's not out of the question, although it does feel like a little bit similar to the conversation that we were having on the opening map of Ancient, which is even when the Mongols win, you're not super confident. You don't feel like, yeah, they're back, this is it. It just feels like, oh, they're just barely making it.
No, exactly. I completely echo that sentiment. And, you know, looking at Hypex there, I mean, it's easy for us to, you know, hindsight's 2020, and it's easy for us to armchair sort of like play by play and look back. But if he lands that shot onto Squeaky and stays alive, I mean, I think this round just goes the way of Apogee. He found the perfect timing. There's like 20 seconds, something like that, left on the clock. Here we go. It's this moment here. 28 seconds left.
Yeah.
If 9-10 gets put down by Hypex, that entire dynamic shifts on its head. We could be looking at a 12-7. Instead, it's an eco for Apogee with that saved AK in play.
I myself am a big fan of, you know, armchair sort of anything, especially if I have the benefit of hindsight. It does make me a lot smarter, Vince.
Right.
Like my ability to invest into the stock market once I've already seen the graphs is incredible. Like I could have made all the right moves, you know. Unfortunately, not into the future. Looking backwards,
could be a
definitely.
multi-billionaire, bro. You know.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Like I'm on it. Blitz is going to go down at the start of the round here. There is an AK on demo, and the fact that now there's another gun on the ground somewhere means if the round drags on long enough, someone could go and find it. Senzu is going to be winning the fight against Prism, which is probably great news. Don't want to be losing to the USP. But again, it's hard to feel confident that the Mongols are just going to straight up win a round like this because they've thrown away quite a few weird rounds already.
Oh, exactly. That's why I think we're both a bit shook watching the Mongols, because it's been an interesting trajectory. I feel like when they first burst on the scene, we were probably skeptical as to how good these guys really are. And they built up this kind of trust by winning Yellow Compass, by being consistently in the playoffs, by beating teams like Na'Vi, Vitality, all of these kind of heavy-hitting squads. And so you always feel like there's a chance they can bounce back. But again, it's the nature and how they've been losing some of these rounds that really makes you just a little bit concerned. Demo continues to put that AK that was saved, the antique, to use, and sprays down a second player straight to the dome. And although it will be going the way of the Mongols, and they will bring this back to an 11-9 score, they're making it costly once again. And if they can keep that AK in play, it really bolsters their buy going into the next. In actual fact, it's just got a little bit better, Anders. They picked up a second AK and a third. This would be a huge W for Apogee, all things considered.
Yeah, big swing back. Underrated. Not a lot of people consider stealing when you just need more money, but obviously Apogee are proving it's well worth it. I might start a podcast myself, Vince. It's a popular thing. I know, you know, cold showers, investing into wild crypto stuff is the current, but I think stealing and you know pyramid schemes, you know, underrated business models potentially, you know. So.
Oh God.
So there is that.
Continues to incriminate himself. Oh no.
It's in a video game, of course. I have to remember to say that. Stealing,
right, yeah.
but in a video game. That's how I survive in court, Vince.
Yes.
He did say it was in a video game.
So I gave you the assist there. That's one of the perks of having a budget Anders with you. You know, I've got you back, twin brother. I've got you back.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Also, if I do get convicted, I'll send you to jail instead. So it's gonna be fine.
You rat.
Here we go. Jacob outside, and what a headshot it is now. He is shut down eventually, but that second kill especially. He is so lethal. And again, it's the Mongols having to fight their way back at a man disadvantage. Everything is a struggle. And in spite of that, you know, it's 9-11. That just 2 rounds, they've really managed to walk their way back into this game in spite of all of the odds. They need to keep doing it, though. One slip up here, and it could cost them everything. Hafer, I love the fact that he's not reaping. It is not worth it. Just don't do it. You have the 2-man lead. Close this game now. Send Mongols down in that 0-2 bracket. Don't give them a chance to get this one either to a win or even into overtime.
I mean, it's time on the clock, but their options are so limited. Having to push out a squeaky, this claustrophobic avenue to death, it would feel like. And if they do get out of here, they got Haffa, who's been on point with his aim. 19 frags. Flash tossed in. Haffa's now spotted a pixel. And that'll be enough to get Prism activated. Player up in heaven as well. It is looking so difficult for the Mongols to even pick up a kill from this position. But we saw Haffa earlier pull out a miracle clutch. Maybe it's the time of the Mongols. Senzu with one and 9-10 with a second. They're starting to edge their way back onto the side. They can go in for this plant as well. And there's not too much the Hypex can do about it. Senzu punishes him in the meanwhile. And our demo caught in an awkward spot of, do I even bother going for this or do I just save? The Mongols, with daylight robbery, finally get their hands on a clutch that should not be.
If they end up making this comeback, Vince, it's going to go down as one of the most absurd ways to claw your way back into a game in recent history, because we're not just talking about them outright winning a bunch of rounds. You know, that happens sometimes. You have a slow start, then you get to the second half, and then everyone's fired up, and you win a bunch of rounds where you get all the entries, and you're just, you know, you're just a better team all of a sudden. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the Mongols having to win back-to-back-to-back 3v4s, 3v5s. They are all the time at a massive disadvantage, and somehow they keep winning those positions. Like, this should never be happening. It's currently shaping up to be the most unlikely comeback that I've seen in a very long time. But fair play to them. I mean, if they're going to do this, I'm going to say it as well. If this goes into overtime, I'm instantly flipping my prediction to go back to the Mongols. I think if that happens, they are going to be so ready to capitalize. But we're not there yet. They have to either win the map or get it into overtime. But if it happens, I absolutely think they can return. Oh, look at the frustration. Bogdan behind them as well. He's not happy.
Expected rattery from flip-flop Anders. Apogee are winning. No, wait, guys, it's actually the Mongols. I never doubted. Never doubted it for a second.
Jump ship. You know, these guys are sinking. I'm not going down with that.
That's understandable.
Again, why would you?
Just the raw experience, right? Like being in OTs, being in these kind of positions, like surely the Mongols have the upper hand at that point.
That would be my guess. But I also would have definitely predicted that Mongols were going to win 2-0. So stop.
True.
Don't listen to my predictions, except if I'm talking about the stock market, then invest all your money. So 1 round lead now. I can't easily summarize how it's got to this, but somehow it has. Hypex starting off. At this point, we know it doesn't really mean anything, but again, it's a nice start for Apogee once more. And he's going to stick around for 1 more kill. He did have a teammate with him there towards the crossfire position, but 4 versus 5 and a lot of damage. Demo, I think he's managed to spam down Messino and Techno a little bit, and there's a flank coming in as well. Again, Apogee have everything they need to win this round right now. They're in great positions. They've got all the health. They've got only 30 seconds on the T side. Mongols, they should lose this round every time, Vince.
They should. Should being the operative word, but 9-10 says screw that, throws the script straight in the bin. As is so often been the case, this has been like a Twilight Zone game of Counter-Strike. Everything you think should and will happen has been the total opposite, but Jacob trying to put some kind of sanity back underway in this matchup. Senzu, though, with 8 seconds, strikes again. There's just not enough time. The plant's going to be so close, he may have just snuck it out. It's going to be a millisecond away, but instead it's too late. Apogee get the round win and now have 2 match points.
Oh my god, I wish he had the second. He just needed, yeah, not even a second, a 1/10 of a second more, and he has that bomb plan, but unfortunately, the bomb was just a little bit too far away. Timeout called now for the Mongols as they are fighting for overtime. They're trying to get back into this. What a struggle this game has been.
I think struggle is a pretty solid way of explaining this one and describing it for the Mongols. For Apogee, I'd say it's been more elation. It's been stressful for sure and anxiety-ridden, especially here on Nuke. But can you imagine the relief, the ecstasy, if they can take down the Mongols, a game that practically nobody would have gave them a hope to win. And yet here we stand, 2 chances, 2 opportunities to get it done.
It's also so crazy because a lot of the normal analysis that you would make of some of these rounds in terms of, you know, like, you would praise Apogee for getting all these opening kills, which they've been doing a fantastic job of. But unfortunately, the rest of the script just isn't really following that. They're getting opening kills, and then they're losing a bunch of those rounds. So it is kind of hard to make sense of. I do love this, though. We said it earlier, to try and close the game. They're not just playing the standard Counter-Strike. They are going aggressive. Now, Hypex got the opening kill last round by doing something similar, and he's doubling down on it, saying they're never going to expect me to be here once again, which honestly, if you're the Mongols and you died at that same position, you are going to be frustrated. And he's got so much map control as well. It's going to leave more space for the rest of the CT side to move around the map. And as a result, they've got 2 people already down below, and it's because, weirdly, of Hypex really forward position over at the lobby position there.
Grenade is a parting gift. Demo will connect onto Blitz. He did go for that preemptive one-tap round the corner, which may have given this one away. It's like you're too confident on this downstairs push. We're not buying. We're suspect of that one. Molotov's down with a flashbang, though, and an explosion out from Techno and Senzu. Tag-teaming themselves in tandem to get 2 frags. Get themselves into an advantageous position, and it should be a post-plant on top of it.
Yeah, and you could see Apogee have already made the choice. Back on out of here. They don't have that much money in the bank. The Mongols, you almost would want to say that they should try and hunt some of these guns. Not like they have a lot of cash themselves, but it's kind of a weird calculation here, because if you do get some of the guns away, you're almost guaranteed overtime. But obviously, on the other side, if you lose everything yourself, could be a bit awkward on that side. But yeah, it's going to be 11 rounds here. Mongols so close. I'm so curious. I really want this to go to overtime. I'm so curious if our prediction about them spinning it around is going to be correct. If the experience of being the better team here is going to actually kick in, getting to overtime. They're 1 round away, Vince. They've almost got it.
I mean, it's one of the kind of hot talking points about the Mongols, and also, well, ex-Eternal Fire, now Aurora, is one of the narratives that we keep talking about. Is like they're choking in terms of big games, in terms of not being able to get things across the line when it really counts. But they have been forged through the fire and flames of these close comeback sort of OT games. We've seen multiple times them come back from vast deficits and get W's. So you'd have to give them the slight edge here, but it's the way that Apogee are playing. Like, it almost feels like they're playing with no kind of like worry, no fear. Look at Jacob again. A really important round. Just pushes red container, gets the frag backs away, and Prism gets the same. They just are unrelenting. They're not showing any respect across to the Mongols. They're playing their own game, and so far it's been working out a storm.
I think you're exactly right, and it's fantastic. This is how you defeat a better opponent. You have to not respect them. You have to pretend like they're just any other opponent that you're going to be up against. Don't worry about where they are in the world ranking. Just shut it down. Hypex going to be dropping 9-10. And the dream of any kind of an overtime, it's further away than it's ever been. Massinio and Senzu, they've got a little bit of time here, but they do not have the aim for it. Jacob takes another one. He's up to 21. He's once again overtaken everybody in the server. And it's just a young gun left alone. What would be the clutch of a lifetime if he could pick it up, but there's no reason that he should. Hypex will take him down at Apogee with a shocking upset, defeating the Mongols in studio on LAN. What a day for the Polish team.
The relief is palpable, and as you can see it in their faces, they're not getting carried away, but on the other side of the coin, it's just dejection. It's just bitter disappointment, because the other thing is, well, like, yes, Apogee were the better team, there's no doubting that. How many opportunities did the Mongols have in clutches, though, man? How many times did we see them in 2v4s, 3v5s, and they squandered it? They're sat there now knowing they could have won this game.
Yeah, I can't imagine the emotional roller coaster. That's just a shocking display coming out here. The Polish team, I mean, they should be celebrated. It's a very, very cool result for them. Unexpected, to say the least. And the Mongols, it'd be interesting to see some kind of interview with them later on, because obviously there are going to be a lot of questions here. And you can read it on their faces. You can get a sense of just how devastated they are from having this happen. Already shocking that they lost the opening, but maybe that was a bit more expected. Maybe that could have happened to 3D Max, but losing to Apogee here, that is that wasn't on anybody's mind. How cool. What a great way to get the day rolling, even if it was not what anyone saw coming.
Yes, I feel privileged to watch that game, Anders, alongside you. Like, that was a really fun game of Counter-Strike. It wasn't always the best. It wasn't always the cleanest, I think it's safe to say, but damn if it wasn't entertaining. And a special nod, I'm sure we're going to see his stats pretty soon. Jacob finishes this game, this series, with 45 frags over 2 maps. Well over 100 ADR. This guy has had an absolute standout performance, an incredible display.
Yeah, we've talked about him coming into the game a bit, him and Hybex, and I think, for good reason. So we'll see what Jacob Future is going to be holding. But right now, again, this Polish squad is just looking like they're going to try and revive Polish Counter-Strike. It's about time somebody did it, so I'm pretty excited for it. Congratulations to Apogee. Of course, it's not going to be the last game that we have here on the stream. There's still FaZe and Pain that's going to be coming up. That will be, I think, as well, very, very interesting. Pain actually played so much better than expected. They've got Demo that's playing there. So they're looking, the rumor is, to maybe pick up GGT in the future. But for now, they're playing with a bit of a stand-in, but it didn't really seem to slow them down, honestly, in that game yesterday. They were super tough. Aurora were unbelievably close to losing to them. So pretty cool stuff. So I'm expecting a good game there. I'm hoping that it's going to be the case. For MongolZ, it is a sour taste right now. I can't imagine what it's like for this stage of them. You know, they came in here heavy favorites. You know, looked pretty confident in the beginning, but that was quickly taken away from them. It can't be a fun experience, Vince. You think it's gonna be apple juice, and then it's just pure piss at the end, isn't it?
I was wondering where you were going with that analogy, but you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. A sour look on the faces, as we saw many times from their reaction cams. And yeah, I mean, the MongolZ at the end of the day, like, look, a lot of the top teams are not at this tournament. You don't have Spirit, you don't have Na'Vi, you don't have, these heavy-hitting teams, the Vitalities of this world. And so most people came in thinking, right, MongolZ and Aurora, they're going to cruise through the playoffs, no problems. Nope, that's not been the way it's gone at all. This entire tournament has thrown out so many upset wins, and I think it just goes to show, like, you can look at the negatives and say, like, oh, well, maybe these teams aren't as good as we thought we are. I choose to look at it a different way. I think the tier 2 scene is stronger than we thought it was. I think there's a closer skill gap between these teams and the likes of Apogee.
That is absolutely true. I think that's really worth highlighting, and I say it with confidence. There are a lot more teams like Apogee out there than people realize now. Can they break through? Can they get a chance to play on LAN? That's obviously the big challenge right now for a lot of them, because you have to scrape together the VRS points to get the qualification. It's madness, to be honest. But it does mean that when they get there, they are probably going to be pretty strong. So cool to see it in action now. The next game coming up, it's going to be FaZe and Pain. We'll get there after the break, so stay tuned, and we will be right back.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
FaZe Clan are back in action here for PGL Bucharest. We've got the in-game leader, the mastermind behind it all, Carrigan with me. And I guess we got to start by just looking at the exit from Blast Lisbon and the way it went down for you guys. How was that one to take? Because obviously of how it started, you win the game against Astralis, but then you go up against the Spirit, which obviously is very difficult for any team. But for you, I guess it's hard where you don't maybe fight the way we were expecting you to fight against them.
Yeah, first of all, we got 13-0 against VP, right? First,
I wasn't going to mention it. I wasn't going to mention it.
Yeah, but it just shows that our A level is pretty good, because I think the way we beat Astralis was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Astralis is maybe not the best team right now, but we had a convincing victory, showed our train, showed our 7 map pool, came into the Spirit game, and if I rewatch the game again, it's like we have so many X on X after plans on the map, then literally we should win like 80% of them. I hate to say it, but it's just like we're getting into side. I kill Donk, Magus kills me, and I'm like, this is the best trade we can get a server for me for Donk.
This is gold.
Yeah, this is the goal of the game, and unfortunately we don't finish the rounds. But I think the worst thing is like our B level, when we don't play our A game, is not good enough, and that's what is pretty annoying with the previous lineup, previously chemistry. Even on our bad days, we could beat some of these teams by the fundamentals and the basics. But right now, it is a tough time. But I think I have seen the potential how good we can be, and now it's just trying to all the time replicate that.
Yeah. Now, looking at what you learned from Lisbon and just the past events, right? Obviously, you'll change things event to event. Does that mean you're coming into Bucharest for some more changes, or do you have a more like set way of playing now that you're stuck with?
I think there's less changes now.
Okay.
I think we're getting to a season where we have to give more room and space to see the small changes we have done. I think we changed a lot in the beginning just because there were certain things that didn't work. Even it might have worked in practice, but in official games you see it way more, and hopefully with less new stuff coming into this event, we can focus more on the basics, because there is always, as a problem as an IGL, if things are not working, I will create a new strat, I'll create something more fresh. But when the game comes, you still need to fix those more like basics mistakes and playing off each other in the defaults, how much aggression, who does the aggression, when to call for a flash from team, and all these things we try to focus more on in practice to kind of play less tactical wise and dry run new rounds, but more like figure out mid-round solutions where who is taking the next step as a player and who is doing the mid-rounding together with me based on different scenarios.
And looking at just the practice you had coming into this event, do you feel like obviously it's not the same as officials, I understand that, but do you feel like you've seen some progress in the direction you wanted to go?
I see some progress, yeah. I think it's hard to describe. I still think always practice is different. I know I can be different in practice compared to official, right? But when the games come, I feel like I see more stability from the individual players in the team.
Okay.
And I think that is a key thing for us to see how the basic natural works. Because there is going to be days I call bad, we need someone else to take care of it. There will be days I'll call good where we don't need to play good individually, right? Those are the things we need to figure out this event and just try to analyze and look at it. I think we are going in the right direction, but it's going goddamn slow. We have some big tournaments coming up as well, plus this one. And we didn't win a trophy for a whole year, is coming soon to an end, to the 14th of April. So we need to win some trophies.
Couldn't be this one?
That's the goal. I mean, right now it's very hard for me to say we're the favorites. Normally I am pretty blunt with you that we are going to aim for the trophy. That's my desire to win and what I'm aiming for. But to be honest, I just need to see a better game from us when it goes bad, because that's the worst thing I have right now. I know we can win a tournament if we play our A game, but you're never going to play a game 7 games in a row. There's going to be a bad game, and that's the one you lose, then you're out.
Well, you know what to do. You've always been able to do it. I wish you the best of luck with it, man, and thank you for all the insight.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready with another best of 3 here, brought to you by the Human Genome Experiment. That is the Vince and Anders broadcast. For you who don't know, by the way, I think our birthdays, they are 1 day apart, right, Vince, if I'm not wrong?
I think we figured out that we're like 6 hours difference in
I believe so.
in age.
Yeah.
Like literally, we're the same age, born 1 day apart. I was born late at night and you were born the next morning.
Yeah.
It's wild, isn't it?
It's hard to believe, but here we are. What's even more shocking, perhaps, than that is the fact that Polish Counter-Strike is back, baby. Apogee is going to be picking up that win just now against MongolZ in a 2-0 fashion. That's a headline for you. Now we've got FaZe and Pain, and I don't know. I mean, if you just read out the names, and if you hadn't been watching too much Counter-Strike recently, you'd say, well, this is a no-brainer. But why are FaZe losing to Astralis? What's going on there, Vince?
Honestly, I've watched the game back and I still don't understand. It's like I can't put my finger on what the hell happened. If we're being completely honest, this FaZe team has failed to impress so far with the Unleash pickup, you know, and I don't want to put it at his doorstep. It extends further than that. Broky's also been, I think it's safe to say, extremely inconsistent over the last 6 to 10 months or so. Frozen has great moments, but also has maps where he's disappearing, which he did against Astralis, by the way. He had a real stinker of a performance. So I'm not really sure what to make of this, to be honest with you, Anders. Like, coming into this game, you'd think FaZe should win. Pain have got the stand-in, like you said. Koaz is out now, so that should be even more reason. But as you can see there from the ratings, Unleash down at a 1.05. He wasn't even dropping this low of a performance when he was playing in Complexity, and he was basically against the world by himself. He's had a big drop-off.
Yeah, there are a lot more questions than answers at the moment for the FaZe side, and you know, I wish I had the answers, but I just tragically don't. FaZe just not looking anything like themselves, and when even the individuals are starting to take damage like that, when they're not performing, when they are playing, you know, worse than the sum of the total, that's not good. That's a bad sign, obviously. I think they should still be the favorites coming into this one. Like I said, even if Pain played pretty well yesterday with the stand-in, I'm going to be honest, they very nearly defeated Aurora, which is, you know, again, the old Eternal Fire team. They were so close to doing it. With the stand-in, that's remarkable. But, again, if we're going off the normal script, it should be FaZe to pick up this victory. I'm not super confident in it, but I'm still going to make that prediction. If I had to be, you know, gun to the head and all that, I would be going in that direction. I will say this, though. I am a fan of this Pain team, and mostly for me because of Big Uzira. I think he is a fantastic leader. His kind of Counter-Strike is so palpable that you can see the decisions being made in the server. I think he has a great mind for the game, and it's just really, really awesome. And then, of course, you got, you know, Snow, who's just excited and young, and we all love that. So, yeah, I think this is a really cool team. It's a shame that they don't, you know, they had to sort of make the change with demo right at the end. But I will say that the kid's been playing really well. I mean, what a challenge to be thrown into a studio environment, and then you have to play, well, you know, Aurora, Eternal Fire, and now FaZe. It's like, welcome to the big leagues, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely a baptism by fire, isn't it?
He's 17.
Sure. And yeah, like you say, like he's basically a stand-in. This is his chance in the shop window to show the world what he can do, to show the Brazilian teams, other international teams, like, listen, I'm good enough to pick up. Like, please pick me up, or at least Pain, pick me up. How many times have we seen like a trialist come in and do such a good job, they end up getting the full-on contract? So here we go into the veto, however. Dust2, Inferno, and Anubis. Anything alarming you about that one, Anders?
Well, I am honestly always worried whenever I see Anubis, most especially if it's a third map, just because I feel like I tend to refer to it as the most treacherous map at the moment. I feel like there are so many games that are played right now where you start CT side on Anubis and you can't get anything going, and you end up losing a whole bunch of rounds, and that you can't recover the game. It is fun, but also I think it's a bit of a worrying sign. So don't necessarily, you know, have any other strong opinions. I feel like, in general, this is, you know, again, I feel like FaZe should be able to win this one, but my confidence is, you know, it's pretty mid at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if we go off the basis of how both teams performed in their first game, I think it's safe to say we both say Pain are probably the favorites, right? Because they really did give Aurora a run for their money.
Yeah.
And also, here's another really sad statistic if you're a FaZe fan. Other than beating Astralis a couple weeks ago, they have lost every single game they've played in the last 6 weeks. That includes losing to Falcons 2-0, Astralis, VP, Spirit, and then Astralis again. So really, it's a lot of red in their column right now. That's the reason why we're both kind of nervous about this FaZe squad, because they have really been struggling. Like, I don't know if it's just me that feels this way, because I felt like I was the only person that was hyped when Elise joined FaZe. I thought this was a really good pickup.
Yeah.
But man, it's failed to impress so far. Like, you'd have to say Rops is the best change that we saw last Roster Mania by far.
Yeah, it's that really did work out the other way. Here we go, no delay. We're into the action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's FaZe versus Pain, and we are off to the races. They're not checking their right, and there is a player down here in Elise. Oh, but he's been found out a little bit early, perhaps, and now he's fighting for his life. Brokey's dead. No backup is coming, and he is going to get shut down. I mean, yeah, he had to hit a bunch of headshots to even get close to it. It's Carrigan who's also adopted this interesting view model. We'll see if he's going to be able to do anything with it. 3 USPs left on that CT side. The bomb is going to be planted, and 4 long as well. There's only 1 player back there, but it is NQC with a P250 right now down in the pit, so it's going to be a very hard defuse, and before they can even get close to it, they're going to have to get a bunch of kills. It's Rain to get the first one, but I doubt it's going to be more than that.
The rest of his team have all been divided and conquered. Elise, a death by 1,000 paper cuts. It felt like he survived a long-ass time, but just prolonged the torture and pain and suffering, which is now being put down. Laid to the sword, and first blood claimed by Pain. And yeah, maybe that's the problem for Carrigan. You know, he's gone for that sort of Quake view model, but whereas Bigazera has it left-handed, he's got it right-handed. That's why he got beat by his opposite IGL in that fight. Maybe he needs to switch to left-handed after all.
Listen, there is so much superstition about view models and game sensitivity and, you know, resolution. So, like, why? Like, all we've done is add even another variable into that. Why not? I still, there's, you know, in 1.6 you could actually remove the gun model altogether. But Valve have taken it away from us. They've stolen it. Hot Draw 0 was the command. It doesn't exist anymore.
Demo's going to be in for a flurry of frags if he just stays in position. But Davideus maybe steals this away from under his nose. Demo wants to go for that kill. He wants to pad those stats, get his confidence built up early here against FaZe. Some legendary players on the opposite side of the server, one of which is Rain. But USP in hand, surely not long for this world. And if it wasn't bad enough already, Bigazera is flanking around the back. He's living on borrowed time, and it will collect. Pain Gaming off to a 2-0. Was an eco, can't get too carried away, but FaZe need to pick things up quick.
I mean, we've just seen what can happen, and...
Right, yeah.
You know, just to reiterate, for those of you who missed the Aurora game yesterday, it was really scary. And I'll even say this, Pain had a slow start to that game, but once they started to really ramp up, it was really impressive. So don't count them out yet. Bigazera, apart from the, you know, tactical side, which I think is impressive, he's also a really good fragger. He's a good, you know, in-game leader in that sense too. And obviously got Davideus, Snow's out there, so just a lot more firepower than maybe people expect. NQC, I still think he's you know, weirdly, there aren't that many great Brazilian AWPers at the moment. So I can't understand why that is. And it's actually one of the big, in my opinion, one of the big challenges for the region. But I think NQC is pretty high up there and maybe a little bit underrated at times. So hopefully he can show us that he's got what it takes here to bring them to a victory. Third round here, and we've got the first rifles coming up for FaZe, so make good use of them. It's Brokey being assaulted already at the A bomb site, and a nice flash from his teammates. So much damage, but finally a kill as well that comes through. I was going to say, they're waiting to actually get a frag on the board, and they're going to get 2 in return there for Pain Gaming, so not necessarily too bad at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like if Brokey gets that cleaner, like basically the round just unravels for Pain Gaming, but he took way too long to take the first kill down, ran out of bullets. That's one of the downsides of the A1S over the A4. Now Frozen has to try and use his weapon to fend off the rest of the T's, and Bigazera with a resounding no. They pick up the rifles, but they're laid back to rest once more. Snow getting hype, and Pain getting a 3-0 lead.
I think you're absolutely honest. The fact that took just a little bit too long, it's a little delay. It allows for the Molotov to come in. His teammates trying to run in to save him, but instead they go down as well, which is kind of a classic scenario in the CT side. Sometimes you've got to make a pretty tough choice about whether or not you're trying to save your teammates or if you just let them die and hope to get some, you know, some better refrags instead. But in this particular case, it looked like it did backfire a little bit against them. So One HE was already been used, and then a couple of flashbangs there for Rain. But that's about all they have. So it looks like they might try and push down Catwalk at some point and maybe be flashed in by Rain. Not a bad idea.
Oh, I like this, that they're trying to also encircle from the side and flank and hit multiple areas at the same time. So far, so good, though. Brokey on the receiving end of Big Azera's AK. He was looking promising just for a moment. But Pain Gaming able to pick up the slack and use their superior weaponry accordingly. And now FaZe have got to try and back away. Carrigan has been baited into assuming this would be a B hit. The bomb's still residing in middle. Rain needs to win this fight, and he does. Stands his ground and delivers. Down to 46 HP, and now Pain have the information. Know where one of the 2 remaining CTs reside, but because of so much mid-presence earlier, they may very well assume that one of these 2 CTs did head off to the B site, and so therefore they're looking to hit A long.
I like the fact that they're spending the time right now. Still got 40 seconds. They can definitely make it up long with enough time to plant the bomb and everything else, so they're not rushing into anything crazy. And they get staying grouped up. The only downside here is that there is a chance that Rain or somebody else could sneak into the middle and find one of those weapons, and obviously that will equalize things a bit. There we go. And he picks up a Molotov as well, and that's actually significant. There is no more smokes on the Pain side, so with 18 seconds left, in theory, Rain could win this round by just throwing the right Molotov at the right time and stopping the bomb plant. And you can see they're running that clock very low. There comes the Molotov right on top, and Demo, he's going to have to run away. There's no space for it. 5 seconds left, and he can't plant the bomb any longer. It's devastating.
Oh, I just nailed it. You nailed it. Are you sure you can't see the future? You should be a multi-billionaire. Molotov down, round over. And you can see the panic as well set in, right? It's like, it's hot, get me out of here. But it was covering the entire site. There was no way he could get the plant in.
Yeah, I've decided to use my powers for Counter-Strike instead, you know? Could have been a millionaire, but went the other way. No regrets. No regrets. Oh my god. That is wild. It's the fact that it's a Molotov and not an incendiary actually makes a difference too, because an incendiary, he could have run to the front of the bomb site and tried to plant and hope that someone would have covered him or something like that. But the fact that it's a Molotov makes all the difference in the world. Wow, what a wild ride. 3-1. FaZe, they don't have a lot of money, obviously, you know, going into the next round, right? It cost them a lot, but they win the round. They're going to be just fine. They've got the AWP back on Brokey. Let's see if they can build something.
Yeah, that's the key, right? Like, you get success once in a round that you probably should have lost out on, but can you hit consistency? Because you've got such a fragile, frail economy on the CT side. Even, you know, a bit of egg on the face of Pain and a bit of embarrassment aside, if they come out and win this round, that'll be a thing in the distant past. Like, they won't care about that previous one, because they'll have everything going in their favor. So FaZe have got to make Pain respect their CT side. So far, it's been pretty straightforward. The bulk of the CT is actually making maneuvers over on the B site, and no one is watching mid for the time being. There is a window of opportunity here for Pain, but of course they don't know this vital information, so they're taking their sweet time.
Not a lot of pushes coming in, but Carrigan is somewhat deep on long, and that means they're basically saying, let's hope this is going to be a B split. If it is, we're going to have 3 people there. If it is Catwalk instead, we're going to have Brokey there. So I actually like this calculation from FaZe. It makes sense. You can understand how this defense is going to end up working out if it does. And they've guessed right. They actually have the right intel for it. Let's see if the defense will hold. We're down to 16 seconds. A 3-man defense. They need to get the kills right now, Pain, or it's going to be too late once again. I think they're running out of time here. 8 seconds now. Legion in the corner. Fantastic spray. The headshots are coming through. And he's found a quad kill. And nobody is expecting for that third person to be there. And they just didn't have the time to take the fight either. So well done. FaZe come out on top.
An insult to injury as well. NQZ's like, it's fine, guys. I'll save the AWP at the end. And Carrigan just comes and executes him. I'm not sure if that was after time or not. It could have actually been even worse. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why you look at a player like Legion, you see him down in like some pretty poor stats since joining FaZe. And it's really concerning because he is such a damn good player. One of the best riflers on the planet, easily, when he's feeling it. And I talked about consistency. FaZe have done it. They string together 2 rounds, and they put Pain on their back foot. They have to eco.
All right, there's Brokey. Good shot. I think you mentioned Brokey in the pre-game. You're talking about consistency and all the rest of it. I mean, I think it's a totally fair thing to bring up, and it's so frustrating because obviously when Brokey is good and when he's in his zone, he does things to the game that almost nobody else does. And it's so much fun to watch, but there definitely are the other moments where it feels like it does cost the team quite a bit. So it's been true pretty much forever. It's hard to really know if the criticism is is it justified? Is it, would you take that risk if you were the guy making the choices for who's on the team? I really don't know, because I've seen rounds where Roki is the only person that can sort of bring them out of a round, and he does, wins a wild 1 versus 3 that somehow requires 2 no-scopes or whatever. That's a Roki round. But what about the rest of the time,
Yeah, he's like that, one of those X-Factor players, but he's a bit of a loose cannon at the same time. So you never quite know what you're going to get with him. When he pops off, though, there's very few players on the planet that can go toe-to-toe with him. Frozen, in the meanwhile, has already expended more than half that magazine, and it's going to get punished. Snow peeks around the corner, will be traded out by a Liege, though. And NQZ, try as he may to get up on Catwalk, has been sent packing. So FaZe, from a 0-3 deficit, have tied us up to 3-3. But there's going to be AKs coming around into this next round, so they can't take their eyes off the prize.
Okay, good stuff for FaZe though. Stabilizing the game early on. Apogee showed us earlier, if you want to take down a stronger opponent, it's pretty good to to go on a bit of a big run at the beginning, and Pain certainly tried to do that, but credit to FaZe for not allowing it too much further. Smoke is down and they're running into lower dark. Now that is going to be called out for Pain. They're going to be aware that there could be somebody here. Question is, how will they deal with it? There's also a player on Catwalk from Brokey, so their backs are being covered right now by that AWP. And they're going to want to push straight in here. Nice hit, and there's a push from Upper Dark as well. FaZe, that's aggression on 3 different levels. It's into Lower Darks, it's on Catwalk, and then it's into Upper Dark from the V-Bomb side, and Pain were not ready for it. This is a bit of a dream for me. One of the reasons I don't like Dust 2 generally is that there are so few teams that have the balls to do this kind of stuff, but FaZe definitely did.
Yeah, proactivity is so key. And because it's rare, it really catches the T's off guard. Brokey probably will feel like he should have hit that shot. 2-player advantage will alleviate that pressure a little bit. Fully flashed, but Davideus still connects the headshot all the same. And now there's a bit of a gap opening up that Pain can try and exploit, try and expunge through on this CT side defense. They've got Brokey up on the little pitch, trying to peer down with his AWP. The bomb now getting retrieved. 40 seconds is going to eat up a lot of the clock, though, for NQZ to get back over and join his teammates on long. But that seems to be their final destination. They will do or die out on this long side. Or perhaps not, Anders. They're changing it up. They're going back to middle again.
How many rounds have we had so far where we're down to no time at all? But by the time they get here, again, there's no flaws can happen right now. If they lose even 1 player in transition, I think the round is almost over already. Davide is the one to go down. Smoke goes up on top. We're talking about 14 seconds. 1 more player in the bomb side, and Carrigan, oh, he just had to stay alive, but Demo takes him down instead. The Molotov nearly canceling the round again, but this time it doesn't spread the full distance, and somehow Pain get the bomb plant. If Carrigan crouches, it's FaZe winning it by default. There's nothing that Pain could have done, but that straight headshot to kill him is absolutely monstrous. NQC now, a bit of risk here, does miss the shot, and Frozen, has he slipped the net? You think he might have dived under the radar. They don't know about this. He's up close, picking up the kit now. He knows that one of them is by Gandalf, but can he guess where the other one is? Wallbang is pretty good. It takes a lot of bullets, but he gets the job done. And now it's on Demo, 17 years old, to try and clutch this against FaZe, and he swings wide. It's exactly the right idea. Unfortunately, he ran in to the Norwegian mountain god that is Rain.
Yeah, and it turns out that mountain gods make great bodyguards as well, Anders, because he held the line like a true beast. Kept his teammate alive to go for that full defuse, but I think at the same time, FaZe are like relieved they've won the round. They're also asking themselves, guys, this was a 2v4. Yeah. How are we even getting into a position where we're nearly losing that round? That's disgusting. Like you said, if Carrigan just keeps his head down, they win the round by default because there's not enough time for him to get on the site and deal with him accordingly. You can see the frustration kind of creeping in when he realizes maybe he just didn't have a good read at the time. He was so focused on the task at hand, but whichever way you spin it, FaZe taking the lead for the first time here in this best of 3.
It's pretty scrappy to begin with. Don't disagree. That is the kind of... I mean, we had the same criticism from MongolZ when they were playing against Apogee just now. If you watch that game, there were so many rounds where MongolZ had the lead, they had the man advantage, and they ended up throwing it away, not because of, you know, necessarily anything crazy, just failing the basic parts of playing Counter-Strike. Set up some crossfires, don't fight if there's only 10 seconds left. Like, these are the kind of things that we expect out of these tier 1 teams, so when you see them fall short on that, usually a sign that there's something about the dynamic in the team that's not quite working out the way that you'd want. Can't really afford that. Nice shot from Brokey, though. Going to be taking care of Biguzera. Does go wide here, which again is one of those big risk kind of plays where you could end up going down. But again, it's also very much in Brokey's wheelhouse to double down on this kind of aggression. And sometimes that's where you allow for a team to get back into it. This time, though, it's Demo. A little bit shocked by the fact that he was still at that corner. And now 5 versus 3, looking pretty good. Good tracking mid-air. And again, when it works, it looks beautiful.
That was a beautiful shot. That was exquisite. He goes back in. His bloodlust's not satiated. He decides, listen, guys, give me the ace. Go one by one into me. Frozen scumbags that away, but they don't care about that. Some great shots. Shorts against an eco. It's mainly that third tracking shot mid-air. A thing of beauty. And FaZe extend their lead now. That is 5 rounds on the bounce without any kind of retaliation. And that is why we're going to get our first tactical timeout. 5 rounds in a row. Alarm bells beginning to sound in the distance. And Pain want to make sure that they cut this one short as fast as possible.
FaZe have really done such an amazing job at taking away many of the tactical platforms that you really need on the T side. Most importantly, if you can't control catwalk on this map, the playbook is so close to what you really can do on the T side. Now, still, if you get the long spawns, you can try and go out there and control long, and that's perfectly fine. But if you don't get the long spawn, at some point you are going to need to default out and take the catwalk position. Whether you want to use it for anything or not is completely irrelevant. The CTs just can't know whether or not you're there or not, because if they know, then they pretty much have a good read on what's going on. And I think FaZe have done a remarkable job at stopping that from happening and making it very uncomfortable. Now, this time, it is going to be the long spawn. Brokey is so ready, though. Davide is blown up already, and this time he is going to fall a little bit further back. So Pain, but they don't have to commit to it, but uncomfortable position right now. They're on the rest of the map just making sure that nobody else from FaZe is pushing up, but all this is going to do is cost them a lot of time, and they're not going to learn that much either.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that FaZe were able to get that pick from Brokey while flashed, but it has to pull back, it means that they're going to have a very good read of the possibility of one or multiple players being out here on long. So there's no reason for them to over-rotate. And have a look at Elish. He's pushing up through middle. So much information being gathered here, plus the opportunity to just cut away any Ts that remain. Decides better of it, but that intel is worth its weight in gold. There's still a minute left, but he's under no pressure to leave this premises right now. So Pain's situation is so bad.
The smoke that they threw for the cross just now landed behind Brokey, so he knows that they're not pushing up long. Now, the reason they throw the crossing smoke early on the T side is to try and bait out utility from FaZe, but they don't need to throw any utility FaZe. They know that no one's coming long. Now they're going to do it again. Brokey's still going to be in front of it here, so we'll see if it covers him. Last time it didn't. He could just stand here. This time, all right, a little bit better, but still, he's able to see them coming. And now look at the utility on FaZe. They should really never lose this round. Just off of grenades alone, they have so much to work with. There's the first grenade. We're down to 20 seconds. They got one more and Frozen if he can get here in time. It's Elise to get the headshot on Biguzera. And again, the clock is running incredibly low here. Pain, they've left nothing to chance now. 10 seconds. That bomb plant has to be flawless at this stage. Oh, they're jumping and shooting at Snow with the headshot. And it's the grenade from Frozen. Finally landing right on top of him. So close round, all things considered, but FaZe, I think they had the read the whole time.
Exactly. They had full control over the information war between the two of them. And that's allowed by the opening pick. But I think this is also a point that harkens back to something you said earlier with that wrap into tunnels. That so few teams on the CT side are willing to be proactive on Dust 2. They're very reactive. They're absorbing the pressure. They're absorbing the punishment. How many teams would get an opening pick on long and then just sit there on the site and do nothing? Instead, FaZe take Elish. They push him out. They throw that smoke you mentioned before as well. They get full control and they know every step of the way roughly where Pain are coming in. Really good round from FaZe.
Here we go. No delay on this one, Vince. They're going to be going right into it. I don't actually hate the idea, but once again, FaZe are beyond prepared. They had 3 people there. They had already the grenades down. Pain were hoping that this was going to be one of those, 1B, 1 mid, 3A kind of defense, which is pretty common. And then they just want to trade out that shot at the B bomb side and get the bomb plant. Didn't happen. FaZe. This is one of the best CT sides I've seen in a very long time. And like I said, I'm almost hate watching Dust 2 most of the time when I'm watching it, really at any level, just because all I'm watching really is sort of the same sort of gambles on the CT side. I think C side Dust 2 is fine. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening there. But for the CT sides, I just find it to be generally quite disappointing. But FaZe, they're the rescue. They're saving Dust 2 for me.
Yeah, and keep in mind as well, like, that's 6 rounds in a row, but one of the rounds they picked up, the first one was basically down to Rain throwing a God Molotov that just kept them in the game, and then since that point, there's only been 1 bomb plant in 6 rounds. So this has been just really solid, 7 rounds, pardon me now, really solid CT sides, and it feels like they're in their comfort zone. Like, Pain, they're just getting choked out, they're claustrophobic out and long, they can't seem to get any kind of control. And as you even mentioned it yourself, how many rounds have gone down to 20 seconds, 15 seconds left on the clock? Yeah. That goes to show how well FaZe have been punishing them.
This time, again, they actually had a push into lower dark. I think it was Frozen who was in there for a bit, or maybe it was Leash. But either way, they've run in there, they run back again. And even if there's no fight and no damage taken from that, it is just the paranoia for Pain of having to look and spending time, checking every single corner. You're just not sure. All you see is that there was a smoke up and someone could have been there. Going to be clearing Catwalk in a very risky way. He didn't have the normal Molotov that you would throw to the corner there. So instead he just has to swing it behind the flashbang, which easily can get you killed. Look at all the little flashes in the left corner. That's all the grenades that are being held by FaZe. If you hold it for more than X amount of seconds, the HUD will tell you, which indicates that, they're just waiting. They're just waiting for the right cue. They're so primed. If anything happens, they can slow it down again. They can throw the flashes and the Molotovs. It's Davideus, though, taking down Brokey. Maybe this is an opening. They need it right now, Vince. It's 30 seconds left.
Oh, Karragan with the Orc, though. Nearly gets 3. NQZ's been peppered down to just 8 HP, but it does give them a way to push on long, to try and envelop the site. Frags are plenty. Snow and Davideus both chip in, but now it's down to Frozen. Typically a player wanted these kind of positions, but he's missed his first shots. Can't finish Davideus off and will be punished. And that 7-round killing streak of wins and victories has come to an abrupt end. And even then, if Karragan picks up that last kill onto NQZ on long, it could have gone the opposite direction.
Oh, the timing is so nuts, isn't it? You're right, though. NQC, he had the bomb as well, running up long with 10 seconds. I mean, again, it's another one of these rounds where one little thing that goes wrong, and Pain could have easily lost it. They do win it, and they absolutely do win the next one. I think 7 rounds is such a good scoreline right now in the current Dust 2 meta that I'm definitely very happy for it. NQC, there to pick off Brokey at the start of the round, but Elish is still pushing up, so he's not going to have any backup here. He's on a one-man mission, trying to see if he can kill this round and win it for his team. They don't know. This is going to be a shock when you're coming out of long. Oh, no. Snow, how did he check it? How did he know?
Oh, Elish was looking at T-Spawn as well. It must be so frustrating. I'd love to see the kill cam on that one from his perspective. Yeah, he's looking at T-Spawn. He anticipated some passivity back there for the last round. It wouldn't go beyond the realms of reason. They might pick up a secondary AWP and try and utilize it from spawn and then trade to the AK. Meanwhile, though, Big Azera lays down the law and secures the A side. So it seems like 7 rounds may be a solid outcome for FaZe, but that's maybe all they get here. As NQZ puts his AWP to use again, he has gone full circle after the opening pick onto Brokey down in the catwalk. Karragan now tries to stand his ground against 5 Fighters' resilience. And although he sprays in, NQZ is there to pick him up. 7-5 the score. A very solid half, all things considered, for FaZe, and Brokey in particular. Give credit where it's due. He was bossing Pain most of those rounds.
What a first half. A bit of a recovery towards the end. For the Brazilian side, it's not all doom and gloom, but it's a long ways away still. I am really impressed by FaZe. That CT side looking good. My memories of watching FaZe on that CT side just aren't necessarily that good. I feel like in the past, some of their aggression weirdly hasn't actually been much in the middle or lower dark. It's been pushing long, where you sometimes see Rain or Karragan go for sort of those mid-round long pushes when they're on the CT side. And that's that's rolling the dice a lot. Like, it can work, but it's so easy to either be too early or too late when your whole round is based on that. So whatever they were doing here, FaZe, I'm really a big fan. I think that's really cool. Nicely done. Second half coming up. Nothing has been decided yet. We really don't know how this is going to be playing out. There's every chance that Pain can bounce back, and we'll see if FaZe, you know, if they have what it takes to start well on the T side. It's coming up in a couple of seconds here.
This is it. Yeah, Lee's looking at T-Spawn. Just gets checked. And the thing is, they did know that previously, even though Elite didn't get a kill or wasn't fragged in the process, when he last pushed up middle with that smoke, he threw a Molotov up onto middle. So they knew that they at least had that kind of aggression in previous rounds. Either way, second half coming at you right now, and it's a complete and utter disaster to kick things off for the side of Pain. They've lost 2 players already, and Big Azera under heavy duress. A bit of team damage tossed in the mix as well, as Big Azera picks up 2 and gives his team a chance.
Really great. Jiggle Peaks coming out there, just throwing bullets around the corner. But he did what he needed to, and they still have a shot at winning this one. Nice done from Snow. He's going to be ready with the dualies on the other side. Brokey gets his head taken clean off. And it is the captain. Kerrigan already out into trouble here, trying to find a kill. It's David Deus to bring him down instead. And Kerrigan just, he wanted to play a little bit of a mind game there, but they just weren't taking any of it. Well done on the Pain side. They needed this pistol round a lot. And I think this game is once again wide open. So, yeah, now it's up to FaZe to show us that they've got what it takes so they can really sort of double and triple down on this one. Because I think Pain are going to have a decent shot right now at bringing it back. And there's also no bomb path, so that's a big benefit, I think, to the Pain side.
Might be some really slick kills towards the end from Snow and David Deus, but that really is Big Azera. Him being able to take 2 players down from the car completely stemmed the bleeding, allowed them to alleviate that pressure and get the rotations through that activated Snow and David Deus to have their impact. So take a bow there, Big Azera. You could see all the players trying to look towards him and hype him up and drop those fist bumps. And like you said, at 7-5 half, it's by no means over. And without that aforementioned bomb plant, well, FaZe have some deals, a scout, pretty much nothing else. So Pain will be feeling very confident right now, but don't give your lives away, David Deus. Do not repeat that. Down to 41, NQZ, too hot to handle, pulls the plug and gets out of there.
I share your concern in him trying to repeat that. You just do hate to see it. Oh, Rain. Okay, through the smoke. Good wine. Speed is here on the other side, though. Fantastic work. Does pick up 3. Rain trying to come through. It's once again the captain of the team. 4 kills for him. He's doing everything. And I'm not surprised. There are so many Pain games where it is Big Azera who's trying to drag them across the line. Like, he's doing so much for the squad. It's one of the reasons I think it's such a charming story, you know. He's got like a really well-rounded personality. He's got the tactics, he's got the fragging. Big fan.
Yeah, and that was kind of the classic narrative as well with Pain for the longest time. It was like Big Azera is their IGL, their star player. He basically is carrying everyone on his back. And that's kind of changed quite a bit with David Deus, Snow coming in, NQZ as well. But he is the man that we were just discussing, and of course the caster curse is real because Elise just removed his head. We're sorry, Big Azera. We shouldn't hype you up anymore.
It does happen, but maybe a chance for David Deus. Certainly a bit of a surprise to Brokey. He's got napping there, but unfortunately he's just so sandwiched in, he couldn't really escape. Still, it's not all bad. 3 versus 3. As NQC managed to find a kill at the same time. Now, they've pretty much given up on the B bomb side right now. Snow is hanging around outside, but FaZe, just as much as Pain were playing it slow, we know that FaZe are another team that they're not afraid of making mid-rounds. In fact, you know, to the extent that you want to have a conversation about, you know, who are the best in-game leaders of all time, you would say Kerrigan, one of his enormous strengths is his ability to read the game mid-game. You know, like, it's fine to be able to call, you know, strats out of spawn and have, you know, good execution and all the rest of it, but Kerrigan's understanding of what's happening in the middle of a round is, you know, almost unparalleled, if not completely unparalleled.
And I think that's where a lot of IGLs have kind of come undone, and they've been kind of seen through. I think Twist was really struggling with that issue before Shui joined. You know, his mid-round calling on T sides was really lacking. They had no plan B or plan C. Now, speaking of which, still 25 seconds left. Frozen's about to get gift-wrapped a free frag. Demo, wrong place at the wrong time. Understandably, trying to get aggressive up on Catwalk and fend off this bomb plant, but his death basically puts an end to this round. Unlikely that Pain will want to go in any further considering their economy. save, or maybe I spoke too soon because they got 2 kills out of nowhere. Suddenly, Legion in a 1-on-2.
I don't think they were going for. I think you're absolutely right, because I think they just wanted the AK there on catwalk, but now NQC got a kill as well, and now they're going to feel like, you know what, actually, let's go for it. They've got the kit as well on Snow, but Legion's there holding on, and NQC caught out in the open. It is a Counter-Strike classic, Vince. You've already, I think, made the call to save, and then you get 1 kill, and like, ooh, maybe we do it after all, and then you lose everything. I understand why they did it, but I am pretty sure you were correct the first time that they probably didn't. It's just because he has the MP9, he's going to go check catwalk to try and find an AK. Which is worth it, but then when he gets the kill and NQC gets a kill, they're like, wait a minute, now we're in a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, it's about weighing up the risk versus reward. And as soon as they're in a 2v1, it's like, okay, the risk is worth it.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a double side to that one, right? Like, you end up losing, and now your economy is straight up in the toilet. You got a 5-7 for Big Azera, a couple FAMASs tossed in there, lack of kits and lack of utility. And this is a golden opportunity for FaZe now to really start to extend their lead on the T side. Take nothing for granted. They can still get this one done, but FaZe will know that they are just on the periphery of breaking Pain's backs and really getting a solid lead on this map. This is a pressure cooker round.
Such a close game right now. But yeah, with the money being what it is on Pain's side here, it's so important that they manage to do something with this. FaZe going through all of the basics. I mentioned this in the first half, but you must control catwalk on this T side. Otherwise, there's a whole long list of executes that are no longer possible. Does seem like they are going to just go for it here. They're not really set up for any kind of a mid or B push, but even if you were, catwalk positions were pretty damn important. Smoke goes up from the CT side, trying to slow them down. I actually love this. It's NQC on the other side with the FAMAS, but they're jumping out at all sides. They're just diving out of the smoke in 10 different directions, and I don't think he has any idea where to look. He ends up going down, and they're going to lose that player in CT spawn. Demo, not bad for the spray, but again, they're just all over it. Snow, the last one left in a 1 versus 3. And shouldn't have much of a chance here to do anything. We'll see if he wants to upgrade this, save the FAMAS. I don't think winning the round is an option any longer.
Yeah, exactly. You can see that tantalizing M4A1S just in front of his eyes.
Yeah.
He's like, should I go and do it? But no, Snow, greed is not always good. You don't have the Midas touch this time around. You just got to save that FAMAS. And to be fair, the FAMAS now in a pretty good spot. Decent rifle. You can still do a lot of damage with it. Rain needs to tread lightly on that 1 HP, but as you highlighted, spot on. FaZe have that 9-7 lead.
I want to highlight something that I don't understand why all teams don't do this, because I was spending way too much time looking through demos on Dust 2, and I found like 5 or 6 different teams that they have so there's a smoke you can throw when you're running long from the T side, from T spawn. You throw it into the corner by the bigger box in the double doors, and then basically that smoke stops anyone from throwing an incendiary from the CT side, which means if you want to try and take that peak, the incendiary lands and it just gets clipped by the smoke, and then you're just still sat in the doorway waiting for the team. I'm pretty sure from memory, FaZe is one of the teams that know how to throw that smoke, so I'm sort of curious if we're going to see that. And it's a really cool way to catch somebody, because if you're on the CT side, you're throwing in the incendiary, you think that's it, like, you know, I'm going to be able to swing, and they can't really hold that position, and then they're just sort of sat there. So, you know, holding it out now. You guys can watch for it later. I'll pick it up again if we actually see it. For now, they didn't have any incendiaries anyway, Pain. They don't have any money really to work with, just the one from us.
And the risk of being run down by this Tech 9, the Molotov, though, is going to buy them up a little bit of time. A second one also tossed in. So once the first is cleared, it's going to allow Brokey to clear his angles and take full control over the T-side of catwalk. And considering how much time is still left on the clock, that is a good spot to dethrone early on. Now, they're going to have a good read of the situation, I'm sure with Carrigan, obviously, under helm. He's going to know the economy is weak, so he's going to anticipate some kind of stack coming in more than likely. That's why they're being very tentative and clearing all their angles out on long. The bomb is here. So if Frozen goes down awkwardly, there is a way forward. The flash is good, but the follow-up damage not quite there. But now, all the information should be gathered. They saw multiple players on long. Good shot from Brokey. Eats a ton of damage in the process, but the 2-player advantage now looking good. Have to mention, though, a couple players are low on FaZe, but that doesn't seem to matter because they continue to litter the floor with bodies and take that 10-7 lead.
It's the small thing sometimes, but Frozen not repeating that long fight, even if he has AK versus USPs, and he probably wins it anyway, It's just really, it's a really small thing, but I just appreciate that. He calls it into, you said it like, he calls it into teammates, they know where everybody is. Brokey, even he manages to control himself for the minute and just kind of falls back, and it's just it's very good fundamentals for FaZe. You love to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Just tempering themselves, not getting carried away. Focusing on the task at hand. Sure, Frozen could have wide swung, and maybe on his day he gets 3 or 4 kills, he boosts up his stats, but it's about the team. And the team right now is leading. They're in a pretty commanding spot. Pain Gaming, onto one of their last lifelines here on their CT side. It will spiral out of control if they lose this. They'll be back into an eco-4 spy territory. And so they stack 2 players up here in Catwalk, but they've completely given up long.
I think they're going to be pushing this, though. I can't imagine they're just going to want to stack, you know, essentially 3 people. Surely at some point, Demo is going to be throwing a flash around the corner, and they're going to go check for it. The only question is, you know, the timing for that. Yeah, so here we go. Flash being primed. You can't just stay 3 people here. You have to do something with it. And not even really peeking the corner. By the way, he doesn't have another flashbang. So it's a bit awkward at the moment, I've got to be honest. Still, if they find out that there's nobody on Catwalk, it's not bad information. It should give them some room to maybe defend the actual bomb site with, but they're pushing deeper into middle, not knowing that the entire FaZe Clan, well, no, more or less, are just around the corner from this one. 35 seconds, and here's the crossing smoke. This is going to be a bit of chaos here for Demo.
He may actually feel like he has to push this and try and get kills. He feels desperate. The spray, though, is off. It could have been 2, but instead it's 1. And now Carrigan doubles up. Davideus and NQZ splattered as FaZe successfully pillaged the A site. And Snow can do little but go save his M4. It was looking a bit tentative for a few moments, but one FaZe fully committed, it was only ever going one way.
Honestly, that flashbang that Demo was peeking on was sick, but like you said, the spray just not really connecting. It's a really frustrating experience because you can see that there are 3 Ts that are jumping, you know, hands in front of their eyes. They just can't see a thing out there, and you just cannot find the kills. But really, more than anything else for Pain, it's kind of tough because I like the fact that they wanted to go aggressive on Catwalk. It's a good idea. Again, they're looking for information. It just sucks that the information they get doesn't do anything for them. All they can say is, there's nobody Catwalk, and it doesn't feel like there's anyone mid, but there could be, right? For all they know, they could be by Xbox. Like, you have no way of checking everything. And by the time you realize it's coming up long, then you kind of concede that space, and then Rain takes it up and shoots you in the back. So, very, very unfortunate. And this is part of the pattern of, in my opinion, the problem that people fall into on the CT side in modern day Dust 2 is that they have no idea where the attack is coming. So you end up in this weird position where you're, you know, rolling the dice a little bit. But Pain did try something here. They're in some trouble though. 11-7, second timeout's being called here. What can they do?
If I'm on Pain right now, I may be calling some kind of a B push because their economy's not great. They're going to have an MP9. They're constantly losing mid and long. So maybe they go for one of those kind of aggressive plays that you highlighted when FaZe went for it in tunnels, but they just push through B or middle. It can often, obviously for Dust 2, it often depends on spawns as well, of course. That's always like the elephant in the room. Do you get good spawns to push through on B quickly? Are you basically unable to really make the most of your weaponry? Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here, though. In actual fact, they're not even crossing to the B site yet, and it's FaZe that are pushing up early on.
Yeah, they're ready. Although FaZe are making sure to check. Is there anyone in lower dark at the moment? They're going to be up on the catwalk. And Harry's crouching his way through. It's a bit awkward right here. Snow, very close to getting a double. The grenade throws it in. Rain will somehow survive. I thought that was going to connect with him. And Big Osira goes down at the same time. Brokey pushing forward, and even he couldn't land that flick. Actually, in my brain, I thought he might just kill NQC here because that would be a Brokey kind of round. But this wasn't one of them, and now we've got 1 minute and 10 seconds. They're going to be trying to go for long, which Demo, is he going to spot it here? He does see just the top of the head, so at least they know that they're retreating. But Rainey says, you know what, I'm going to stick around and wait for it here. Demo's not quite in position. It's going to be Rain instead to get it. I understand what Demo was trying to do, right? He needs to do something. He needs to do something proactive, but now they're a man down, and there's still 45 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of desperation that Davideus was playing on A alone, but he was actually caught out of position momentarily. So he wanted to try and rummage around the back, and it's like, okay, we'll give up long control, but then we'll have the backstab in effect. But there was still 55 seconds left, and the veteran of Rain, you always know he's got a good read of the situation. The second he heard a footstep, it was over. Now, they are low on health. They're going to be walking up. They're not giving this away just yet with the smokes. Now they've been tossed out. Davideus has been flashed out of position as well as he sees them start to spill onto the site. The weakened Rain, the bullet sponge, the meat shield to take the first damage, allowing his team to get the bomb plant down. And now in this 2-on-2, Frozen and Elige, two power players standing toe-to-toe with Davideus and NQZ.
Yeah, this battle is going to be everything here. Elige, he's been playing very well. 17 kills. Davideus, though, nice crosshair placement. He was ready for that fight there, and now it's down to just Frozen escaping the AWP. He knows that Davideus is right around the corner. It's awkward. It's a headshot as he runs through the flames. NQC just completely broken down, and now goes for the fight. He taps it away. Davideus is dead and gone, and Frozen with a massive clutch, standing in the Molotov there to get a job done, but it was worth it.
Yeah, and you might say, like, why is he peeking? The bomb wasn't planted for Frozen. He had no kit. He had to go for the peek. Yeah. He had a full 10-second defuse ahead of him, so he felt compelled to tickle it, try and get Frozen back out to the open just in time. But Frozen playing it to perfection. And this was the moment where I started to fear the worst. As soon as they got the opening pick on Long and this 2v2, it looked like it may go the way of Pain. Instead, though, it's 5 map points. Fortunate Pain have enough money to invest in a full-on purchase, but so many of these rounds have got away from them so quickly. Very passive setup for FaZe. They only have Rain and Tunnels, everybody else on the T side of mid and long respectively.
Yeah, you're right. Slow default here. Excruciating for Pain that have to step on utility. Don't want to be doing that early on. Smoke goes up, and they actually just dive right through. I like that play from Kerrigan. Are they going to be checking the pit, though? Demo's down here. They definitely will. The old-fashioned way, just burn him out of there. This is brutal. Not even a round. They've won every single fight across the map. It's down to Davideus. Brokey in the middle, exploding them. And that round is done before Pain even had a word to have said there. Crazy scenes, and FaZe to win the opening map here in the series. I must say, in a very convincing fashion. That's one of the better Dust 2s I've seen in a long time from almost any team.
Oh, no doubt. And what's going to be even more kind of exciting for FaZe is pretty much everyone pulled their weight. You know, Brokey started off really strong. I think he was on 11 kills before the first half ended. And on their T side, it was Elige Frozen that really stood up. I mean, Kerrigan had his moments. Rain was also popping off and getting clutches and really important heads-up plays. So if you're FaZe, like, you're coming out of this map and you're feeling very satisfied with that performance for sure.
Yeah, hard to say anything else beyond that. What a refreshing sight, because, you know, you mentioned in the pregame, Pain, if you look at the string of losses that they've had recently, there's not a lot of encouragement there. A lot of people have been wondering what's happening, you know, with Elige. It was supposed to be this, you know, brand new project. Everyone was excited, and, you know, it just hasn't really been looking anywhere near what you'd want. But I've got to say, today here, this is exactly what we were hoping for. Very well done. Pain are going to have to go back and try and reconstruct everything going into a second map, which, you know, maybe they could. I don't want to rule them out at all. This was the map pick of Pain, though. So second map's going to be on Inferno, which I must say, awkwardly, though, none of the teams have particularly good win rates on. It's like they've settled for a second map where it's like, I guess we'll try and make that work, you know? But it's going to be fun to see.
Yeah, I think both teams have like a 20% win rate, right? Like 20 to 25%. So it's definitely not ideal. But another kind of very, I guess, worrying sign and worrying stat here for Pain is that 5 of their 7 rounds came off the back of them winning both pistol rounds, by the way. They won both pistols, went 3-0 in the first half, 2-0 in the second half. They won 2 rifle rounds that entire match. And to make it even worse, by the way, if you take Elige, Brokey, and Frozen, between the 3 of them, they have 8 opening duels, and they have 13 multi-kill rounds. Like, it's so dominant.
Yeah. That's a nice way to, I think, summarize what we're seeing here. A little bit of a recap of the rounds. You know, I didn't even really think about that, but you're absolutely right. If you're getting so few rounds and most of them are in connection with the pistols, that doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel like you're about to, you know, make some sort of a grand comeback. So very interesting stuff. FaZe, more of this, please. If we can have that, then maybe they could avoid going down into that 0-2 bracket, because that is what we're talking about here, right? These are the 0-1 teams, with both having lost their opening games. I'm sure they would love to avoid getting knocked down there too early on, but it does mean we have Inferno coming up as our next map. What do you think, Vince? Is there a chance for a third map here, or do you think FaZe are going to power through?
I think if they play like that again, this will be done pretty quick. But what we know about FaZe is inconsistency goes hand in hand. Brokey just played phenomenal. He may actually just slip off the edge of the map right now. So you never quite know, but I'm expecting FaZe to 2-0 this now.
I can't disagree. We'll find out. It's not going to be too much longer. We'll have a break, and then we'll be right back. So stay tuned, and there's going to be more Counter-Strike coming up.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for another map. We've got FaZe versus Pain. I'm Anders. This is Vince. In case you can't tell us apart, we put little names underneath. So helpful, you know, public service kind of thing going on. How are you feeling, Vince? You excited about the Counter-Strike?
I am. It's been a pleasure casting all day. You know, our previous best of 3 delivered. So far, this one has as well. But I suppose it's that Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde from FaZe. Yes, we just saw a really strong performance from them on Dust 2. But now we head to Inferno, and this is a map where they've had their problems. In actual fact, they've played each other at the beginning of the year on Inferno, and Pain beat them last time around. Now, of course, that wasn't with Demo, that was with Coez, but Elige was playing in that game. So we do have a little bit of I guess, history between the two teams on this map, but it's typically been one that they both do struggle on quite a bit.
Yeah, like just looking at the video for this best of 3 and where we've ended up is a bizarre fact that for Pain at best they're playing sort of their 3rd best map in Dust 2, then one of their worst maps on Inferno, and then potentially going to playing Anubis, which again is not necessarily a great map for Pain. So just kind of unfortunate turn of events, all things considered, especially losing the opening map in such a comprehensive fashion. But that's how it is for best of 3s. We'll see if they can find a way to shock us. If they win it, I would say it would be it'd be really cool for Pain if they could get things that far. I won't rule it out because FaZe necessarily they're not that good on it. They haven't played that map that much either with this lineup. So yeah, it's kind of a big unknown in many ways. So let's just see what they can do. I will say this. I mean, you pointed it out towards the end, and I think it's worth just highlighting it one more time. That most of the rounds that Pain ended up winning on Dust 2 were in connection with the pistol rounds, not so many rifle rounds being won. Obviously, as a first point, that has to change. We need to see Pain come in and actually win rifle rounds and feel a little bit confident in that. But yeah, we'll see. We get to the pistol first. It's going to be the 2nd map coming up here in the best of 3. Last of the day here for the channel. So let's make it a good one. I would love to see Anubis if we can get there, but if I had to make a guess, I would say FaZe win this one.
Yeah, I would say I would agree with that sentiment purely off the basis of just how strong they looked, and it was a real team effort. It wasn't just one player carrying. It looked like Brokey was going to go like classic Brokey mode and just basically drop 20-30 kills, but it really was Elige and Frozen that second half that were picking up clutches and really making Pain work for every single kill. But here we go, FaZe on the T side, kicking things off with Rain peeking up on middle with his Glock, but it's a very passive setup for Pain. 3 players setting up with a crossfire on Pit and the site respectively.
That's a lot of flashbang utility for Pain. I'm kind of curious how this is going to be playing. So there might be a flash for NQC once he takes his first engagement. He's already spotted them. No grenades. Okay, there we go. Maybe a little bit late. There was a flashbang for it. I don't mind that he doesn't overcommit. He's got the information. Unfortunately, what do you do with it right now? If you're on the B bomb site, do you try and push out to take them? Like, what's the play here? Bigu0 going to be hiding in the corner, but they look like they're going to check it. Carrigan absolutely aware. It might not make a difference here. The duel, he's at least going to get the 1 kill. It does leave Snow, and he's already been discovered. He's already been tagged up as well. Hunting him relentlessly. Brokey around the corner with a burst fire. It's going to be Rain instead. But why not? Unfortunately, already NQC has showed up, so the bomb being attempted here. Kitty sneak in to execute. No, they're going to get the plant at the very least.
He only has 4 bullets left as well, though. He has to be very careful. He's got Davidace there to try and help him out, but NQZ's lost his head. And in doing so, Pain may have lost the round. Now, 2 players exceptionally low. 22 health between Rain and Brokey. Davidace needs to be aiming for heads, and he's connected the first one, but the timing here is going to be rough. Positions unknown. Has to go forward into no man's land through the trenches, but he's got a shovel of his own, and he digs Elige deep. Smoke down, going to look for the full defuse, but Rain has seen this play out one too many times and puts those Julies downrange and gets FaZe their first pistol round in this best of 3.
Absolutely chaotic round. I think the play, you could see there was a long moment where Bigu0 was wondering if he was going to play on the church side or if he wanted to play in that little cubby there. And I think the problem with playing that cubby area is that Snow can't help him out, right? Like they put themselves in a position where those 2 people can't really talk and connect with each other. So that's a bit unfortunate, but overall, very close round, very interesting stuff. Nicely called from FaZe, I will say. And looks like they're going to be throwing Frozen with the MAC-10. Well, Rogi and Carrigan have some too, so yeah, just put the MAC-10s out there. I love everything about it. Get the information, find out what's out there. Now, Pain actually have bought quite aggressively into it, including the scout on NQC. So, I don't know, an open round. Anything could really happen here.
Spire Racer's edge, and I think what's been dulled down just a tad is that smoke. And it's ruined the party for FaZe, but they may not have realized they're walking into a bit of a precarious position. Now that they slowed things down, though, and Big Air is backing away, this effectively leaves Snow alone. They've thought better of that decision. Now, Big Air is going to stay around. The nade blows open the smoke, and Carrigan's going to get hot and heavy with his MAC-10. Tons of bullets, enough to take out Big Air. And although Snow may have got the hit and run with the Deagle, the site now under control for FaZe.
Super nicely done. Just using the utility, they baited out some of the early grenades that Pain did have. I think they had one smoke basically to try and cover. And FaZe kind of, you know, made them throw it early, and then they recommit into it. It's pretty standard stuff, but at the same time, it works. For Pain, save the guns. It's a bit boring, but it's definitely the better choice. Maybe you can fight a bit in the next one. So, yeah, 2-0 in favor of FaZe here, and some pretty common Inferno type stuff. Now, Vince, they've widened up the banana position that we're currently fighting for here. Do you have any strong feelings about, does that change make any difference to you, or like, is it good, is it bad?
I think it makes it a bit more interesting in terms of trying to retake or kind of take control over Banana, but I don't think it really reinvents the wheel that much, you know? I think it's a small quality of life improvement. I don't think it's going to make the map play, like, fundamentally different. I just think in those nitty-gritty kind of positions where you're looking to try and clear out the close angles late on in the round, that's where it may become a little bit more prevalent, like noticing the change, but overall, I kind of feel the same way about it. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's a small change is probably good. I was surprised to see that many people were very critical, because I feel like it's the thing that people have been asking for since they made Inferno like a long time ago. When people said, oh, this doesn't feel so constricted, and everyone wanted it to be wider, and now they made it wider, and people are complaining. I, you know, feel bad for Valve, you know. But overall, I like it. I don't think it's necessarily a massive change, but I just think I just don't like it when it feels like you're fighting and you're constantly bumping into things. It feels like, you know. Yeah. So I do enjoy it a little bit more. Couple of early losses here on the side of Pain Gaming. Not too surprising. Again, it was a bit of a bit of a round here where they kind of extend the MP9 and Scout buy into the next one. Demo finding himself very much alone in this position, and Carrigan getting the better timing against him there. It's going to be a clean round.
I think you kind of touched on it a little bit there, is like bumping into each other, and I think that actually kind of ruined a lot of grenade usage in the past. Like, a lot of the time when you run up Banana, you might accidentally collide into a teammate, and suddenly your HE goes out of nowhere and ends up landing on your teammate's feet, or a Molotov or a smoke gets kind of messed up. So I think that's where you're going to notice like the biggest changes. But yeah, I guess if you Valve, you just can't win, right?
Definitely not. Which is funny. It's part of being Valve, I suppose. I think some of the criticism that was that I saw out there from known fraud Maui Snake, he said that basically it's made it more T-sided, because I mean, obviously the CT utility is going to be less efficient if there's a much wider passage to, you know, especially with the incendiary grenades, I guess. I think that's a good point, all things considered, even if Maui was the one to bring it up. But I don't know if it has a giant impact. I guess we'll see. But I understand the logic anyway. So yeah, I'm just I don't typically come up with like a lot of strong predictions for map changes, because it's hard to know how it plays out over a long time. But I like the idea of not being so boxed in on Inferno at any rate. That's my personal feeling on it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a fair assessment. And I guess we'll have to see if Maui is proven correct or not, because now we get a chance to watch Inferno a bunch in this tournament and see if it's going to lend itself a little bit more to T-aggression. Thus far, FaZe have put it to a 3-0 lead. Don't think it's been anything to do with Banana, though, to be fair. But we will get a chance to have a look at this one. There is still the SMG in play, the MAC-10.
He grenaded himself. He grenaded his teammate.
Oh, dear.
Oh, that's rough. It's not necessarily the end of the world, but a bit of a funny way to get the round started. For Pain, it's their map pick. You really, really want to. Sorry, it's FaZe map pick, but still, you really want to see Pain come out swinging in these early rounds. NQC, point blank range with the AWP. This is not necessarily a bad idea, but it's also dangerous if you miss the shot here. He could be under a lot of pressure. He's not going to miss at all. Goes for a second, drops in Liege. It is picture perfect. Comes back and is ready to fight. Frozen really wants to. He's going to take him on. Still a minute on the clock here, but this is beautiful work so far. Unfortunately, the Falcons has actually made his way past here. Somehow it's NQC with one more kill, and now Frozen is on his own.
So hold on. As far as plants into potential clutches go, this is very possible. That smoke is going to give him a little bit of a shield. He's going to try and push forward. Oh, if he got the kill on Snow clean, there was maybe a way into that round for Frozen. At least the post plant, though, and a couple of kills on top of it is going to allow FaZe's economy to tick forward just a little bit. But NQZ with an exquisite round of his own, a couple of kills there with the AWP, laying down the law, and are able to pick up some AKs on top of it. So Pain now arriving on Inferno.
Super, super important. Well done for NQC. And that is, for people who, I would even say, back in the day, we spent so much time talking about AWP versus AWP, so in, a long time ago, we just said, like, ooh, what about NQC versus Brokey? I think especially like an earlier generation of casters who are pretty guilty of assuming that all AWP battles are going to be against each other, but this is exactly why you buy the AWP, is to try and stop the rifles from having the kind of runway that they would have had otherwise. Because it's really hard if you're swinging a corner like that, and it's not a fight, you just die instantly. So that's what the AWP is for, even on a map like Inferno a lot of the time. Quick trade at the top of Banana here, and now Snow going to be trying to see if he could turn his way in. Doesn't see anyone immediately. Davideus goes down next. Rain with an important kill there, and now a man advantage for FaZe. And Snow, if he dies, the round is done immediately. He should be traded out, and he will be. I don't hate the idea, but yeah, it's a good job that Elige was there, and that puts so much pressure. If you're Pain here, I almost feel like, well, actually, NQC's alone, so maybe you could justify that he's just going to be playing it with the AWP on his own, but at the same time, you almost want to group up and try and push somewhere.
I love this from Demo, though. He's pushing aggressively through Banana. He's getting a lot of information right now. So if FaZe take too long, that could activate Demo into a backstab. There's still two players. If he gets around this corner sooner rather than later, there'll be easy pickings, but I have just diverted past. The traffic, the green lights are punched in, and our FaZe are closing the gap, closing the noose. But the same could be said for the Hangman himself with Demo. What a shot from NQZ, but he won't live to tell the tale. Has been dealt with accordingly, swiftly, but Demo's going to be very close. Up in the grill now of FaZe. Will they anticipate this peak? The bomb plant goes down, but they may anticipate that he's going to be on somewhere like the Archer's side, Library side. Gets the drop onto Rain, spins around, but Elige is too fast on the draw. So close for Pain Gaming.
It really is. I think you exactly said it right. And again, he's only 17. We haven't really seen him at lands like this, but that's a big job to lift right there. And he got very close. He did all the right moves. He was there before they realized. They didn't really suspect it at all. And honestly, if they didn't have the Molotov to push NQC out of this position, there's a really good chance that NQC can get that same kill, but stay alive. And then Demo's flank is suddenly worth way more. So everything from a philosophical point of view was really good for Pain. Unfortunately, they just fell short in that round. And for FaZe, even losing a lot in this one, they're still going to be okay. 4-1 in their favor, and Pain Gaming with a couple of M4s here, but they're starting to lag behind a little bit. This is a concerning start if you're on the Pain side.
Yeah, exactly. You never really feel confident on the CT side at any point on Inferno. Utility is so important. Priority over firepower a lot of the time, and they find themselves now with the very precarious predicament of trying to hold the line with two M4s. Having to back away here as well, so FaZe already a minute still on the clock, and they've taken mid-control, they've taken Boiler, they're starting to attain their dominance and evict out of the apps as well. Pain in trouble. They're going to need some fast headshots from Davideus' Deagle, it feels like, if they're going to hold on to this one. But the bomb is still out on Banana's side. It's giving FaZe options. They could still hit B if they should choose.
I was about to say, the fact that the bomb is back there, it shows you how much mid-rounding Carrigan feels comfortable with. Because wherever they find the connection, wherever they find the information that they need, they're going to be able to do pretty much whatever they want, all the way up until the end. It's the Mac 10 going down on the B bomb site. Absolutely nobody cares about that. Because the response is to just go and kill the A defense. Doesn't matter that you lost that SMG over there. And they're going to be able to win the round here. It's just a question of whether or not there's anything more that Pain can do to pick up another rifle or do a little bit more damage. It will be a 5-1 lead here in favor of FaZe. And they're going to be stealing that Mac 10 right back. So very, very good stuff. And this is the power of having great mid-rounding. Is you really never know what's going to happen. And one of the reasons it's hard for Pain to know is that FaZe haven't made up their minds yet. They don't know either until they get that last bit of info.
I think the other concerning part as well, I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if Pain call a tactical timeout now. They're 5-1 behind, they're going to have rifles. I'd like to see them call one. And then what do they do with it, though? Because they've tried to probe through on apps. They've tried to probe through on Banana, and nothing's really worked out that well. They'll be feeling this sense of dread that's just starting to sweep over the entire roster. Like, they can get an AWP. I think Big Azera has like $5,000. NQZ can trade weapons with him if they want to prioritize the AWP over utility. But what do they do with this buy?
Wait,
nothing's really worked out for them yet.
I think this is where, again, maybe the lack of experience or the overall lack of confidence on the map becomes a really big issue. Because there are things you could do, I think, on the CT side of this map. There are some cool pushes you could do in the second mid where you get flashed over by your teammates. You could even push down, you know, the main part of middle with the AWP to fight second mid like we see. Actually, that's what he's doing right now in QC, so fair play. That's a nice attempt, and I think you need something like that. He didn't hit the shot when they were turning the corner, but it's one of those things that you need something to try and get a bit of an edge, try and get in front of FaZe, and I mean I don't hate it. The problem with the banana position is that it's such a big risk when you're on the CT side, but they are going for it, and more power to them. Frozen's getting taken down. I think this is the answer. Try to see if you can get a bit of a lead early on and make it more uncomfortable for FaZe, because the default for FaZe and the mid-rounding is what wins them games.
Got you, so try and take that potential away from them and bully them early round, perhaps, is the winning formula. Well, so far they've got the success they were looking for. Sure, Big Azera took some bullets through the smoke, but he's still fine. The lack of utility over on the B side may be a problem. There's only a flash between the two of them, unless they've dropped a couple on the ground.
Failed.
40 seconds coming up.
Speaking of smokes, by the way, I think that smoke that Elise is in was a failed one for the library or little pit side, so a little bit funny. Might not be the end of the world here. They're going to try and recommit to it now. 30 seconds, and Davidea's beautiful headshot. NQC going to be taking down Elise as well. So Carrigan do anything at all, he's going to get the first headshot here. Obviously, he cannot win the round. It's only 20 seconds, and he's completely boxed in. Davidea's will find another third headshot for the round here. And they needed something like this. This is really important. They survive with 4 people, and they actually feel like the defense is doing something reasonable there. Don't know if the smoke necessarily made a big difference. It might have been, like, the failed smoke actually might have stopped Leash from turning the corner, but regardless, not going to take away from Davidea's here. It's really smart.
Yeah, he made the most of that smoke, didn't he? Hopping up onto the little balcony on the railings, spraying in for the double. That's going to be good for confidence. They also kept 4 players alive, so weapons traded in 2 AK-47s now in the collective arsenal of Pain. It is looking pretty bleak, and the first kill going against Carrigan. Tries to just brute force his way up on the banana and say, no, you can't have it this time. But Big Azera is there and more than capable of sending him away. Now he's going to go back in for more. Flashbang through. Big Azera gets another kill. Switches to the sidearm and nearly triples up. But he's done his damage. He's done his job.
Tripling down with the aggression, like we said. Snow here. Okay, they line up for him. A bit scary. And actually, Demo was behind him. So even if Snow got traded out there, it probably would have been absolutely fine. But a nice victory. And then the flash in for the follow-up there. You're right. He very nearly got 3 of them. I do love it.
Starting to just get themselves back into this, though, right? And there's like 1 round at a time. Carrigan's disappointed because he knows if he gets that opening pick against Big Azera, it opens the floodgates. Instead, it's an eco.
Yeah, and you know, we're asking for some rifle rounds from Pain. That's what we said was missing on Dust 2. They've got to win some here, and they're starting to put that together a little bit more, so not too disappointed at the moment. NQC seems to be hitting some important shots on Inferno, and you know, we already mentioned why the AWPs are important against the rifles, but the other part of it is also just being very mobile and hard to read. Oh my god, he just got stuck on the wall. I can't even explain how that could even happen. Demo gets the kill on the Frozen here, but Elige ready? Can he get the surprise? He can. Takes down Big Azera. What a mess of a round, and it all starts with just the fact that the AWP got so flashed and he just got lost on the map. Carrigan's still going to be going down here, but I don't know. I hate everything about that.
Here's a proper scrappy round. 3 kills with Glocks is kind of unacceptable, but it's a bit of a subdued celebration. I was going to say, like, Carrigan in his own right back in the day was quite the AWPer. So I was looking forward to some vintage Carrigan, but instead he just got sprayed down through the smoke. No chance of getting anything further done. But that big lead they had has now been brought back down to just the 1. 5-4 now the score with FaZe with their full-on AK-47s. But Pain have made a real case for their CT half now.
It's being built round by round. They're starting to pick up a bit of momentum, which they absolutely need. Again, backs to the wall, having lost the opening map, and into this one. They're fighting to try and get onto Anubis. It's going to be frozen, clean entry. Bigusira blown up at the start. Again, they were looking to keep Bigusira at the corner so that he could take a bit of a fight and maybe get flashed in for a secondary. It's a very similar idea. But now that he's dead, it does put a lot of pressure. And look at the Pain rotation. They're basically gambling the entire round on this. I would even say for NQC, if this is going to happen, just move NQC to Arch so that he can save the AWP. No reason to leave NQC there, because if they come a good chance he's going to die. And even if he gets 2 kills and dies, they're still going to lose the round. So I'd rather NQC actually just tries to play for himself as opposed to this, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's find out. We're going to get that test right now. 50 seconds.
Just patiently waiting. Nothing to give away that FaZe are on the brink of pushing him down, looking to try and plunder this site. If they slow peek it, NQC's going to get at least 1, and he's able to fade out of there as well. The hit and run is good, but Rain, the lurk through on apps, is just able to capitalize on a couple of pixels. And so at this stage, Pain have the decision. Do we actually want to just go ahead and save this? It's such a difficult site to retake. You've got a ton of weaponry and utility and value in these 3 players. I think you just have to tap out for the 6-4.
Yeah, I would agree. I tried to warn him, Vince. Telepathically, I told NQC, don't play that corner. Obviously, what he's hoping for is the fact that he's going to get 2 kills in the middle, and then, you know, with the chance to run back. But I'm pretty sure even if he got 2 kills, Rain still kills him there, and then it's just, you know, it's not that similar. It's a 3 versus 3 round with bomb down. I still don't think Bane can go for it. So for me, for NQC to play that corner would be the equivalent of saying, I'm going to try and get 3 AWP kills here, and then my team can retake it. That is, I don't think, ever going to happen. So I'd just play Arch, and if you get a kill, then you can try and retake it 4 versus 3. And that's more doable. Anyway, just my opinion. Nicely done from FaZe, though. You know, again, good job with Rain, because they actually waited. This is a small detail, right? But they were in position to swing against NQC in the middle for quite a while, but they actually waited for Rain to be there in the apartments, and those are the really small things that make sure that you secure those kind of rounds.
Yeah, I'm trying to think as well, like, why NQC wouldn't have moved across the Arch, and the only thing I can think of is that because his teammates rotated so early, he may have been nervous about a potential timing backstab from Apps while he moved into Arch. That's the only thing I can think of, and he felt a bit more comfortable to hold his ground. He's had a couple of really nice double kills and, like, flick moments here, so confidence was probably high as well. But first kill, not for the first time, going the way of Pain. They've actually doubled up as well into Banana. Carrigan and Frozen have been dealt with accordingly. And this time, Pain really looking to try and take a stranglehold over this round. Elige is maybe the ace up the sleeve. Moving in, completely uncontested. They had no idea. Drops Davideus, and there's the spray on the drive-by for a second. He's given his team a chance.
Grenade on top as well, actually putting a lot of pressure. It's Rain with a headshot coming through the smoke as Demo gets blown up. And what a tough position here for Pain. They have a little bit of money in the bank, but the truth is, you're so far away from the site, they're already making the call. They're not going to try and get close to this. You're right. Elige saving that round very, very quickly. Snow had the first 2 kills, and I'm pretty sure the first one was on Carrigan. It was by the barrels. So that's on top of the half wall that Snow's getting that one, and he's ready for the repeat coming in. Really sick start, but then it just still completely blows up for them. What a shock, and it's going to give FaZe a pretty decent lead here. 7-4, and going into the last round of the half. I mean, I think already 7 rounds on the T side. I don't know about you, Vince, but I'd be pretty happy. I'd be exactly as happy as Carrigan is there.
It's perfect timing on that one. Massive grin, massive smile. It's good to see FaZe having a good time, because let's be honest, this last few months has been pretty rough for them.
Stopping break.
Pain is trying to deal with the fact that they got the 2 opening picks and then Elige just activates. He arrives into this round. Rain helping him out, and like you said, at that point, it was a done deal.
Yeah, the bald eagle, they can't keep him back. They haven't fine. He was great on the first one. He hasn't been hit by those EU tariffs yet, Vince. He's playing great.
Oh man. Well, they're paying a bold tariff or something, I guess.
I'm sure that is going to happen soon, you know.
Well, they're saying it's a bold buff, right? So it should be taxed.
Yeah, that you don't say it out loud, Vince. It could happen.
Too late now.
Don't put those memes into the world. I'm just saying. We are living in a bit of a hellscape at the moment, but at least we've got Counter-Strike, and FaZe are playing well, so it's nice to forget about that. Brokey, by the way, is 1-7, which on another day, maybe you'd want to criticize that more, but because they're winning, maybe it doesn't matter so much. But it is kind of the up and down of watching Brokey play Counter-Strike, and this is, he was fine, not just fine, he was really good on the first map, so he's taking a bit of a break.
No, exactly. And that's one of the kind of embarrassment of riches that FaZe have, and why it's so confusing, why they're just not really living up to the potential that many people expect from them. When you have like Frozen, Elige, Brokey, and then even Rain and Karrigan on the team, it's like there's so many players that can just take over a map and basically make it theirs. And like I said, Brokey posted up over a 1.5 rating in the first game. He was 100 ADR with the AWP. Basically, that first half was all him. So the fact that he's having a bit of an off game here, but you have Elige popping off and 11 kills, basically single-handedly winning that last round, speaks testaments to what FaZe have in store.
Two-man defense, 14 seconds left. They need to get such clean entries. FaZe, they might have left us a little bit too late. They're actually planting, in spite of the fact they haven't cleared the bomb side. It's crazy, and it's going to work as well. Karrigan, the captain of the team, breaks that defense, and for Pain now, a very tough retake ahead of them, and they have no choice here. It's the last round of the half, so they have to go for it. You'll see they have a little bit of utility, but unfortunately not the incendiaries and the smokes that you want, and it's not going to be easy either. Brokey getting a chance to move the feast a little bit. He's going to get the first one. Leg shot on the second. We'll count it as half a kill for him. Demo goes down last, and an 8-4 first half finish in favor of FaZe. The fact that they planted without even clearing the bomb site is pretty bold, but I love it.
Man, Karrigan's taking the gloves off, man. He's not pulling his punches anymore. He's up to 10 frags, a 4K in that round. 2 huge entry frags. Past that plant in the smoke, and it was all Big Azera early on in this half. He was winning out all those trades and duels on Banana. They just got broken down over time. 8 rounds on the T side. Feels like it might be a bridge too far here on the side of Pain.
I don't disagree. This is a really, really big ask, and I actually am really shocked. Like I said, Pain yesterday very nearly won that match against Aurora, which think of how impressive that is. And somehow, you know, against a wounded FaZe that hadn't really been impressing us that much. It's not just the FaZe, again, like I said, it was not just that they lost to Astralis. It's the fact that sort of the manner in which they did it that felt awkward to me. They won Dust 2 FaZe in overtime, but then they lost 13-4 on Ancient, 13-8 on Train. So overall, like, not really the best showing for FaZe in the game, but absolutely ready to play. They look like a brand new team here today. And yeah, I mean, I can understand what the smiles are all about. This is what we want to see.
A happy FaZe is a terrifying FaZe to go up against, that's for sure. And maybe sometimes push the self-destruct button just a little bit.
Here we go. Quick out of Pain. They're not going to slow this one down. They keep rushing, and they find Frozen. Not ready to fight. Brokey here with a pistol. Being pushed back, but he's going to get a chance to reload. Backup is there. Karrigan. They've managed to absorb that attack into the archway, and somehow they're finding the kills as well. The bomb is now lost over there. They're down in the pit, but none of that matters. The bomb is all the way towards CT spawn. Elige does go down, and Brokey trying to keep his head low as he can. Not low enough for Demo. And suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. What a weird round this is.
As you can see, they have the bomb as well, and Rain from above is going to strike. The Thunderbolt comes down. And Rain is looking to try and alleviate the NQZ threat, but he is going to come out second best. 50 seconds left on the clock as well, and this is where Karrigan's in a bit of an awkward spot. Yes, he has the bomb down, but he can't fully commit to just sitting in the middle. At that point, it's a coin flip 50-50, and I think NQZ is just going to take loads of time here and fake as if he's rotating through a middle side. Allow Karrigan to start to have the problem of figuring out, like, now I have 3 angles to contend with, not just 2. NQZ has played this to perfection, but Karrigan is still alert to the presence, and now it's all become unraveled, but it's Karrigan that takes the head clean off regardless. Everything up until that shot, NQZ could not have played better.
Oh, he looked a bit relieved himself, Karrigan. Like he was feeling the stress. You're not wrong. He was out in the open, Karrigan. It's such an uncomfortable position to be in, but it worked out nonetheless here. The first part of this fight, I mean, even the first start here for Karrigan, getting that first kill to really slow it down, that made a massive difference. But Pain very nearly fighting their way back, and then it's just not enough in the end here. FaZe in a great position.
Okay, was happy before, now it's a frown. Guys, come on. Why are you putting me in that position? We should have just locked this round down easily.
Yeah. Not what he wanted, but you know what? Sometimes what's done right, you just have to do it yourself, Karrigan. Brokey on a bit of a mission, hunting out. Flash to eventually take him down. Maybe a bit greedy, but ultimately they're going to be absolutely fine. The SMG's feasting on Pain as the T side kind of getting decimated here, but they're going to be ramping up into the next one. We're going to see some rifles coming out, and it has to be such an impressive run right now. It really feels like Pain they're not finding their footing in this match at all.
It's kind of unfortunate for Pain because it feels like we all had this idea in our minds of what FaZe should be and could be, and Pain are now being hit with the reality of, like, they've actually shown up. And there's not much we can do to stop this juggernaut. It's on its tracks, it's picking up pace, it's picking up steam. And when you still have Brokey yet to really get involved in this game, well, there we go. He tees off onto his opposite up. NQZ put in his grave, and Rain's getting aggressive. Missing out on the shot. Brokey's not going to make the most of that one, so it is a clean kill. And Pain do have a way forward.
Karrigan getting right at the edge of the smoke. Now it's up to Brokey, but he is the kind of player you put a lot of pressure on him. He's likely to win some of those fights. Bomb back here for Biguzera. If he had got timed by Frozen, that would have been a very awkward way to play the round. But now it's Lige, as they did lose Brokey at the same time. 1 versus 3, and he is going to get, unfortunately, sideswiped there. Davideus comes into it. Such a critical round for Pain. Yeah, well done overall. Definitely the kind of round that, you know, if you mess with those timings even a little bit, I think especially the Biguzera versus Frozen back there, that's, you know, 1 more second, one way or another, and it could have gone very differently. But well done.
Yeah, keep themselves just about in this, you know. I think that round loss would have basically surmised their doom. It would have pretty much been a one-way ticket to an L. They managed a stay of execution. Oh, so much damage early on, though.
Yeah. That's not comfortable at all. There's actually nobody at B, but... You know, there was a time when FaZe were... They were so good at winning exactly these kind of rounds, you know, where you think, oh, there's no way, they're kind of out of the match, and then suddenly, oop, here's a random round being picked up, and then they're back again. Brokey goes down, so far so good. It's plenty of time, and been highlighting Biguzera quite a bit as a leader and everything else. I mean, these are the kind of rounds where you get a chance to show, you know, can you keep the troops together? Can you remember, again, all of the basics? Don't go anywhere alone. Make sure you can trade the frags, use the utility, and try not to walk into any really big stacks here. So, 50 seconds to figure it out.
50 seconds to ponder what their next move is going to be. Meanwhile, Rain is holding the tight angle with that scout. Laid down a bunch of damage earlier. Flick across, not quite there, and Lige loses his head, which just mounts the pressure even more on Rain. He can't dig into his hat full of tricks and pull anything out. Instead, it's going to be him disappearing, and now FaZe, they're going to be conceding for a 6th time. Definitely not the panic button being pushed just yet, but Pain are slowly but surely making a case for themselves on this T side.
Okay. Nobody even dies. Not a bad place to start here if you're Pain. I mean, there's probably a lot of things going on in this round, but one of the things that Pain might have been expecting was that that there was not just a boost over at B, but a double boost. Because for the last couple of weeks, something that we've been seeing more and more and more is that when you're on a low buy on the CT side, people will double boost towards CT spawn, and then they will, you know, boost once they're on the boost. I know that sounds complicated, but it's true. And what it means is that when the T's throw even the elevated smoke, you can look over it, like you're basically standing to look way over that smoke, and it can work. It's not a bad idea. So maybe Pain expecting, because I noticed they did throw the elevated smoke twice in that last round on from the Pain Gaming side. So it sort of felt like they were trying to say, hey, listen, we might show up. We might show up. Anyway, it's going to be a bit of a fight here at the top banana position. Great Molotov slowed down, but Frozen is still up in front of them. And even if Elise was sort of fumbling around with some grenades back there, it looks like they've at least won the opening fight. We'll see if NQC can turn it around. He can, but only for a second. And I think they knew that Frozen was low. They weren't aware that Brokey was in the back line.
And because Big Azera was so low, it almost felt like NQZ felt like he had to do everything himself. So he takes the AWP shot, immediately switches to the Deagle, tries to go in again, and he's just easy pickings. Nicely played timing for Rain to just double check, do his due diligence, and he catches a player trying to push onto A site and backstab. And now both players are low here between Frozen and Big Azera. Brokey's pretty close by, though, can quickly flank onto the CT side, but he will not be required. As Frozen takes down Big Azera, dials in an 11th round. A couple of moments there where it felt like maybe Pain could get a stranglehold over Banana, but you called it yourself, the utility was so on point for FaZe, it felt like they could never fully spread their wings and take flight on Banana this round.
Critical lead here. FaZe, how do they stop them right now? Pain Gaming, in terms of kills, it's not like they're even doing that badly. Maybe Demo want a little bit more, but again, he's brand new to this level of Counter-Strike, and actually all things considered, right? He doesn't seem like he's an anchor around the team. I think it's pretty impressive that he's being slotted right in here, and it's just kind of feels like he's doing a decent job, so more power to him. But as a team right now, they are falling behind. FaZe 2 rounds away from taking up the whole series. It's going to be an early, pretty deep Banana aggression with 3 people over there. Now, how far do they want to take this? Is it just going to be the rational European Counter-Strike, or is it going to be the Stewie 2K pushing through the smoke kind of Counter-Strike?
Or maybe blessed with that more. Wildcard obviously have got him in the roster right now, so maybe something for us to look forward to.
I'm actually genuinely excited for that. Shout out to Jake. I actually am so happy. One, I think Wildcard is a cool team already, but with Stewie, hell yes. Sign me up. But so far, Frozen is not inspired by any kind of craziness like that. He is just sticking to the plan. Brokey's there behind him with the AWP, so that's an insanely strong defense. With the right smokes, though, maybe Pain can wrap around this arch position and actually attack this A-bomb site. It's not necessarily a bad idea. We'll see if Elige can have any impact, and he's pushing in front of it just to try and make sure that he can help out, but he dies instead with 25 seconds left. This 2-man hold at A is very brittle.
All right, he needs to play the smoke perfectly. Needs the timing. Comes around the corner, nails the head, but Carrigan has fell down, which puts all that pressure on Rain. And David Deus, well, spamming through the smoke, connects the shot onto Rain. And although there's only 8 seconds on the clock, more than enough time for the plant, and more than enough time to secure this round. FaZe's economy, not in great shape. Could do with holding on to both of these weapons. So they're going to be setting up for exit frags. But this round is a done deal. They had a chance, but it just slipped away. I thought for a moment Rain was going to do something special there.
Yeah, I mean, especially because at the same time, like you said, Carrigan was sort of lost in the smoke. So if he stays alive for just a little bit longer, and then Carrigan can find his way out, I mean, there wasn't that much time on the clock anyway. There definitely was a couple of ways that could have gone wrong. But in the grand scheme, not bad. 11-7. I'm not convinced yet. I need another round here out of Pain before I could start to believe in the comeback. But the money on FaZe is not that good, so they have that going for them. There is a path. There is a way here, but I just haven't seen any real momentum out of Pain in the series so far. And a timeout being called from FaZe.
I think that's a solid decision, to be fair. Just try and stave off this momentum that you're talking about. Don't allow it to get into that snowball rolling down the hill. try and cut it off before it really takes shape. Plus, their economy is in a bit of a weird spot right now, so probably trying to get on the same page in terms of, first off, do we force buy? And then secondly, how are we going to juggle around that money to make sure that we squeeze every single bit of utility into our buy as possible? They do also have like a pretty decent lead, so if they want to hold fire here and just play with the AK and AWP, that's still very much a threat. And then basically just pick up some sidearms or maybe a few nades here and there alongside it. Karrigan in disbelief. Was hoping that Rain would dig him out of that ditch, but didn't quite end up happening. And they have decided to kind of sign a bit of a ceasefire here for this round for the most part. FaZe going to be using those save weapons. It's still very potent though. That Venom can certainly constrict and finish off Pain if they're not careful. If they walk into Brokey or Frozen, this can quickly become unraveled, but Frozen already taking a ton of damage, dropping down at 30.
This is where, you know, you do want that kind of Brokey that we've been talking about, where, you know, suddenly he does go mental and finds, you know, a good couple of kills, throw in some no scopes or whatever it is that he does. That can be enough to push them over the edge here. It's Karrigan, unable to get the one deke. Gonna fall back to the next corner. Frozen, like I said, already low, but in the right position, elevated up there, it's possible that he could get a bit of a spray down. Defense is looking, again, pretty weak on this A side of things. It's Karrigan hoping to get the right timing, but nicely done from Big Zero. Just gonna call him out in that corner, saying, I definitely know that you're there. AWP is quite far away, although Brokey's gonna put down a smoke and start to run. So actually, might be, if they can survive this for another 5 seconds, that Brokey's going to get a chance to actually get involved in this round. 40 seconds now, as they are trying to wrap around Arch and Pain. They kind of need to go if they want to do it here. AWP is still smoked off for the minute, and yeah, they do push the throttle right at the end before anything bad happens. So good job. Was a bit of a window there where maybe if Pain had slowed it down a bit more, there would have been a bit of a disaster coming.
Oh yeah, especially if a couple of kills were threaded through from FaZe's pistols there. Like if they got a couple of kills through the smoke, with that kind of low timing, that really could be a serious issue. And we saw Pain run into that trap, that gauntlet, multiple times over on Dust too. But Slow and Steady this time does win the round for Pain. And although FaZe do taste defeat one more time, they're able to hold on to the AWP for the time being. And that's a huge bonus and boost to their buy into the next round. Sure, the AK and AWP didn't work this time around, but they're going to get a chance to go again. And this time, all 5 players will be healthy in their investment. Brokey may be tested here, though, because the T's are starting to swarm and swell around the banana side. They're very aware, however, they don't want to give any free AKs across. They don't want to lose any players of their own, so it's going to be a bit of a stalemate at the end. But that deficit now drawn back down to 3. And Pain starting to catch up with FaZe.
Yeah, in an important way. Didn't think they had it in them. It really felt like Pain were a little bit too far away and just didn't really have the kind of momentum that you'd need to bring this one back. But 11-8, I mean, maybe there is a way still. Money restored once again for FaZe. They're going to have some of the work in this round. And all they need is a couple of good opening kills in this round. We'll see if Pain could find some of their own. Already jousting for some banana control. Stabadeas walking through their own smoke here, just trying to put some pressure on. Elevated on that one. And you know when that smoke lands, there's going to be an incendiary as well landing in front. That's kind of the protocol to clear it out. Oh, but fumbling around with the grenades. Elige going to go down. He was throwing an incendiary back to Frozen. That's not great.
They weren't just reading different pages, they were reading different books there between Frozen and Liege. They, like you said, I think fumble is a very good way of describing what happened, and the repercussions are serious. Like, just as we're talking, this deficit's coming down quicker and quicker with every passing round. The economy is not in good shape here. If FaZe lose this round and don't save many weapons, there is a very good opportunity for Pain to draw us level. So FaZe making these kind of mistakes, especially on a Liege who has got them a couple of big rounds from these individual efforts, that is a problem. However, Rain fully flashed, nearly nails the landing while blinded. But Big Azera pushes forward. Brokey deals with him, but there's only 2 FaZe players left.
Karrigan down to very low bullets as well. He's going to get traded out. NQC not afraid to take the fight. And Brokey, it's definitely not worth it to go for it. He doesn't have the kit either. He is the kind of player that will try, that will give himself a bit of an opportunity, and sometimes the reason it works is because it's so unlikely. Demo pushing on through. And again, look at him take the bait. He's thinking, all right, you're not going to expect for me to do this, so I definitely will. NQC, here in the church, almost getting pinned to the wall, but instead, he takes a bullet, and it's going to be a nice round here from NQC. Taking down Carrigan to begin with, and Brokey finished off at the end. That's not bad at all. Timeout being called. You can see Neo wants a bit of a conversation, saying, this has gone too far now, boys. We need to find a way to end this. Second timeout used. They have one more left after this one, but FaZe starting to feel the pressure.
I wonder if what factored into Brokey going for that's not just because he is this super aggressive and like combat range AWPer that can make crazy plays out of nothing, but so much time had passed where there was no eyes on A site. He may have been concerned about being flanked from the side as well. Like if he goes back to CT spawn, he kind of anticipates he's probably going to get shut down there, so why not just go for Broke and see if you can try and force your way on the other side. Either way, whichever way you spin it, it is going to be Pain getting us back to 11-9 score. This is now 4 rounds in a row and 5 of the last 6 going in favor of Pain. This is beginning to be a bit of a problem. The only 2 rounds that FaZe have won were off the back of the pistol, and they picked up 1 rifle round afterwards. Apart from that, though, it's been pretty one-sided this half.
And now that spiral is being assisted by the economy, obviously. Classic problem when you're on the CT side. Gonna have to sit this one out. Now they have smokes. There are definitely ways to put a lot of pressure, especially on a team like Pain that have already shown us that they do like playing some of these rounds a bit slowly. They don't mind waiting until there's 30 seconds left to do something. And obviously, if there's only 30 seconds left and there's still 1 more smoke on the CT side, that is a big problem. It's a classic gambit on Inferno as well, that you try and do this kind of thing. Rain, it's a 5-7 to take down Demo. Not what you're hoping for. And there's nobody there to cover the AK, so they can go pick that up. And again, this is where the smokes become really interesting. Now, Carrigan, unfortunately, has the last smoke on the CT side. I don't know if he knows how to throw it from A to B. Obviously, you can do it if you want to, but it might be too late, because it looks like they're just going to be going for it here. So should be an almost impossible defense, even with the 3rd man rotating in. But let's find out if it actually is FaZe. It would be some classic stuff if they can win a round like this one.
Frozen, they get the drop. Oh, but he's whiffed his chance. He'll be so bitterly disappointed. Liege now next up to the chopping block. And Davideus lets the axe fly. Carrigan now with his P250 goes the same way, but at least he did taste some success, albeit short-lived. FaZe will not be able to hold the line, even though they had players in good positions. It'll be 11-10 with Rain saving the AK-47. And I was just having a quick look there as well, Anders, because it feels so often that Pain were getting the opening picks, even though they've been at a pretty big deficit for the most part. Bigazera has 7 opening duels in his favor. To put that in perspective, the entirety of FaZe, including this round, have 7 across their entire team. So FaZe are somehow leading, even though they are completely outclassed when it comes to those first picks in each round.
That's hard to explain. That's very much the reverse of what you would be expecting. So that is a very interesting stat. Bigazera talking the team up, ready to get them back online here. Imagine if they could actually make the comeback from such a deficit. Not their best map by any stretch here on Inferno, but they are clawing their way back into it. 10-11 now, 1 round separating these 2 teams. Money is looking really good for the Pain side. Obviously not so much for FaZe. They've saved a couple of rounds. They got the AK. They're buying into this one, but every single round they lose at this point is going to have catastrophic consequences for the FaZe side.
Eerily, silence falls upon the battlefield here for both teams as neither squad wants to make that first mistake. The smallest of margins, where we saw NQZ have success in that first half. Not so much for Rain, but Brokey's going to finish off the weakened Snow. The trades, though, firmly in favor of Pain, and it's Bigazera once again that answers the call when his team so desperately need it.
You're exactly right. What a beautiful thing for us to be allowed to see the main difference between holding that exact same angle with an AK or with an AWP. That's what the AWPs are there for at least half the time, because it's not like Rain wasn't quick enough, but you just can't necessarily spray down somebody in that angle. Great follow-up as well from Biguzira, and I think just a call as well, out of spawn call to go for that kind of an attack out of the A apartments. And honestly, this is even a round where there actually are more players on the A bomb side than you would normally expect. It's more common for there to only be, you know, 2 or maybe even 1 at the start of the round, just because there's so much focus on B early on for the CT side. So in spite of running into the 3-man setup, they still blow it wide open. They equalize the game back to 11-11. FaZe get to save a couple of rifles here, and that's something to play with. But Pain, they're marching their way back. We could see a 3rd map on Anubis as well. That, I don't know. That would surprise me at this stage. It looked to me like Pain was pretty beat up at one stage here.
Yeah, at one point it was, what, like 11-6? I want to say the scoreline was. It was incredibly one-sided. And our Pain have won 5 rounds back-to-back. 7 of the last 8. In cruise control, and FaZe just can't seem to get anything done. And it was kind of epitomized by that round where Elise just caught fumbling grenades up on Banana. It's like they're caught in 2 minds. And this is where they were just so confident, so smooth, so clinical over on Dust 2, but it's been anything but that here on Inferno.
I mean, this is the truth, though. For Pain, trying to make this comeback, all it takes is one good opening round here for FaZe. You know, one round where you get a couple of good headshots on Banana, or you know, find a bit of a pick-off with Brokey at the start of it with an AWP, and suddenly you're right back on track to try and win the whole thing. So, Pain, focus has got to remain. You can't really slip up now. You're not going to be too aggressive on that Banana position early on, just saying, you know what, if you want it, you can have it, but we're going to settle for not taking too much damage at the beginning. A lot of grenades being exchanged back and forth. But again, no fight really for Pain.
Close and personal on the side of Frozen. The bullet whizzes past the eyes of Elige and catches Frozen up on Banana. And in doing so, that death has forced Elige away. He knows he's the last bastion of hope. He can't go down. And although another shot comes out, it's a warning this time. A one that Elige will heed, but not for long. He's pushing back through again on Banana. He's going to get up close behind that smoke.
I love it. The reason he's doing it is because it allows for this 3-man setup at the A bomb site. If he falls back, then very likely Carrigan will have to fall a little bit further away and try and be closer to the B bomb site. So he's giving them the space to have the 3-man defense. It's really smart. And obviously go for a quick flank as well, potentially, but we'll see. Last time, this 3-man defense did not hold even at all, so can it do it this time? Mid-air shot as Rain is picking them apart, exploding their heads with that M4, and finally they bring him down. Brokey, the last on the site, and he's overwhelmed. Demo just hunting for him, and Elige, even though he's quick on the rotate, it might not be quick enough. A bit of a almost like a replay of the first half clutch here. We'll see if Elige can do it instead. He's very close to it. Demo down in the pit. It's NQC caught by surprise, and now the old versus the young here. Elige fighting for it. Straight headshot, schooling him. And it's going to be the clutch coming through. You could see Frozen almost can't breathe in that one, but it will be FaZe to pick it up.
Do not understate how sick that clutch was from Elige. When he sees the grenade go up and over from pit, he immediately goes to peek on the site. Because typically when a player is throwing up a flashbang or a smoke, you're going to then peek into the angle where the flash is going to affect. You're not going to expect it to be in that particular angle. And Elige made the absolute most of that momentary read and allowed him to tee off in this way. That is so clinical from Elige, and that's why he's one of the best players in the world when he's on point.
10-year gap between those two players. Gotta be difficult with your Demo down in the pit to hold your nerve, knowing you're up against one of the best aimers in the world. And this time it was too much. 12-11. Such a close round. Imagine if Pain can't complete the comeback. They've done an amazing job in this second half, but now, again, they need to steel their minds and get back into it. A lot of damage on Banana. They're actually getting grenaded down so low. No casualties, but look at the health that's left. From this, Vince, from these kind of health scores, you have to find a way to say, okay, guys, it's not a big deal that 3 of us are practically dead. We're going to win the round anyway.
God, this game's been a banger, hasn't it? It's not been the cleanest of Counter-Strike, but we've been blessed with 2 really good series today. and it may not be done just yet. Yes, the health bars are looking bleak on Pain, make no mistake. It's going to be difficult for them to traverse forward without losing a player through the smoke. But they've deployed it all the same, just shy of 45 seconds now on the timer. And Pain puffing their chests out, trying to get mid-control, force a rotation into play. But they don't have much in terms of a plan B. They've already committed up middle.
Yeah. The only thing is there's not much of an A defense. I don't know why they're so far back. They also don't have a lot of utility on FaZe. One clean entry, honestly, they can win the round almost immediately here. This is a very light setup. Carrigan, though, an important shot. He goes down, and Brokey there to follow it up. We're down to 17 seconds. The clock is running out here. Pain, they need to go when there's already a flank coming in. Elige, he did it once before. He's looking to do it again. Rain to pick up the first, and he will get it done. NQC on the ground. Big Ozira, no time. He cannot win the round. FaZe stopping the comeback and defeating Pain in a 2-0 fashion. This is exactly the kind of FaZe we love to see.
It wasn't as clinical or clean as the first map. You can see there Kara going some deep breaths, exhaling, and letting that relief set in, but they still get the job done, and we saw glimpses of what FaZe are truly capable of. But Pain themselves, they've got a stand-in, they've got a trial coming in here. They can hold their heads high, Anders. They pushed FaZe to their limits there on Inferno. It was 11-6. It looked like it was going to be a fast 2-0, but they made FaZe sweat.
They really did make them work hard for it, and I think it is really worth repeating. You know, it is a stand-in, 17-year-old for Demo, very hard to be thrown into this level of Counter-Strike, and I've got to say, he held his own, didn't look like he was weighing the team down, which in itself is just, that's super impressive. So well done. He was in the spotlight for a bit here, and obviously for Pain, it's rough now. They're going to go down into that 0-2 bracket. FaZe will improve their odds just a bit from making it forward. And again, you want to see FaZe make it to the playoffs of this. You know, they've got so much riding on with Elige. It's a giant acquisition, and he's obviously a very talented player. So you want to see the results really follow from that. At least they get to take down Pain to begin with here, but what a day it's been. I mean, this was maybe more of a predicted result, even if it was fun how we got here. Obviously, the shocking result for the day was Apogee, the Polish powerhouse, you know, winning their fight. I still can't believe that actually happened.
No, I'm right alongside with you, and I just had a look as well at the standings, by the way. There's 4 teams 0-2 as we sit here and like ending the second day. The MongolZ, Pain, Liquid, and Falcons. God, who saw that happening?
Oh, that whatever the Falcons 0-2 game is going to be, will be it'll be the kind of game where you're going to be half watching the game, half watching the Twitch chat, you know, just for the memes. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, some great replays here with Elige. That clutch especially really, you know, going a long way. And he followed the same trend in this next round, right? When he was still pushing down, bottom of banana, quick to the for the retake. Really sick stuff. So just well done. FaZe much improved, and hopefully that will continue to be the case throughout the rest of the tournament, because they've got a lot to live up to. We know how good they could be. It's Rain on top of the scoreboard for this map. Overall for Pain, again, I think I completely agree with what you said. They can keep their heads high. They actually did a really fine job considering the current circumstances coming into the tournament.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I think again though, if you're on Pain, you are feeling that loss, because you know that you were just a couple of rounds away from being a little bit more clinical in Inferno, from taking us to Anubis, and at that point, who knows what happens. They could very much outright win that. Big Ozira played very well over the duration of this series, so he can hold his head high, but obviously it's a bit unreasonable to expect your IGL to be the one trying to carry you as well. I think they needed NQZ to pop off a few more times realistically, especially over on Dust 2, but that's just nitpicking.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of rounds to look back for when the game is a little bit close, like on Inferno. On Dust 2, I agree. I mean, it was a bit more disappointing, and a map like that, I agree, you do want your AWP to have a bit of presence. And you know, Brokey on the other side, he showed exactly why it could be valuable. But also, if anyone wants to go back and look, that the CT side for FaZe on Dust 2 was a thing of beauty. It was really cool to see, and I think that brought them a long way. That's just for me, personally. I'm excited to see that kind of thing. I hope if they play the map again later on, we get to see more of that.
Oh yeah, and again, like going back and watching that, keep in mind that out of those 7 rounds, 5 of them were off the back of the pistols. So it was absolute domination on Dust 2. It was a very impressive performance. Didn't quite have the same levels here on Inferno, but I think that was also down to Pain just stepping their level up as well. And they opening picks wise, they beat FaZe in this map. They had way more opening picks, but they just lost out in the end.
Yeah. That's hard to deal with, but you know, that's just how the dice roll, I guess, this time around. The day is done here for the B stream. There's still some action happening over on the other one. I think Complexity and who is it, FURIA? Yeah, they're still playing. Yes. Second map looks like it could go to a third one as well, so you don't want to miss out. Definitely check it out. We will be back tomorrow with even more Counter-Strike here on the B stream. So shout out to you guys for hanging out with us. We appreciate it, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for more Counter-Strike. Stay tuned.